The Pro League is comprised of 2 regular season splits. The Split 1 regular season features 4 regions made up of 30 teams, seeded into 3 groups of 10 teams each. Pro League teams will begin by competing in a triple round-robin format, where each group plays a match series against every other group 3 times. After these matches have been completed, the top 20 teams according to the regular season standings will compete in the regional finals. At the conclusion of the regional finals, 40 teams, including teams from all 6 ALGS regions, will have qualified for the Split 1 playoffs.
Alright, and now we are live. Hello everyone, and we are here to watch the ALGS Apac North Pro League Split 1 games, and today is match day number 2. Joining me is none other than Sneaky Frog. Hi Sneaky.
Yeah, and today's games is going to be very intense. We're not just going to have 6, but we are going to have 12, and we're going to have Group A versus C coming right up first, of course. But yeah, I mean, last week's games were pretty hectic, to say the least.
That is true.
Despite having no contests, there were no repeat winners from the last series. So it's going to be very interesting to see if it could be a different story this time, because now we have contests. Now we have people fighting at the beginning of the game. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adjust accordingly here.
And we also saw some pretty interesting end zones, if I'm not mistaken, Sneaky. We saw one ending at Devastated Coast. We saw a bunch of interesting plays from all of these players, and we saw a lot of Bangalores, actually.
Yeah,
Almost every team running a Bangalore. But this is the first time that we will be seeing Group C playing in Pro League, so maybe things might change a bit. After all, we have some pretty powerful teams in Group C, such as let's see. We have Fnatic, for example. I haven't seen Fnatic playing yet.
Yeah, and I'm pretty excited here for Fnatic, not gonna lie. I think specifically because they have been dominating the scrims as of recently, whether it is them going up against Group C, them going up against Group A. You always see Fnatic at the top of the scoreboards when it came to those scrims, especially as of recently. But speaking of scrims, though, pretty unfortunate performance here from Kinotrope last week, despite the the great performance that they had with the scrims prior. But in my opinion, I think it wasn't about the team and the skill in general of the team. I think it just got really unlucky with the pulls that we had the other day.
It could be that, and it could also be teams simply not playing the way they usually are playing in the scrims and playing completely differently in Pro League, because that thing happens, and it's a factor that some of these teams are prepared for. After all, most of them are running Bangalore, a pretty flexible legend pick. But at the same time, there are just things that you can predict, and that is what makes these games fun. You have 6 games per match set, and then we will be seeing how these teams perform accordingly. Maybe we will see some underdogs actually overpowering some of the stronger teams, some of the teams even with LAN experience, or maybe new names. After all, we have Reject Winity over here. They were dominating really hard for the very first match there.
Yeah, I mean, collecting that first place, 25 points already on the board for the side of Reject Winity. One of the best performances I've seen, especially here from Obli going into that first day. Despite only getting 1 win, which is that 1 win that they got from World's Edge from that Dome Zone with that very late swing after that last situation. I mean, in general, I think the performance here from the side of Reject Winity, they were consistently here in the top 5. They weren't really falling out too much here. So the consistency from the side of Reject Winity, earning them that first place and earning them those precious points at the beginning of this group stage.
So now we will be heading into the prizing, just to remind everyone how much these players are actually bringing in home right after Pro League. So depending on their placement, so at the moment we can see that if you place 21st to 30th, you'll be taking home at least $1,500. I think that's a lot of pizza. Definitely a lot of mouse pads and game pads.
Yeah, for sure, but you do want the biggest pizza, the biggest piece of the pie, of course, that 20,000 USD on that first place. So you really want to try and see if you can get your best, especially since it is only the beginning of our group stage. Maybe you can see if you can gain any advantages at the start. However, yeah, I mean, even at the teams at the 30th place, if you do get there, unfortunately, you still get an accessory prize.
And just like what was explained earlier in the explainer video, these teams will be playing in 3 groups. So this is 3 groups: Group A, Group B, Group C, with each group having 10 teams playing against each other in a lobby of 20 teams. You know, your typical average Apex, you have 20 teams and 60 players. After that, after the group stages, the top 20 teams will be proceeding into the finals, which will be played in a match point format.
Ooh.
And from there is where the top performing teams will be seeded straight into the Split 1 playoffs.
Yeah, and the Split 1 playoffs, everyone is already looking forward to it. The hype is real here in year 4 of Apex Legends. And yeah, I mean, I'm just ready and roaring to go for a map number 1 in this one, but it seems like the teams are still trying to see if they can get into the lobby. However, yeah, I mean, this week is going to be very interesting because we get to know if Group B is really that good. Because at the moment, the stats kind of do favor them in terms of that win rate. You know, the teams that consistently place in the top 10 mostly come from Group B in those scrims. So, you know, the team is already looking scary just from the beginning of this game.
That is true indeed. But let's not forget the fact that placements can matter, do matter. After all, look at the weight of the following. If you place first, you'll get 12 points. If you place second, you get 9 points. If you get third, you get 7 points. Compared to the KP that you get for wiping a squad, with each elimination just contributing 1 kill point towards your progress here in Pro League. And unlike what most players are familiar with, like for example in the rank system that we have right now, it doesn't scale according to your placement.
And it is perfect, honestly. I mean, you get 12 points for first place, and especially with how teams do play here in APAC North, you know they're a bit selfish when it comes to their spots, and they just don't let any other team play the spot with them. So it's going to be already interesting that we've already seen in the first week kind of a glimpse of what we can see for the rest of the group stage here. I mean, you already saw Riddle Order really swinging for the hills just to get that control on their side of the map. So yeah, maybe other teams in this groups can do the same thing, honestly. But yeah, gonna be a very interesting day indeed, because I mean, just like I said, there is gonna be some contests in this one compared to last week. So already looking forward to who is gonna come out on top in this one. And yeah, and here are the APAC North player transfers that we did just see, I think before the year started, before the roster locks did occur. I think the most important one here is probably the disbandment of FC Destroy at the moment, because you have a beast of a free agent that is Yuka Predator going into a top team like North Reption, who already has an absolute stack team, and plus you add the firepower of this man, and it is going to be such a scary team to go up against in these lobbies. But not just that, there is some transfers as well going in the way of Fnatic, with Meltzera actually opting in to leave to join Riddle Order, and so far he's been performing really well.
Yeah, interesting transfers to say the least. we have some teams choosing to stick together. Roster mania kind of insane actually in the events leading up to year 4 Split 1 Pro League. I mean, we had LCQ, we had the championships right after Split 2 Pro League, and we've seen a lot of roster transfers. I'm pretty sure that this might lead to some powerhouse teams actually performing weaker because some of the teams with their really strong members are just consolidating right now. And speaking of teams, though, we are now headed into
There we go. First game of the day. It is going to be Stormpoint, of course. To start things off in this one, we are going to be looking at the drop spots already. I think there is going to be a contest going into the Cascade Falls only, actually, for this one, for our Group A versus C. And that's going to be Kokolobi Gaming versus X-Ties at this spot. And other than that, not really much in the way of other contests in this map, but we're gonna wait and see if Cascade is really gonna be only owned by one team.
pretty interesting to say the least that among all of the POIs here, Stormpoint having some of the strongest edge POIs, it's Cascades that is being contested at the moment. So we're going to pan into the POV of Cascades in a sec as we're waiting for the teams to drop.
There we go. Just good old classic drops as we are used to seeing. Everything is occupied. Cascade, just like we said, there is going to be some contests, and it is going to be X-Ties versus Kokolobi Gaming. Already Sizu getting himself a Havoc PK to start things off as well, and especially on that Newcastle. If you do know your movement, if you do know how to fight around that shield, that PK is going to be hitting like a brick.
And meanwhile, at Kokolobi Gaming, we have a conduit known as a legend pick for winning cons, actually, as well as a Fuse, which is a pretty interesting pick, to say the least. Last week, we saw other regions running Fuse quite a lot, but the other regions, such as Apac and EMEA, not really too fun in the Fusey. Meanwhile, Jakusha, with the initial shots in the Volt SMG, not really keen on landing those shots in a pretty far range at the moment.
Yeah, we're kind of used to seeing this Fuse more on World's Edge more than Stormpoint, but, you know, has found himself in this Stormpoint as well. So World's Edge, not only his only home in this. So X-Ties already trying to play the head glitch temporarily here just to try and gain some information, but Kokolobi playing the low ground the entire time. They don't want to show their cards just yet against X-Ties, who's already ready and roaring to go in terms of the fights. I think they've already looted up. So that's a Volt, an R9, and 2 Mozambiques going in their way.
And curiously, both teams are both running a Bangalore with just differing legends, with X-Ties running a Newcastle and a Horizon. Meanwhile, Kokolobi Gaming is running a Fuse and a Conduit. Seems like it's a pretty standoffish fight right now, with both teams trying to protect their respective buildings that they have, not really keen on rotating out of the zone. After all, they're at the very middle of the map. Cascades where most of the fight and convergences happen.
Yeah, and Kokolobi and X-Ties taking this one really slow. No one wants to overextend, but that might be the green light. Maya with a good 102 on that blue, and they can maybe fly on up, but they don't have a Horizon here, really. That means they cannot get up very quickly. And that's just an instant Newcastle ult in order to give X-Ties more cover here. But I think there could be a flank going on from Maya coming in from behind, and these poppers are doing damage.
And that's a lot of damage from the poppers on the Fuse Cube. But you do, Sizu and Elsa is not really keen on moving at the moment, rather defending their spot. Although there's not much that they can see through the smoke, and I'm not sure if they're aware that the other team is repositioning as we speak.
Yeah, Maya has to be careful though, doesn't want to end up like Saku, getting a 3-man swung in the open. So U66 just behind the CCG squad here, trying to just play the anchor role, don't want to get flanked. trying to play that high ground, giving them as much damage as possible, but here comes the 3-man swing. Just Kusia is going to be the first one down. Yudu with some nice shots on the R9, and here comes the shield from the Newcastle. Gonna give them a bit of protection, but this is a good start for the side of X-Ties. Already took down the conduit. That means the temp shields are gonna be down for now.
After all, with the ring slowly closing in, they need to start moving soon. Because if you know what happens in Cascades, most of the teams are here to rotate. And it might be a bit too late for this contest. No one's getting Cascades at this point around.
Yeah, they need to make a decision here, because I think this is gonna be somewhat of a hotspot, considering that the circle is also somewhat in the middle of this spot that they're occupying at the moment. And not just that, they are also in the second circle as well. So there's going to be plenty of fights going on. And speaking of fights, NSD Gaming, Nevadal's already down. Axis, ooh, with the RE45, will not get the kill on Sangjun, though, who is still very, very healthy. And just like that, Sangjun collecting the kill leader for the lobby with 3 kills already to start things off for Reject.
Reject Winity still on fire. Very good start for the side of Reject Winity after their very strong finish from match day number 1. And would you look at that? And it's a Bangalore. Sangjun currently the kill leader for this team.
Yeah, and they're already on really good armors as well to start things off. Purple, purple, blue, and just a bit, and Obvi can get that upgrade. So Reject Winity already looking like a scary team going into this round 2 closing. But speaking of round 2 closing, I think CCG, they've decided to concede the fight in Cascade and instead just go for the rotation instead.
It seems that as the fight starts extending more and more of the teams are catching up and rotating into their position. And as such, we are seeing Reignite right now fighting Diaz in one of the buildings right beside Cascades.
Yeah, Rish looking to see if they can break the door. That they do. The grenade's already been thrown. Volt starting to sing, but the Arc Star gonna be thrown just for a bit of delay. Gonna be outside for a while here, but the Catalyst doing so much delay here that, I mean, they do have a Catalyst on either side, so this fight is gonna take a while. Reignite already being dealt some damage here through the windows, but I don't think it's gonna be a full commit from the other squad just yet.
Would you look at that? We have Shenmi on the Prowler. Kind of dangerous weapon, to say the least, considering both of these teams are running triple blues. So at the moment, they're just making sure that the space they control is fully theirs and that no other teams could potentially grief them. But from the look of it, at the moment, we can pan into the map view and see that most of the teams are actually busy trying to get positions at Cascades after the initial con there didn't really happen the way we expected it to be.
Yeah, it was a respectful con from the side of Kokolobi Gaming here, just instead picking the farthest building from this squad and just staying away from the fight in general. But here comes Diaz. Shunmi is going to be the first one down. Oh, but in return, there is already a death on their side as well. Synap, that Bangalore out of action, but I think the fight back is not there anymore. Reignite is going to be eliminated, but here comes X-Ties from that initial contest here in Cascade, now looking to see if they can deal some damage on Diaz, but you know, the wall, I mean, the door's already reinforced here, so it's kind of hard to get in, but are they just going to kick it down?
Look at that, Caesar still on the PK with 9 shotgun shells left.
And really want to fight this, trying to kick the door down. The Thermite's already ready and prepped to go. Diaz opens the door instead, but the Prowler not going to deal any damage. Diaz trying to see if they can go for the back room, but a black hole is going to suck them right back in to the middle of the room. But Diaz trying to see if they can just go back into safety of the room right next to them. But Diaz doing some damage as well. But here comes the nades. Are they going to do damage? Not that much. X-Ties in a precarious situation, but they can still pop some bats here and maybe do a little reset.
Playing really safe at the moment, but Diaz has the armor advantage right now as they are running 2 purples compared to X-Ties single purple, and it happens to be on the Newcastle as well. Hopefully Caesar can potentially get an entry with the Peacekeeper or the Havoc, but it seems that both of these teams aren't really too keen on griefing each other or making an incredibly risky and dangerous play at the moment.
Yeah, but the thing is with Apac North, they do hate sharing their buildings here, so I think a fight is going to be brewing very, very soon. And you can already see them kind of corralling near the reinforced door here as Diaz is Trying to see if they can spot anyone through the window, get some early damage in before the team does finally go in. But still, they're taking their sweet time in this one, and I think this is only the current fight that is happening at this very moment. And already, the guns start to fly on either side. Diaz trying to see if they can file in, but the reinforce once again, just another reinforce from Resh, making it as hard as possible to enter here. But X-Ties just trying to break these spikes, trying to make it easier to enter, but it is already so difficult as Diaz is really just melting and wasting as much time as possible. Maybe they're trying to see if they can get the meds off.
Ooh, Maker, really cheeky play over there. Thankfully, was able to back up just right in time. But look at that, Sinap just goes to the push. Eva 8 doing a lot of damage, and there you have it. X-Ties eliminated so fast. And then a survey scan from a beacon nearby comes in. 17 squads remaining.
Yeah, they need to get a quick revive down though. Synap was taken down in that initial fight, but that means Nebula Esports, they heard this entire thing and have an opportunity to collapse on a team that was wounded from that prior fight. Volks cannot get in just yet. The spikes are doing so much delay, and once again, Diaz just allowed to go for a full reset, popping those bats, popping those meds, but still, Nebula is looking for a fight here. They're trying to get some damage through the window, and here comes the spray from Resh. Resh on 1 HP, having to run away. The temp shields are going to be used. And Maker down to 1 HP. Diaz not in the best situation. I think Synap is actually out of meds in this, so they might have to just run away or just fight as much as possible. But Nebula Esports also getting tagged from the side. They're going to concede that fight.
Yeah, not too keen to do much at the moment, given that the lobby density is pretty thick right now, actually. As we are seeing a mid-map zone, it won't take a while. Actually, it won't really take much time for any of these teams to rotate into the middle of the map. But it seems that as we pan back to Diaz, they're just getting shot at by all of the teams in the neighboring POIs.
Yeah, this fight has been going on for 3 minutes at this point since the start of the round 2 countdown into the round 2 closing. At the end of it, Diaz still really holding this building. I mean, you can't blame them because this is one of the more powerful buildings going into these zones, but still Techwing having themselves run their own fight as well. Anaya on that Revenant. What is the decision here? Anaya does take down Milan from the side of Area 310. They already have 2 players down, but where is the last player trying to run away as fast as possible? But you can't run, you can't hide. Anaya is here. But no, they're just going to let the last guy escape. I think they're already satisfied with the 2 KP that they got and also control of Command Center. However, I mean, the circle's not going to be there, guys, so you're going to have to fight your way out of there against Reject Winity, who's already waiting on the outside here.
At the moment, if you can see that we have a bunny slope string, interestingly.
Ooh. Whole lot of teams still outside though, but we already see Mo's already posted up. Satuchi Sparks, Riddle already in the middle of everything, of course, and HAO at the top of the hill.
You know what? I like the fact that Fnatic is so isolated. They have their backside cleared. They're playing at the edge of the wall POI, and I'm pretty sure this might be a game-winning angle for them. After all, position is what matters. In the end, it saves you time, it saves you resources, but it's not too late for the edge teams, Sneaky.
Yeah, I think Fnatic is looking for a big game here, maybe up to 25 points if they can get all 3 teams right in front of them, but they're waiting for the right moment to strike as the round 3 closing is going to start, and the teams who are still outside, such as the one in Command Center, is going to have to start to move here. Northreption trying to poke some teams, trying to fly over, but not much in the way of full commits just yet from either side, but see in the background, Rohai already going down. Diaz losing 2 members already, and the building that they had, just like that, in the blink of an eye, it's gone. Maker, the only one left alive on that conduit. But can he do as much damage as possible? That is the true question. Yep, they're still just gonna chill. They don't want a full commit on the player on the hill, on that rat. They've already got 2, so that means that team is basically dead at this point unless this rat can do a really good job at hiding. But Soleil Gaming trying to look at outside of their building. They really want to stave off the teams trying to go also towards their direction. And the shots from the 30-30. Peace has already got Maya.
Great shots over there from Peace. Definitely enforcing Peace over here. Rolling Thunder comes in. Reject Winity eliminated. 16 squads remaining. The 30-30 is looking to be pretty strong right now. And at the moment, Soleil Gaming has a pretty good spot to gatekeep. But the problem is, where are these squads? Where are these players?
And there's a team right under Soleil Gaming at the moment. Good down here on Anemone. But Soleil Gaming gonna have to back off to their building. And Papico already losing their Bloodhound. That's not gonna be good news because they got the Bangalore on their team. That those scans would have helped if they still don't have the Digis. But fortunately for Ray, he does have one, but it's a bit difficult to kind of save their teammate here. He's right on top of this squad, and it's kind of impossible to push up here.
Papico losing one already, not looking too good for their side. 15 squads remaining, and again we have a pretty stacked lobby. Pretty fat density actually. We're seeing a lot of teams fighting at the edge right now, such as North Epson with Razy. GG trying to dance, but failing to do so. Yuka Predator finding this Catalyst out in the open, but gets eliminated themselves. North Epson is gone. 14 squads remaining. Nebula Esports, it's just chaos.
Yep, and Volt's already on 1 HP. This Ryzen is just trying to recover as much as possible, and North Epson, despite getting that very big kill against Reject Winity, does not go too far in this lobby. Only 12th, and Diaz, last player left alive. Maker is just trying to survive with this shield battery being popped, but I think that is the last of his meds, possibly very, very soon, as he's just getting absolutely poked out in the open, and that is going to be it for him. Pinpin gets the kill on the side of Satuji Sparks. And there's only 12 squads left, and I think the chaos is going to continue as the circle is still closing. Plenty of teams still outside of the zone.
Yeah, indeed, Sneaky. I mean, look at that. A lot of them are flying in, and just like what I called earlier, this could be a game-winning angle from Fnatic. But the problem is currently they're running triple blues. Not really too healthy in the armor situation at the moment.
Yeah, UKF already looking to swing out of the wall here, maybe trying to look to get some upgrades on those armors, but he does see some death boxes on the right side. Now he's thinking about whether or not to go for that swing, maybe try and collect some loot for his squad, but they're just playing it safe. They don't want to go too far forward, especially the spot that they have is already good. I know my word. All hell is breaking loose in this lobby. Riddle Order holding the top of the hill, but there is going to be Volk and the boys from the side of Nebula Esports still trying to just hold the rock right in front of them. And Riddle Order, I think they're kind of targeting yeah, they're going to target Fnatic here, possibly, who is in the backside of this wall, knowing that they have the slight armor advantage here with them going purple, purple, purple instead of the triple blue. They could get that spot, but they're not going to opt in just yet. They just go right instead.
Oh, nice knock over there from the side of Mose. Actually, they got 2 knocks on 3. Soleil Gaming eliminated. 9 squads remaining.
Yeah, Soleil Gaming out of the question, and the action just continues. The Satuji Sparks as well. Absolutely catching heat here out in the open, hit by an Arc Star. Zink just trying to survive as much as possible.
Chaos is happening, Sneaky. Pulverex Hammer Drill, meanwhile downing people in the kill feed at the moment. 9 squads remaining, and there's so many rats around. Good 163 beam from F-Chan with the R99.
Oh, Wyatt Chang did not know what hit him, and it actually was directly above, but Umi-chan is already going to go down. Pulverex are going to have to move from this spot. You're getting absolutely beamed from everywhere, but this is a spot where it's actually out in the open, and he doesn't make it all the way around the corner, but I think FT Yan can still be rezzed, but the circle's already closing, so he might have to leave his boy in the zone to die. And HAO still being through alive here, holding the top of the hill. I think they have one of the best spots in this zone, but Fnatic still opting in for the wall, still opting in for the low ground. And UKF already has red, but Satuki is gonna go down. They lose access to the horizon, but I think they're just gonna have to go for the insta-res.
Yeah, insta-res indeed. I believe that they still have time to push this res as the rest of the squads are descending into chaos right now. Mose eliminated, and this is your top 5. We have Riddle Order looking pretty healthy at the moment.
Yeah, and I think Riddle Order is actually kind of helping Fnatic here as they're kind of staving off the teams who are attempting to enter the wall, who are attempting to try and get Fnatic here. So Anaya could not go too far forward despite being on that Revenant as Tech Wing is eliminated, witnessed by Riddle Order themselves. Anaya is going to go down. Fnatic still in the wall. However, this zone is going to pull very soon in just a minute, of course. And I think Fnatic might have a good pull, but they have to go from the other side of the wall. Fortunately, Satuki is still alive on that horizon, so they can just queue over it.
At the moment, most of the teams just playing really safe, really passively, not keen on starting the fights themselves. After all, they do have cover, they do have a lot of space. It is round 6 after all, with 4 squads left and 11 players.
Yeah, and I think Fnatic, they could actually pull the win here if they do something very similar to Reject in game number 5 of last week's series, to go for that late swing, let the zone eat them a bit. They don't really have to go for any peaks at this very moment, but HAO, that crypto is gaining full value, getting so much information, and HAO, they realize that there is a team in that low ground, but the Horizon Q is gonna maybe try and scare Watagashi here, but he is not afraid of peeking over that hill. He knows that Riddle Order cannot see him from there.
Look at that crypto utility being completely used. All of that information going into HAO's side.
Yeah, but 5CG, I think you're going to need to keep that EMP for later, because this is where it matters. The final round closing, 1 minute and 40 seconds, and the countdown starts. The intensity will pump up any minute now. Fnatic still, and this is what I was saying, they're just going to wait for the rest of the zone to be consumed here in the wall, and they're just going to queue over it, possibly look for a fight with that black hole instead. Maybe going to go for a balloon just to distract the team, maybe try and scare anyone who's on the top of that hill, but I think HAO has a full idea of what Fnatic is doing here. They're not going to take the balloon fully. They're just going to go over the wall, maybe save that Horizon Cube for the fight going into this final circle as we do enter the last minute.
Lots of Watson pylons, lots of Valkyrie Q, so many utilities being deployed right now, and Fnatic seem to be stalling up to the very last moment. Their Ascend, and there you have it. UKF, Lycan, Satuki though, taking a bunch of ring damage, but that is not stopping them. Unfortunately, UKF the first to go down. Satuki batting in the corner, keen to survive. Riddle Order eliminated, and How might actually be winning this game.
Yeah, HAO has been playing high ground this entire time, and they just looked down on all the teams that were fighting, and they just enjoyed the show themselves. Let Fnatic fight, let Riddle fight for second, and you can just get that dub. Very nice win here for the side of HAO. Good patience here from Watagashi and the boys.
Okay, and now for the match recap. Okay, seems that our scoreboard still waiting for an update, but we have How finishing first with 4 kills, just playing high ground, just like that. Pretty insane.
Yeah, collecting a very respectable 18 points going into this one. Rather 16 points. I cannot math, but there it is. I mean, yeah, they just waited the entire time going in towards high ground. Fnatic, I think, had a very fair shot of actually winning that one, considering they also had the late swing. But I think the situation that they flew into, unfortunately, involved a catwall, 5 nades, and UKF just running into absolutely everyone. Satuki really tried to see if he can deal as much damage as possible and maybe give his team time to reset here, but unfortunately, it wasn't there.
And as you say, Sneaky, we go next as we head into a break to prepare for game number 2. And now we have returned from an early break to discuss the scoreboards from match number 1. And as you can see, how with incredible finish with the Watson, pretty well played from them, playing from height actually. And that just basically won them the game. 16 points from match number 1, from game number 1, with Fnatic coming in at second.
Yeah, and I think that value coming in here from the crypto, especially from 5CG, I think just knowing where everyone specifically is, and especially I think they kind of caught the plan of Fnatic here going into the low ground of what they want to do. So I think they kind of just left the team on the low ground alone, which was Riddle Order, who was just waiting possibly for a drop from the team on the high ground. But HAO, they just stayed there the entire time and really had no problem. They just had full control of the game. They also spotted Nebula Esports going into the low ground as well. So they kind of knew just from the beginning of that closing that they basically got it.
And we can see a lot of the teams actually kind of collapsing around Ring 3, Ring 4, and Ring 5 as they struggle to get into the zone. After all, it is pretty open. Not a lot of buildings, not a lot of cover. But we saw a bunch of solos, a bunch of rats surviving till the very end. And again, with Bangalore, so many smokes were being deployed. And teams such as the ones playing crypto were really utilizing that perfect information, allowing them to take advantage of the situation, of the chaos, and maybe keep themselves safer so that they would end up with a stronger finish. After all, we see Riddle Order, Nebula Esports getting 11 points from match number 1, from game number 1, and TechWing getting 10 points from game number 1.
For sure. TechWing, I think they were just a bit unfortunate that as soon as they got into that circle, they just got absolutely murked by every single squad that was already there. So it's just unfortunate that they could not hold that down. So yeah, I mean, hopefully we do see some improvement going into this second map of Stormpoint.
And speaking of second map of Stormpoint, we are now headed into game number 2. For Group A versus Group C, this is our batch day number 2. We'll be playing 6 games in total, and with 3 being played in Stormpoint and 3 being played in World's Edge.
Yep, and there is going to be some early contact, just like we said, at the first game between Kokolobi Gaming here and X-Ties. The last time that they actually tried to contest each other, it was more of just a poke battle, and then both of them just decided to just leave the POI because I think they're already satisfied with the loot that they already have. But I think this one is going to be a lot more violent going into this, so maybe loot is going to be a bit more sparse. They're going to try and see if they can eliminate them earlier in order to not have that threat right next to you.
After all, it was quite an unfortunate ring pull for game number 1, since it did pull towards the middle of the map, eventually ending the game by the side of Bunny Slopes near the wall. And if you're fighting a pretty prolonged contest over there, you don't really have the luxury of time. You're just going to get third-partied eventually, which did happen. None of the teams contesting Cascades actually ended up fully taking over the POI.
Kind of similar to how teams play Climatizer here. There is a contest, you kind of do it up first, take it slow, and then decide to fight from there. Or, I mean, whether or not to fight, actually. Going into this one, just a quick loot from every other squad. RA45 already available here for the Fuse. U66 probably happy about his loot at this very moment, but Kokolobi Gaming already looking to see if they can get some early damage in on towards the side of X-Ties, who's just trying to see if they can hear what spot this team is playing.
You on the Sentinel looking kind of scary over there, but let's not forget the fact that Kokolobi Gaming's Fusey, Yo66, has an RE45 with hammer points.
Ooh, that is going to absolutely shred anyone who is right in front of him. He has an EVA 8 as well, so that shotgun definitely going to help in the CQC, and the CQC is about to happen right in front of us. The shield is already going to go down for the Newcastle, but look at the pace from the side of Kokolobi Gaming. They're still not deciding to fight, and that might be a mistake. Here comes the Fuse, though, coming in from behind. Good shots from U66, but the EVA 8 is only scoring 14s. Oh, Mea down, but there's no trade just yet. Kokolobi Gaming, the shots are real. Oh, yeah, Kusia with the very nice shot on the R9, and the Mozambique absolutely shredding. No need for a hammer point. You just need this Horizon.
Yeah, no need indeed. And that's it. 19 squads remaining. Coco Lobby taking their very first win of this contest over here at Cascades.
Yeah, they finally just secure it. And this is what I was saying. Coco Lobby this time, they're not going to allow it because, just like I said, APAC North, the thing is, they're kind of selfish about their POIs. They don't want a team playing in the general area that they are, and that exactly what happened here in Cascade Falls. So the rest of the teams are just trying to do it as fast as possible here. Could be a bit of contact in between Soleil and now looking to fight here in Down Beast, but realize Washoy maybe not knowing the situation just yet. They're still trying to see if they can just go out for free here, but no. Soleil got the better loot as well, so I think they're going to opt in for the fight despite Archery only having a Napkin here. I mean, that's only going to be, that's the only player that they have to worry about. The rest, they're pretty healthy.
Yeah, and after all, a conduit is a conduit, and a conduit on purple this early into the game is looking pretty scary. Peace, though, popping a Phoenix kit this early on, and it seems that Archery found a blue armor just lying on the ground right there.
Yeah, and a bit of upgrades all across the board here, and there might be even a third team actually getting themselves involved here on the side of the Down Beast. So now it is a decision to make here for Soleil Gaming. Are we actually going to commit this fight, or are we just going to let Papico take over?
Interesting to see that these teams playing these positions. After all, we don't really see a lot of Down Beast fights. Not a lot of these fights happen this early into the game. After all, no point fighting this early for space and pressure. You're just going to end up depriving your team of resources. And even though Down Beast is one of the POIs with some of the better loots in the game, after all, it is by the edge. A lot of the teams are pretty conservative when it comes to resources. After all, they mostly do early rotates, if I'm not mistaken, Sneaky.
Yeah, and Papico, speaking of rotations, starting to see if they can just crawl on in. I mean, Down Beast is going to be a good spot, especially in this zone. It's kind of pulling in towards the top left side of the map, and you can already see Reignite in the general area as well, so already setting up shop in the Down Beast. But meanwhile, we pan on over to the other side. Diaz looking to fight Nebula Esports, or it could be the opposite. Nebula could be looking to fight Diaz here, but they're just not going to commit just yet. They want to make sure that there's no other team in the surroundings, but yeah, they're just waiting for the right time to strike here.
But you can hear from the distance a crypto drone just doing their shush, with Volks waiting to see where the crypto drone actually is. But speaking of, drone destroyed, and that seems to be a loss of information for the team that isn't even Diaz.
Diaz gets the last down. Maker V gonna have to pop that 10 shield and is gonna get that health right back up. Might be able to pop a mid hit right after that as well, but Reach is already calling. We have to boost this team. There's already too much time on our hands, and Synap is gonna get Rohai. Not get the finish just yet, but here comes the flank. The flank is not gonna work, and Synap with 2 kills on the board for him. Great damage going in towards their way, but here comes Dosukoi Impact coming in for the third party potentially, but they only have a Sentinel. But I think this is just a potential reset here for Diaz.
The res happening right in front of them, but thankfully the Bangalore smokes actually helped cover that reset, and we have Diaz looking pretty healthy at the moment. Maker, though, dropping his trusty Peacekeeper, trying to find potentially an SMG. No, it's a 30-30.
Yeah, Dosukoi doesn't want to fully commit to that fight just yet. Don't know if the teams in Down Beast are going to react accordingly here, especially Realize and NTH. They're still kind of playing that south side, so they can get themselves involved in the fight going in towards the south. But Realize was sure already flying out of their position, which was the middle of Down Beast, and now trying to see if they can opt in for a better position with this crypto drone, but
Triple Whites, not really looking too good. They do have a Rampart, though, and a Bangalore, not to mention crypto for information to help them play defensively, but they do need the resources. Crypto spying over a Watson generator from a neighboring team, and it seems that more and more teams are pouring into Down Beast at the moment, such as Reignite, positioning themselves in the belly of the beast, with Shunmi aiming at the conduit by the gravity cannon.
Yep, they do have to be careful, though. so many teams already in the down beast. It's not just one, could be three. So Lale Gaming also looking to rotate in, but Area 310 still trying to play in backfill here. But I think they're just gonna get right inside the ring. They're not too far. I think they do have that Bloodhound for information to scan right in front of them, so they know exactly what is happening. But yeah, all the teams already getting their respective positions here, with the exception of two. Exception already tried to scout out down beast here, but Yuki Perodator looking for that armor upgrade before they go for that full commit.
Just info gathering happening at the moment. Teams really utilizing the crypto or the Bangalore as well as the beacon scans. But I'm not sure if they're going to exactly like what's happening at the outside part of the down beast, where people are just constantly redeploying the smokes from Bangalore, allowing them to take cover and potentially hide their plans as well as their info. I mean, if you are a team just scouting and looking around, getting info on what characters that these teams are playing would definitely help a lot for planning for your endgame. And I think that's what most of these teams are aiming to do at the moment.
Yeah, and that's why you're seeing a whole lot of crypto drones flying and getting as much information as possible on the teams that are already located inside of the down beasts. So it is going to be a bit of trouble coming in from them. But I think everyone is still chilling. It's still round 2 circle, plenty of space to work with all over the place. So nothing to worry about for most of the teams that are already inside Satuchi Sparks as well.
Oh, they even have a crafter over here.
All right then. We have a problem.
Purple already for the Satuchi Sparks. So they're going to be quite the hard team to fight. But HAO kind of looking on the horizon, trying to see if they can gain any information on the teams.
Yeah, I feel like the way these Apac North games are playing out at the moment, Sneaky, it's more tactical than mechanical. I don't know how many times we've panned into a crypto drone just gathering information, but I think that is a really cool aspect of these games because you don't really see teams just full sending. They're really strategic about the way they play their early and mid games. And then by the end of it, by the late game, once they realize that, oh, the ring pull is going to head this way, oh, these teams aren't rotating fast enough, oh, we are not rotating fast enough, that's where you see the chaos. And that's exactly where most of these teams actually start dying out.
Yeah, for sure. And, I mean, these teams, especially when it comes to these fights, the 3v3s in APAC North specifically, it's just so precise. They know how to just target a single player and get out at that very next moment. So
that's
teams,
scary.
you have to be careful. Yeah, I mean, you can just die at any time and you won't even realize it.
Look at that crypto drone scan. You can see right by the banner 8 squads, 7 squads surrounding the team of North Eption. And we will potentially see more teams as the zone starts closing in.
Yeah, and Yuka needs to be super wary if he does want to keep that generator alive. Might have to try and pick it up as soon as the EMP does pop, but yeah, everyone, just like we said, just in their respective buildings, already almost 5 squads going into and near down beasts. So it's going to be quite the fight going on the inside, especially that the zone, I think it usually doesn't finish on top of down beasts. It's more of just the surroundings of it. So we're going to wait and see what the circle does entail.
And there you have it. We have Ringtree pulling towards the side of Down Beast. Definitely going to pressure the squads such as Mose that are still by the side of Checkpoint. Anaya though with the Revenant and the 30-30 trying to get some poke damage in order to allow Techwing to rotate into the zone. But they have to be really careful. After all, Checkpoint is still there. There's still a lot of teams just neighboring and hovering beside them.
Yeah.
And it seems that their safest bet right now is a tunnel rotate. But Anaya kind of a bit too far forward. But after all, Anaya's playing a Revenant. Not really much of an issue at the moment. Libel Ace on the Bangalore. I think the newest addition to the Techwing team, if I'm not mistaken. But oh, spots an enemy just casually strolling by. Libel going back, trying to reunite with Anaya. They are not really in a very good position at the moment. Their conduit is way too far behind. And Anaya is backing off, actually.
Yeah, And I think TechWing has kind of their hands behind their back at this spot, so they really need to fight south here. They need to take out Area 310 in order to have no disturbance going into this zone, but instead, they just ignore them entirely. TechWing...
But it seems that they're actually going back.
So they're double dipping. All right. I mean, they maybe change their minds as soon as they try to rotate out, maybe try and bait the team to go out of their position and push into them, but TechWing, I think they have a rough idea after that balloon has been popped of what is going on in this situation.
But it feels like it's just a...
Distraction.
Yeah, it's just a distraction. They were trying so hard to dupe the other teams into thinking that they're rotating that way with Area 310, trying to find them through the tunnels, through the neighboring buildings, and not really being successful in doing any of that. Meanwhile, we pan into the fly view where we see more and more teams descending into the side of the down beast. And it's looking pretty dense, Sneaky. 18 squads, so many, so much chaos even.
And this is where the chaos starts. The round 3 circle closing. Every single team looking for a spot. Every single team looking to fight for a spot here. As Area 310 starts to enter the zone. Able to take out the drone here, but they're going to have to back off a bit. They do have the gazebo for now, but that's a down on Lemon. That could be a green light for Fnatic to push this team, and Mitarashi already eating 2 nades.
But it's how that's actually nade spamming them complete with the Valkyrie rockets. And it seems that it's not looking too good for Milim over here.
Yep, and HAO was actually waiting for this moment to happen on Area 310. They were waiting for a squad that's right behind them to get downed by one of the teams that are actually so far. Yuka Apac, he took one person down with a charge rifle. So I think it's just going to be Satushi Sparks trying to see if they can get some accessory KP from that fight, but it's not going to happen. They'd rather just keep the tunnel that they have at the moment.
And because of that, Milim still alive despite the grief from Satoshi Sparks. The Sparks not keen on compromising their position, and Milim's just now bullet dancing, trying to avoid the bullets, trying to avoid the fuse cues.
Yep, spotted by that drone, so they are aware of his presence here on the gazebo, but doesn't want to go for the full commit just yet. They know that more than one team is also looking at that spot, and here we go. The down beast is only worth 3 legs, possibly going into this last zone. It's half water, half beast in this final circle, but Reignite looking over, trying to see if they can gain position on one of these legs, but HAO having to move as well. They're quite far from the round 4 zone.
HAO finally eliminating Area 310, and they are aiming for a Valkyrie rotation. 13 squads remaining, and as you can see from the scan, a lot of the teams, a lot of the good positions actually are already occupied, and this is what you get for late rotating in a region such as Apac North, where teams are very keen on playing for the end game. It's not a good spot indeed, and they're sharing all of this open space with another team. Reject Winity eliminated off screen. 12 squads remaining. More and more teams are dying. Wategashi trying his best to avoid the bullets.
HAO having to fight forward here, having to fight whoever's in front in order to survive, just to try and see if they can cover themselves with the remaining crab leg here on the down beast. But the rest of the squads, if they look over, especially the 2D Sparks, they can deal some damage. But speaking of damage, Reignite starting to go in. They already got one down. Good spray from Sudatakin. Realize 2 members down already. Kokolobi is out. There's so many teams fighting in this very moment. Reignite gets one more, but that's actually Tano Master also trying to dip into this fight, and instead he's the one who goes first down for his squad. Reignite absolutely on fire right now. Matsutash getting that KP and just backs off.
Matsutash with the longbow, now griefing a completely different team. This is so fun to see, actually. 10 squads, round 5, so much chaos. You pan to the right, you're shooting another team. You pan to the left, there's another team. You pan to your bottom side, and there's a different set of teams as well. Look at Satuki heading headfirst straight into a fight, and Laika getting it down. 72 on the red, and that Valkyrie sadly cracked, tries to fly away, and that's how eliminated. 7 squads remaining.
Yeah, Hao got that 8th place finish, but I think they're going to be slightly sad about that, considering they actually won the fight for control of that spot against Area 310. And unfortunately, they do go down to Fnatic, who's kind of godlike on these timings to go for these third parties, and we only have 6 squads left in this very tiny zone, which is somewhat out in the open. The only people with cover is Diaz, but they don't have cover on their front. It's more on top.
And aside from that, we have 2 solos playing at the moment. So in actuality, only 4 of these squads are actually a complete trio. Reignite aiming for the early end game, late game rotate, but Matsutash not looking too good. Goes down first, and they are getting shot from their behind.
Oh, absolutely beamed with that bow check from Satuki. Absolutely taking everyone out. A sandwich in between Northreption and Fnatic. Absolutely shredding Reignite. And Fnatic looking to see if they can go farther into the zone. They have just been fighting and succeeding in every single skirmish that they have just had. And they are looking for one more great 100 crack on that wingman. And they go under. They do have the Newcastle ult to play for that slight cover. Also have the climb up option indeed, but Diaz looking to climb right back up into this one, but the spikes are really making it difficult for this team just to climb up.
Liker though not looking too good, but Satuki on the bow check looking pretty scary. Spots another squad but has the target swap towards another end. It seems that Fnatic is actually the squad that is sandwich.
Yeah, and the squads on the low ground have a decision to make. Do you play second, or do you try to see if you can go for the third party and try to play for first? Diaz opting in for the first option instead. Synap with some good damage, but has to back off. The temp shields are going to save him a bit, but this fight is not looking good for them. The team on top, Soleil Gaming, looking to gain some damage, looking to gain some ants, and they do in Resh here. Looking to go for the finish, but they can't just yet. The rest of the squad in the low ground looking to swing. Soleil, though, trying to look over. Satuki does get Synap. Fnatic trying to play for second. Soleil trying to seal the game. Still on the low ground for 30-30 doing some damage. There is one spike out in the open here on the water in order to provide some cover. Fnatic with a good fight. They got into the high ground. Soleil Gaming, you thought you had control, but it was Fnatic this entire time. Oh my word, Fnatic steal it from Soleil's nose. And just like that, the superior fighting force of Fnatic got the win in game number 2. I did not expect that.
That's just pretty insane, Sneaky. You've seen what I've seen. Initially, they were being sandwiched. Initially, they were at the disadvantage. But the teams were too complacent, and they let Fnatic rob it straight away from them. Now we will be heading into another break as we discuss what just happened in match number 2 in 5-7-6 minutes. And now we will be having a quick recap of what just happened at match number 2, at game number 2. Quite the contrary, despite the expectations that the team with the better positioning would be winning. At the end of the day, it's still Fnatic victorious.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic, not a surprise, as they're one of the teams that impressed us the most in scrims, and kind of showing the same as well here in our game number 2. Eliminated a lot of teams as they were trying to file into the zone, and every team that they ran into basically fell to them, with the exception of the final team, who was kind of just holding the high ground the entire time, which was the Soleil Sparks. And then all of a sudden, Soleil Sparks surprised out of nowhere, one person down. They were panicking the entire time as Fnatic was moving on to them, and Fnatic made an unwinnable situation winnable. Straight up impressive play coming in from them.
Fnatic was going crazy. They were playing so aggressively. Very unlike the tempo usually of the teams from what we've seen from the early game to the mid game. And it seems that we are now heading into match number 3, game number 3, the last game of Stormpoint. Any prediction for this one, Sneaky?
Hopefully, maybe like a hard north zone. Maybe north top right.
Yeah, we
instead of
saw a
top
middle
left.
one, and now we saw a down beast one. Maybe we'll see a hard north zone. I mean,
Maybe,
lightning rod is pretty fun,
I
actually.
mean, maybe another banger of a zone here in Devastated Coast. As, I mean, that one was
That was crazy. The
absolute
team,
crazy.
the
Everyone
team
was
at
thinking
height, that POV, it was like you were at the top of the mountain. You can just look down on all of these teams. And I like the verticality in this map so much, to the point that I would willingly grind a lot of hours in this game in Apex just playing Stormpoint. It is really beautiful. You can look at the seas. You can look at the beautiful sky that has now recently turned purple. Nice addition, by the way, Apex.
Yep.
We also saw some POIs changing with the removal of antenna and pylon, replacing it instead. We also had High Point getting a major makeover, turning itself into what we now call a zoo station.
Yep. And yeah, there's going to be another contest once again coming into Cascade Falls between X-Ties and Kokolobi Gaming. And the last time that these two teams did clash, Kokolobi Gaming did come out on top. So let's see if X-Ties can get some revenge from that prior game and maybe go deeper than 19th. But yeah, they're just going to go for a pickup. Good RNG actually on those weapons. R301, EVA 8, even the Spitfire, one of the most underrated weapons in comp at this very moment. So already quite the threat that they're showing, but the blue is already taken by Jakusia in this one.
Oh, Jakusha. Horizon with a blue, looking pretty good at the moment. But speaking of X-Ties, kind of getting caught off guard over there by Jakusha.
Ooh, look at the positioning from the side of Kokolobi. They're basically surrounding this squad inside of the building, and they don't know what to look at. They don't know where to go. And here comes the push coming in. Oh, who is that guy? All of a sudden, another dude came out of nowhere from behind, and all of a sudden, the flankers become deflanked. And X-Ties instead gets the win here in the Cascade Falls, and they go beyond 20th.
That was a pretty interesting shift of tempo compared to what we saw from game number 1 and game number 2, with game number 1 actually not ending in any resolution from the contest, and game number 2 we saw a pretty clean fight, but still it took quite a lot of time. But now it's just a clean, full sweep by X-Ties. 19 squads remaining, and a lot more time. The teams are actually rotating as early as now, with How moving into Cascades as we speak.
Yep. And the rest of the squads now just starting to move in. I think everyone has a general idea of where the zone is going, and we are going to go checkpoint this time for the zone. So we are already seeing Soleil and Reignite starting to move on in to these buildings as the triple whites, but Soleil, we've already saw them in the end game before. They know how to hold it out in their spot.
But as you can see, anything can happen. We saw some pretty powerhouse teams failing to hold their position by the end of the game. Meanwhile, look at that. Matsutash with a 30-30 getting a crack on the conduit. And that conduit is none other than Soleil Sunny. Not looking too sunny on the side of their storm point.
Yeah, I think they were expecting that checkpoint would be a lot more free maybe, but you got to remember that Reignite is always going to be in this area, especially now that the circle has come to them. They could just basically occupy half a checkpoint and just prevent any of these teams from climbing up this hill. And Soleil Gaming just having to play the buildings in the low ground instead. Now just looking to see if they can gatekeep any teams coming in.
And meanwhile, at the outside part of the map, we're seeing Riddle Order not really looking too good at the moment.
Yeah, and they're just trying to run away. They don't want to get involved in this fight. They don't want to get caught early outside of the round 1 closing. So instead, they're just going to pop some of these smokes, some of these temp shields to try and just run as fast as possible. But the NSD Gaming squad is also trying to give chase, but they're not going to give chase so far. Instead, they're just going to opt in for the crafters and try to get those armors up.
NSD Gaming choosing to rotate instead. After all, they do have really good armor. They have a Crypto, they have a Bangalore, and a Catalyst. Interesting comp, actually. I think this comp, among most of what we've seen, proves to be the most flexible. I think that Watson is not really looking to be that strong for APAC North.
Yeah, it's kind of like interchangeable at this moment. I think the more mobile teams go for that Catalyst instead of the Watson, because you know you can kind of move with the character, and you do have that catwall for the sake of the rotation. But some of these teams, they do love that Watson. That generator can really save you a lot of these meds. It can really save you a lot of those troubles with those nades. So it's going to be a 50-50 depending on how you play the style.
And aside from that, due to the sheer density of all of these teams, Watson seemed to be really useful for the end game. That is, if you survive up until the end game.
Yeah, and we did see earlier, I mean, I think that was HAO who rotated into the down beast, and the generator actually kind of helped them survive for just a bit to get that third place. So there is some of those moments where the Watson does help, but at the moment, Xeyes fresh from the contest here in Cascade, now looking to see if they can just file on in, not too far from the zone, basically right next to it, or actually in between it. So Xeyes is gonna opt in for some loot on the underside of the tunnel, which already has been PvE'd.
And it seems that they were poking Realize earlier, but even Realize chose to... Even Realize that they need to rotate, since you still have 19 squads remaining.
Yeah, and knowing Realize, they're usually, at this point of the game, still running that triple white, so really don't want to fight the team that already has double purple and a blue, and knowing Xeyes, the 30-30 is going to hurt by quite a lot.
Oh, now they have a triple blue and a charge rifle, looking really scary at the moment. But you know what I like about Sizu's economy usage earlier? Sizu, having an R301, a really interesting assault rifle weapon, the favorite of many players, chose to use the single fire method earlier in order to conserve bullets. After all, Sizu only has 180 of light ammo. And I think that that's some of the things often overlooked in competitive Apex. The way that you manage your economy, you can't just keep poking people. You can't just keep peeking. You're going to lose some HP. You're going to have to reset and replenish it. And it's not always the case that you can just have some shiny shield battery at the ground loot available for your choosing.
Yep. Not everyone's the CEO that you can be low on bullets but still be effective in those fights. But however, the teams are doing a good job just trying to poke out, trying to be smart on these shots, trying to conserve as much as possible. HAO, though, already in checkpoint, trying to clear this bottom side, but there is a problem. There is already a squad in one of these buildings, but they do have the crypto, so they can just gain information while they stay safe in the building.
I like the fact that the teams that are using a crypto are using him so strategically, to the point that I don't even recognize that this is the Apex Legends that I am familiar with. Because since most people, all they see is the flashy kills, the flashy mayhem, the chaos and everything. But to these teams, especially the ones with the crypto, with the Watson, with the Catalyst, the defensive way that they play the games give us an insight on just how flexible and dynamic Apex Legends can be.
For sure, for sure. But there is still a lot of teams outside of the zone at this very moment. Of course, we do see Fnatic still kind of hanging around on the outside of this wall, actually on the bottom side of it. So, going to be interesting to see where they end up going into this final zone, as it is not too bad of a spot for them. But the rest of the squads, you know, kind of just playing friendly here in checkpoint, sharing their buildings, sharing their tunnels, but still a whole lot of squads outside of the possible zone, but kind of depends on what the guess is here.
And I like to believe that we will be seeing a checkpoint zone. So Reignite, for example, has to be one of the teams with a better position at the moment.
Yeah, Pulverex is already in those tunnels, so they're going to try and see if they can just hold it down from there. But there is also a squad wanting to test whether or not Pulverex can actually hold this position. But I think they're just trying to space out. NSD not trying to go too far forward here, but yeah, I mean, the rest of the squads, just like I said, getting their respective buildings here. There's still plenty of them here in checkpoint. It's more about whether or not you can actually cross into those buildings alive.
You're trying your best to get into Stormpoint, but you have to understand that there's a lot of teams that were here way earlier, and NSD Gaming is sadly facing the consequences of their late rotate. Nafudal throwing Arc Stars, trying to buy time and space for his teammates, but unfortunately, is it enough? Sumiyoshi running for dear life.
Yeah, already spent the EMP in order to slow down this team from rotating, and I think this is mission success. They only spent the cat wall, some of Cat's HP, but that could be just be meted up really, really quickly as they go back up the hill. Got their building. NSD seems like they got their spot.
That is indeed a really expensive rotate for the side of NSD. Meanwhile, we have chaos unfolding over here at the side of wall.
Oh, Anemone with that. Oh, with that flatline, and that was actually Fnatic, who was playing low ground prior to this fight into the wall. I think they went right back up and tried to see if they can gain a high ground advantage going into checkpoint.
Yeah, and not to mention they are our current leaderboard carries. They placed first after that strong game number 2 finish, and seeing as how they're eliminated this early on just goes to show how dynamic the scoreboard will be looking at a few moments from now. You really just can't predict what can happen. X-Ties also eliminated this early, 17 squads remaining.
Yeah, and X-Ties unfortunately running into one of the best fighting teams in this server, which is going to be Riddle Order. But speaking of fights, looking like that's just trying to opt in to gain some position, but it seems like they just want to go for the Broken Armory instead, stay inside of that this entire time. But the teams are now starting to see that the circle is not going to end up in checkpoint exactly. Instead, it's going to be in these gazebos, in these low grounds that we are seeing already occupied by Pulverex. But Pulverex, this is not a spot that you can easily hold. You're going to need to rely on that Bangalore to smoke smartly here.
Not to mention, you may have the best position in zone, but since this is another gazebo zone, a lot of the teams will be looking to take over your building or maybe camp out in the tunnels and pretend that they're not there. So we might have some extreme ratage action later into the game.
Yep, Pulverex already opting out of the dugouts, and they still do have FTN checking the flank just in case. But speaking of the flank, there's already a flank going on, possibly for the teams going into low ground. The drone trying to look over, but here comes the damage from North Reption, watching from on top of checkpoint, not letting this team rotate for free.
Yeah, Soleil Gaming, despite running triple whites, looking pretty healthy actually. I think they were the team that was running away from Reignite at the very start of the game, and it's good that they were able to survive for this long despite really not having a lot of HP on their side.
For sure. And North Eption still kind of a bit doubtful whether or not they can rotate down the hill in this situation. They don't know if it's safe or not.
But Soleil isn't the only team playing the low ground at the moment. We have realized Mashowi being a bit sneaky by the Spiders, trying to see if they can rotate as early as now. But you know what? They're not going to rotate this early. Not just yet. Reject though. They were eliminated pretty early on at game number 2 actually. Papico eliminated off screen, 16 squads remaining.
And the kill feed actually starts to go wild here, as the teams are now starting to fight for position, and the dugouts are occupied by so many squads already. But there is still tons of teams still in checkpoint, and one single choke point that they have to go through. But who is going to opt in to rotate first? Problem is, if you do rotate first, you get absolutely beamed by every single team looking over the spot. And Reject Winity, though, just very comfortable in their tunnel, Watsoned up in this space. But you're going to see some teams starting to fly in. Techwing on the end of these dugouts, but no Money Chi are they looking low in this situation. 15 squads, still plenty to play with.
And look at that, Kraber in the care pack looking really scary at the moment. Diaz, Catalyst Wall being deployed in order to help with the rotate. 30-30 shots, sadly not landing, but they have a really good possession at the moment, as well as really good angles. Synap, I think, might be looking to grab the Kraber after all. It's just right there by the hillside, but I think this team instead has other plans. Maker on the Havoc, looking dangerous at the moment.
Yeah, don't want to face that Havoc, especially when you get full beamed by it. But Diaz have to be worried because Riddle Order is also in the general area, so they have to worry about their flank. They also have to worry about their front because Pulverex is also looking over this fight. And FTN already setting up the Newcastle wall just in case that there's any push that's going to happen here in the dugouts going into the gazebo. But the circle does get smaller. Pulverex is in a perfect position.
North Eption though looking to rotate, taking over the tunnel actually, and driving out another squad away from it. Satoshi Sparks though lurking around nearby with Shank on the wingman.
Yeah, Satoshi Sparks opting in to play slightly outside of zone here, but the Conduit ultimate is going to delay their rotation going into these dugouts. But Satoshi Sparks taking their sweet time, waiting for the round 4 circle to close. But look at the amount of teams that are still inside of checkpoint. Guys, it's time to rotate.
Running out of time, running out of resources. Not really the look that you want to set up for the end game, with Reject Quinity Sangjin deploying Rolling Thunder this early on in order to prepare for the fight, but he might have thrown it towards the wrong direction.
Oh no, not the best news. Dosukoi Impact.
Oh, more Rolling Thunders going in.
Oh, trying to nade in as much as possible. HAO on the other side, but there's another squad in the corner.
Oh, Watagashi, the last person remaining on their squad, struggling really hard, making sure to deploy a generator just right in time before they are nade spam. Watagashi now has to run away. TechWing eliminated a bunch of squads, are slowly heading back into the lobby. 12 squads remaining.
There you go. Realize Washoy is out. He can't limit break your way out of this fight. That is for sure. Dosukoi Impact. Really good job. They recovered from that prior fight and is going to look for a rehit in towards the dugouts here, as so many teams are just fighting as much as possible and the war just continues going into the round 5 circle. Pulverex just chilling in the backside. Meanwhile, we go into Soleil Gaming's perspective and they finally get those down. And they got so much loot on their side of the map. They can go for the armor upgrades as well. But here comes the third party. Soleil Gaming instantly 2 players down. And not even a chance, not even a blink against Riddle Order.
But Riddle Order is also missing one member, Saku, offline at the moment, unable to help. Yukio struggling to get an armor swap, slides off the bin, tries to deploy a catalyst wall, but unfortunately, it isn't really covering a lot of area at the moment. It does help seal that angle for them in order for them to recover, but Yukio struggling really hard, hoping to dupe the enemy. He walks into the playground! That's an insane play!
Yukio going huge, but can he save the team from certain danger here? Melstera does finally get that swap. Satuchi Sparks eliminated. A breath of relief for the side of Riddle, but only temporarily, as another team is also looking at the top of the hill, and Dosukoi Impact ready and roaring to strike. The circle gets smaller. Northeption still looking for a spot to play within, but looking at the HP bars, the circle's already closing. It's going to be a bit of a difficult rotation here for the side of Riddle Order.
It seems that Riddle Order is really struggling hard to get away from the chaos, but resetting is going to take time. And aside from resetting, rotating will also take a lot of their time. Northeption looking ready to gatekeep the squads. They have this side of the tunnels prepared, and they are now scouting for their next enemy.
Yeah, and they're already kitted up, they've already fenced up, but it doesn't matter if the enemy comes on top of you. NSD Gaming, good spray from Axis, but they cannot get enough damage in. This is a trio just to remind them. Axis gets absolutely beamed, absolutely pushed. Sumiyoshi doesn't even get a single kill here, but Taida is one breath away from dying, and that he finally does. Watagashi gets the kill with the Arcstar Yuke. Perodator from the top of the rock gets big damage in. Oh my word, on 1 HP of all things. And Northeption surviving, barely breathing. Only a knockdown shield is blocking them and the squad right in front.
Yuka Predator trying really hard, but there you go, not enough. Northeption eliminated, 3 squads remaining. You have Pulverex over here, and they are very aware that there is a solo just right beyond. But Sumiyoshi goes down, and this is your top 2. Pulverex going against Dosukoi Impact.
This is the fight to end all fights here in Stormpoint. Dosukoi Impact waiting for the perfect timing to strike. Both teams have already reset. Both teams on full armors. But who is going to strike first? Pulverex has been waiting on their spot this entire time, and they finally capitalized on the fights on the outside. As the zone just gets smaller, high ground, Godrock being held here by Pulverex. And they also have the pull here on the zone, so the situation is perfect for them to get a win.
Interestingly enough, one squad is playing by the height and another is playing by the low. So it's really just a matter of which team plays their position better than the other one. After all, no horizons, but we do have Dosukoi Impact running a Valkyrie on Meltage.
I think I heard a Rolling Thunder being popped, actually. I take that back. They do have ults to fight for this one. Catwalls on both sides. Newcastle also put this ultimate down earlier, so additional cover for the side of Pulverex. But I think this is going to be the push-in coming in from the Dosukoi Impact. However, the Catwall delaying this fight. so much. Pulverex trying to look for a better position as the zone does close farther. Dosukoi having to go back into the dugout, and now they have to climb. But the damage coming in from the left side. Tato Master, can he go for more? Good cracks, 2 cracks. Meltage gets 2. Pulverex, you were comfortable this entire game, but Dosukoi impact from the low ground instead gets the win.
We have our Apex champions.
After that amazing finish from Dosukoi, Impact will be taking a break as we head into World's Edge.
It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity.
now we are headed into the very first match of World's Edge. It is I, Rexu Lily, and joining me today, this lovely afternoon, where we will be seeing actually a lot of lava, is none other than Sneaky Frog.
Yep, and we go into World's Edge here for game number 4. It's been a spicy few games that we've had in Storm Point, not gonna lie. All zones possibly seen today. Middle, top left, slightly top left. You know, we've seen it all here in Storm Point, basically in Apac North. But we go into World's Edge. The contests are gonna be Trials and Skyhook West, possibly here for Satuchi Sparks and Dosukoi Impact, and we have Lava Fisher, which is going to be occupied by Reignite versus Soleil Gaming. So that's going to be interesting to keep tabs on. And question is, who is going to get that last laugh?
Interesting contest that we have for today, but we'll see if the tempo of the lobby actually changes based on what we saw. We saw a more aggressive Storm Point from game number 3 compared to what has occurred in game number 1. So I think it's definitely the players just having a feel of the lobbies, of how they want to play their teams, how they want to end their games. And as you know, Sneaky, it's never a great idea to have anyone disrupt your starting conditions, but we do have a bunch of cons happening at the moment. So we'll see what will happen in a few moments from now. And hopefully we'll see a interesting place this time. But
Reignite respecting the Lava Fisher, instead going into Big Mod. Okay, interesting change by them. And also, I only see one team here in Sky West and Trials. So maybe some last-second pivots from some of the team that realized that, some of these spots that have good loot are actually available. Let's not just risk our lives and throw it to a possible 3v3. Instead, let's just play the guarantees.
yeah, even Realize and Pulverex sharing Mirage Etoile and staging, usually one of the team or the other is keen on eliminating the other guy pretty early on. But very respectful. Very respectful drops. And some of the teams, especially the ones from Landslide, which is how HAO now preparing for their rotate.
Yep, happens when you're that far up north in this zone. At the same time, the contest here in Trials in Skyhook did not occur, unfortunately. Satuchi Sparks went Epicenter instead. And yeah, interesting how that's going to pan out. That is for sure, because I know that there is a team camping around the survey at this very moment, and they can just move on through. But instead, look at XTS. They just decided to opt out of the fight. They just wanted to stay in a god spot instead.
And we also have North Eption by the side of Epicenter. Just kind of lurking around, threatening the poor squads on the lower ground, trying to find their way into height. And hopefully they are there first, as opposed to the other squads that are lurking nearby.
For sure, for sure. North Eption, though, wanting to start off the fights. First damage here in the lobby, and it comes from North Eption, the nemesis of Razy. But I think the other squad does not want to opt in for a fight just yet. It's still super early here in Climatizer, so don't want to go for that full commit.
Still 20 squads remaining. A lot of things still can happen. But interestingly, North Eption is running a Watson, Bangalore, and a Valkyrie. We don't really see a lot of Valkyries at this area. And good fences over there from the side of Yuga Predator.
Yeah, and North Eption looking to gain that early position here in zone, considering they do have that Watson. And that they do, they're still pretty deep in this one. So I think they're going to be hanging around this building for a while they wait for the zone to close. But still, some of the other teams still outside, ready and roaring to go, hopefully. But yeah, North Eption just going to stay inside this entire time. But yeah, it seems like the north side of the map is really filled to the brim. However, no violence has been witnessed just yet, as we still do have 60 people on the map. And we do have somewhat of a middle closing circle, but okay, let's do a bit of guessing here. Maybe it is gonna pull in towards more Climatizer. I'm feeling the open field.
Yeah, possibly Sneaky. It might be a Climatizer ring, seeing as so many teams are attempting to rotate northwise as opposed to east side or west side. But Satoshi Sparks, interestingly, losing one of their members already. Good shots over here from the side of their Bloodhound with a triple take. But losing a member this early on into a fight, not looking too good. Reignite gets 1 KP from that. 59 players in the lobby, and that's your first blood.
Yep, and that's a rough casualty as well. You already lose your catalyst so early. That means your rotation power is going to be cut by quite a lot. So Reignite, good first pick. That means the other team is just going to back off. They don't want to get themselves too involved in this train. And Reignite going to use that Loba to catch all that loot instead.
Interesting choice of Legend. Loba definitely going to help them sustain themselves in the end zone as they rotate firstly into the ring, but I'm not sure if they are able to actually loot that much, considering just how defensive and how safe these teams are attempting to play. Bangalore counter ult being thrown by Shenmi, and we have Hao, HAO actually aiming to full send them, but Watsagashi wanting to be just extra super duper sure that they are the only squads in the lobby, trying to get information.
Yep, and it seems like it isn't. So I think HAO might be trying to see if they can just rotate out of this position. They got themselves in this spot, but I think they're just going to stay here for a while. They do have a Watson to keep themselves safe in this very small train. But the rest of the squad is still pretty peaceful in this zone. Just some crypto
Greetings.
action.
Friendly greetings across the squad happening at the moment. Squads aiming to get info all throughout. We also have Realize Mishowi also running a crypto.
Actually, now that I realize that there's so many cryptos in this lobby, there's going to be a lot of armor drops. And I think that Loba might be able to sneak some armors into that armory, do a little yoinking action, maybe get a
That
red.
would be insane if that does occur into the late game. After all, I think that is so far the only Loba that we have in the lobby. We can look at some of these team picks. Most of them running, of course, a Bangalore. Hard meta character in comp right now. What can I say? She's just that flexible. She's just that strong. We also have Fnatic, for example, running a Watson and a Catalyst. And some of these teams instead choosing to drop the firing capability for an information legend such as Crypto or maybe perhaps Bloodhound.
Yeah, also some choices as well. Change for some of the teams. Bouts are about to be pulled out here in World's Edge. You don't see them a lot because, you know, World's Edge, you don't need that fast of a rotation. But some of the teams, especially the teams who opted in to play that Watson, they really need to get that quick rotate into the zone itself. But we are going to see Riddle Order gonna go up in this mountain, but he's gonna
gunshots
go
being
down.
heard far outside, just being extra careful. Saku shoots one shot off the rampage, then moves towards another direction. Yukio though staying at the bottom just to make sure that all of their entry points are well guarded.
Yeah, Riddle Order, you don't want to be held out here. So I think they're just going to try to get an early move going in towards the north side. Techwing already looking for a spot. Triple purple for them already. Got so much loot playing that far up. But going to wait and see if these guns are just as effective. The Bolt, of course, the most fired gun in the entire ALGS Year 4 so far. The 30-30 as well coming in at a close second. Two of the best guns in the game. Oh, but Ace eats a nade to start things off.
Not looking too good over there from the side of Techwing, but they do have height. So that's a good advantage to have, especially for fights like this. Anaya, though, staying loyal to the Revenant. Despite map changes, we switch from Stormpoint to World's Edge. Still, Techwing is running a Revenant. And I simply love to see off-meta picks and what these pro players can do regarding the off-meta legends such as a Revenant, such as a Loba. Maybe we'll see them actually outperform and see some interesting edge cases where these compositions actually end up working.
Yep, but Anaya, though, want to keep yourself alive, my friend, especially with how effective a Revenant can be in the epicenter specifically. The amount of spots that you can climb on over
Yeah, look at that vault.
You have to look behind them, though. Tech Wing, the flank is in danger, my friend.
Oh, it's Crypto Drone versus Crypto Drone at the moment. But the banner doesn't seem to be indicating the presence of any other team. I think both teams might be too far from each other for the read to happen. Anaya, though, missing the sentinel shots, reloading. Oh! And finds a person by the bridge side.
Yep, good information. That's NSD Gaming. You realize that there is a team on the other side of this icicle, and they just pop the EMP instantly, and here comes the damage as well. But Sumiyoshi got caught looking at his phone while the drone is still open, and Axis gonna go down. Nefudal might be right up next, and that was the easiest wipe from Tech Wing. They just caught them off guard.
That was an insane EMP. The first squad to be eliminated from this lobby. 19 squads remaining, but Liable just wanting to make sure that they aren't about to get third-partied. Throws the Rolling Thunder, scaring away Synap and Resh away from the fight.
Yeah, he's just gonna have to back up all the way here. Diaz, they do have that conduit in order to get those temp shields, but having a hard time just trying to rotate in. I think they need a bit of help from Resh to kind of clear out some information in front of them in order to get a safe rotation going into this zone, and it's not actually going to pull in towards Survey Cap. Instead, I think it is the one that goes to the open field in front of Climatizer, so I think teams are going to fight for that wall. Instead, no, it's going to land on top of half of the buildings here on the POI.
Interesting. We might actually see a lot of lava action later on, with Climatizer having a lot of ridges by the mountainside where the buildings have been placed beside the lava. So these teams, I think Watson actually won't really be that effective if you're playing from a POI such as Climatizer. But
what?
Kokolobi Gaming getting a KP from Area 310. But where exactly are the teammates? Milim with the Prowler and Mitarashi playing from height. They lose Lemon, their Crypto in the process.
Yeah, and that's so much information lost here for the side of Area 310, especially the amount of times that they do rely on Lemon to pick out the fights for him, and the rest of the squad now Crypto-less, but still team looking to see if they can capitalize on the numbers advantage. But realize Washoy also kind of just flying on over. We can see a total of 4 Crypto drones trying to scan the area at the very moment. Reject Winity looking for a fly in. Maybe they can play the roof. Instead, they're just going to play the first floor of this building. They do have that Watson, so it's not going to be a guarantee for the team that is going in. But here comes the EMP. There goes the black hole. Oh, but no, the generator being the MVP eats all the nades, but also eats the smoke. Oh no! And here comes the swing from Mose, and betrayed by your own generator. Not like this.
That is just simply unfortunate, Sneaky. That was one of the best possible things that you can have in a fight, a generator, but all of the nades, even the smokes, just keeps getting eaten. It's friendly fire to an extreme level. It's like when your utilities backfire on you, it doesn't work, it drains your resources, and absolutely nothing happens. You lose space in the process.
Yeah, just like lining up an Arc Star and it lands in front of the window, and you can't do anything about it. Unfortunate. But that's just how the game works, and it works out for Mose. And Mose, they do get the Climatizer building for now. However, the roof is still available, so any team can fly in and possibly play this high ground, potentially.
And unfortunately for Reject Winity, they were just stuck in the corner, making it extremely easy for Mose to just wipe them. Simple as that. 17 squads remaining, and Satoshi Sparks actually eliminated off screen, and a lot of chaos is now descending at the side of Climatizer, with multiple squads struggling to get into zone, and you can see that only half of the lobby is actually inside Climatizer.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Satoshi Sparks did not make it to the top 10, considering they were the team that actually dropped here in Epicenter. So I think they just didn't have any chance to go into the zone. Instead, they just got inted by Realize, and Realize is the one holding that entire Epicenter spot at the moment. However, 18 seconds left. Teams are going to start to opt in into these fights because the circle is going to get smaller. Here comes Techwing going for the push. However, the inside of the car is still pretty precarious. They do have the Watson,
and they do have a Jenny as well.
Oh, gets the swap. Forge Shadow is going to be popped here by Anaya, and I think this is going to be the fight here. Lily Techwing, bit of damage, good spray on that Volt, and no money she gonna get the first kill, but Anaya gonna be right up next, and Techwing, the damage is real. No money she, they somehow turn it around, and Techwing finally getting Riddle Order, who was inside of that truck, and no casualties. That means they can just run into the zone.
North Epson eliminated, 14 squads remaining, but Libel getting shredded as he traverses the sky. Not looking too good for Libel, but he is a Bangalore after all, and I'm not too sure about this drop actually. It's in the middle of everyone, but Anaya, Libel, and No Money She seems to be looking good, except for the bullets that is now targeting them.
Wow, the container is not as safe as they think. There is still the roof that you can play right on top of Moe's. So I don't think they were risking that play at the moment, especially Moe's. I think as soon as they hear that the team is landing on top of them, they're going to go for the climb up. But instead, you can see there's already 5 squads in the same building. Everyone's just respecting each other at this very moment. But no, Diaz instead, Resh, 1 HP, no armor, no HP on this Bloodhound, is going to have to play the high ground. Diaz, they do have Maker still alive, so they can give the temp shield. However, this fight is not looking good for their side, but Realize Washoy also in the same position. It's kind of like an equal trade at the moment.
Oh, I think it's a rest for rest, with Realize being the last one to pop it. Termite going crazy. Big nades, actually, from the side of Realize Washoy. Oh, that's a big nade!
You go for this 100%. You go for this. It's all flesh, no armor. But that is the same as well for the side of Realize. No armor for the Rampart. And before he even finds a swap, Diaz drops down.
And that's it. Realize Mashoy eliminated. 12 squads remaining. And you know what, Siki? This is aggressive. I am not used to this tempo from the side of Apac North.
Yeah, not much spots that you can play with. It's an open circle, and it is only Climatizer that has the buildings. The only options that you have is that low ground playing right below the teams like Fnatic, but still, space is limited here in Climatizer. And Fnatic, look at the spot that they have. This is perfect with the style that they play. They're just going to walk into the zone.
But oh, Diaz not looking too good. Rush goes down. Maker goes down as well. Synap getting shredded. That flight, that rotation, not too good, not perfect. Eliminated, 11 squads remaining.
Good on Fnatic, recognizing that that right wall could actually serve as a threat for their rotations coming into the zone. Dosukoi Impact also is going to go down. Kokolobi still holding it on the inside. Soleila's out at 10th as well. So many teams going down in this round 5 circle closing. Kokolobi Gaming slow on their fight, but I don't think they want to pull the trigger just yet. They know that there is more than one team in this building.
Look at the amount of X-rays that I'm seeing at the moment, Sneaky. Mo's looking too good here. Good position, good armors, good resources, and they also have pretty good information. But they're not the only team in the lobby with that amount of resources and info. We still have Techwing with the pretty risky rotate earlier that almost downed Libel, but they were able to survive, reset, and recover and take space here by the side of one of Climatizer's building. Fnatic, though, Satuki looking dangerous with the longbow. And they have all of that underside for themselves, but ooh, great shot from Satuki.
Yeah, I mean, Techwing did such a great job not showing presence here in the low ground, but Fnatic, they finally realized that Techwing is right under their nose, but Techwing does have the option of that Bangalore, and they can just rope right back up.
Is that just Libel jiggle peeking over and over? And it seems that kind of might have annoyed Fnatic because they just ended up throwing arc stars towards Libel's location. More grenades! Anaya taking some of that.
Oh my word, Anaya. Can you save this team from certain doom? It's looking rough though. Armor swap not going to be there. But Fnatic also taking some damage. They're also starting to get instant from the teams inside of Climatizer. Instead, they opt in for the fight. Here on Techwing, they need to clear them immediately for that flank threat to not be available no longer. But UKF playing this one really slow. They drop the Rolling Thunder. But where is Techwing in this situation? EMP is going to be popped. But Fnatic, they're going to be fine. No problem for them. The Generator is doing such a great job of just keeping the armors up.
Instead, I believe the chaos is happening at the moment. Just right now, everyone's just waiting. Nebula Esports eliminated off screen, and HAO in their own chaos, in their own mess. You look at their backside, you look at their front, and there's just people everywhere. Techwing also eliminated. 7 squads remaining. 5ZG goes down. Watagashi goes down. And right is trying his best to survive, but no, not enough. So many teams gone. 4 squads remaining.
And that was actually HAO trying to go for the third party on Fnatic and try to see if they can take them out, but instead it was another squad capitalizing, and that is going to be Pulverex. Pulverex on the other side of the wall. They go for the late climb up, scroll forward, but oh, not as yet. PBX, you only have 1 rock and 1 forklift as cover here, and Umi-chan already on low HP. FTN, the ult is not available, but the Newcastle shield is going to give them a bit of solace. On the right side, Papico is going to be eliminated. Mo's doing a lot of damage, but they're also taking a lot of damage from the zone. Pulverex using the Newcastle shield, not even any bad pops just yet. 1 HP on Umi-chan, and it's not going to be enough. Mo's, who stayed on Climatizer the entire time, waiting for the right time to strike, and that they did.
We have our Apex champions.
Okay, so that was very well played from the side of everyone in the team, but still, Fnatic dominating the lobby with 39 points so far overall. Riddle Order coming in second with 38. HAO How on third with 27. Diaz at fourth and Pulverex at fifth. And now we'll be heading into a short break as we head into game number 5, our second game for World's Edge.
Everybody feel it come around with the rhythm, it's a sound. Everybody get down. Everybody feel it come around with the rhythm, it's a sound. Everybody get down when we give it to you. Around with the rhythm, it's a sound. 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 Get.
All right. Hello, and welcome back to the APAC North ALGS English broadcast, of course. My name is Sneaky Frog. With me is Rexu Lily, and we take a look at the scoreboards coming in from the last game. Fnatic still leading the charge here in first place on our leaderboards. However, Riddle Order is not that far behind with 38. HAO third on 27, Diaz with 25. And I realized that Fnatic and Riddle Order, at these two teams, they got a lot of kills.
Indeed, Sneaky, you're correct about that. They do have a lot of kills, and as we look into the stats, that so far, our kill leader of the games for match day number 2 is actually tied between Riddle Yukio and Riddle Maltzera. They both have 10 kills in total for the past 4 games, and it looks like they might be picking up even more in the future.
I mean, to be fair, the way that they play the game, I mean, they get the early rotation in, but they try to see if they can get some kills still from the teams who are trying to see if they can get in and get that spot. However, Satuki, not too far behind. That's why Fnatic has been really beaming absolutely everyone thanks to his play in this squad. And yeah, I mean, it's super impressive showing from these top 2 teams so far. And it's kind of part of the storyline of the rivalry in between these top 2 teams. And it's going to be interesting to see who is going to end up on top in this one.
And now we will be panning into game number 5 as we begin our second game of World's Edge. I think what's interesting, aside from what we saw earlier, is the fact that so many of these teams is running Bangalore with a 95% pick rate.
Yeah, and Bangalore basically kind of a standard at this point on most of the comms that we are seeing on our screens. If you're not playing Bangalore, you're playing Rampart instead, and that's only being opted in by one team. But yeah, I mean, there is still a whole lot of Apex to be played in this one. And speaking of the drops, though, I think some of the teams have actually changed their spots in this one. I saw a team opt in for Epicenter instead, and there was a team going into Big Mod as well. So gonna be a bit of a peaceful start here for everyone as they start to fly in.
Not too keen on, maybe we might actually see a south pulling zone for once. Because so far, even in the Storm Point ones, we saw a mid-map one, we saw a north one, we saw another north one, and now for World's Edge for game number 4, we saw another north one. So really curious to see what kind of zones we might be having, because at the moment, so far for match day number 2, APAC North, the North teams are having it really easy.
For sure, for sure. I mean, knowing our luck, it's probably going to end up at around Skyhook. So, yeah. Good luck to the teams who are kind of hanging around south. Oh, we get a south zone.
Oh, I think we just caster curse this World's Edge game. We get a south zone, and it seems to be pulling towards the side of Stacks, but we're not too sure about that yet because
I already saw that. I already know that zone.
Yes, exactly, Sneaky. If you're thinking what I'm thinking, Lava Siphon is completely in the picture. Harvester as well. And we cannot discount the fact that this might pull towards Geyser, towards even the outskirts of Overlook, the no-name POI, or even Fragment.
Yep. Could be the very, very hard circle of the one near the mountain as well. So there's still a whole lot of options here for the teams to pick what spot that they could possibly play here. Fragment, still a whole lot of buildings that you can occupy here in North Eption. Slowly starting to move in from Monument, going in towards Fragment very, very soon. But XTS is also in the general area, so they have to be careful about that team who's already in the spot.
And you know what? Aside from the fact that we might be getting a south pulling zone, we do have a lot of teams running a Watson. And you know what Watson's can do? Watsons can scan ring consoles. That will definitely help them with their rotate, with their endgame positioning. And it seems that North Eption is one of the few squads who has already that in formation. And as you can see from their POV, we will have a Fragment pulling ring.
Ooh. Interesting, interesting. Teams already starting to file in. North Eption opting in for the 3 floor. Maybe try to look to poke out of these windows in order to upgrade some of those white armors. So we're going to have to wait and see what is going to be the course of action for their way. But, I mean, so far, no teams really running into each other. It's still 60 on the dot. And all of a sudden, I just cast a curse to whoever that was 5CG, the crypto of HAO actually. Gonna go down first in the entire lobby.
But a lot of fights seem to be happening really early on, since the teams might have not been able to predict this fragment pulling zone. Riddle, Yukio, one of our kill leaders, not looking too good at the moment.
Oh, nice shot from Razy. That was from so far as well. Yukio might be in a bit of trouble, but Northeption is not too far from this spot. Saku's also getting absolutely pelted by the 30-30 through the smoke. But I think they're going to be fine.
Yukio able to recover. After all, they are running a Watson and a Conduit. Their shields, pretty okay. Pretty fast recovery. Not in trouble so far. We still have 20 squads in this lobby, 60 players even.
Yeah, and Riddle has to be careful about the spot that they're holding because, the same general area, Northeption, is also holding. Kokolobi is in the general area as well. So really have to pick and choose these fights really, really carefully. But at the moment, I think Riddle is just trying to see if they can gain control of this Godrock in this possible zone closing. But NSD is not allowing it to do so from the backside, as we do take a look at Pulverex, who could be the ones actually flanking NSD in this one.
Pulverex choosing to rotate the other way around as opposed to the more popular route that most of the teams have been choosing. I think they are trying to avoid as many encounters as they can. After all, they do have a new castle. Not that safe to play on, especially when you're rotating. But if you're holding your ground and you have a Watson and you have a Newcastle as well as a Bangalore, then you're doing pretty good in my opinion.
Yeah, and Pulverex though, they have a choice. You either run into NSD or you run into Reject, who is holding the top of this choke point at this very moment with the Watson fences already down. Sangjun, Karonpi still on the blue. Gold already here on Obli, and they're looking to see if they can just eliminate any of the teams opting in to go their way instead of the other. But at the same time, the other choke point is being held by Reignite, so it's not going to be an easy rotate for the teams from the south side. But Fnatic finding themselves some fights as well going into Fragment. And Satuki looking for a good spot to place this generator, but he doesn't want to put it down just yet, as they're not sure if they're going to be playing this building.
Lots of empty buildings so far. We can already see Kokolobi Gaming taking ownership of this one. Watson fences deployed, and they have a pretty good control over the general area. Fnatic now moving buildings away from the train station into red, but they are aware that there is a team over at green. But is it actually at green? I think green at the moment is vacated. Fnatic being a bit sneaky.
They're sneaking. They're doing a little sneaky sneak right behind this team who's in the cafeteria. But can they do it, brother? Yuka F.
Okay,
there you go.
Door has been opened.
Damn, they triple swung the door, man. That poor door, man. Actually. But, oh, the spike's gonna start to come in, but they found no one. No one's actually here.
Yeah, Diner is free at the moment. Not an issue. And that's it.
That's the most action you'll be seeing for a while, guys, as the round one is only closing. So not much in the way of teams bothering other teams. But I think we are going to be seeing that very, very soon, as I think as the circle is going to close, teams are going to realize that the spots that they are playing is not safe, and it might just be the zone that we were looking for, that open field that every team does hate, but you have to play it either way. But we're going to have to wait and see what is going to be the verdict here. A lot of free building still towards the Fragment side. So a whole lot of teams still have a whole lot of walking to do in this situation. Northeption very, very near to Soleil's building at this very moment. So they have to be careful through these windows, as Riddle Order is going to be the first team out. And the early rotation actually messes up their entire game.
Unfortunate from the side of Riddle Order, one of our top teams. I think we discussed this in the pregame, that they have the kill leaders, and seems that after game number 5, other people will be taking their place.
Yeah, maybe being on top is a bit of a curse here, as it puts a very big target on your back. But at the same time, Riddle Order opting in for a super early rotation on towards that Godrock.
Oh, Yuka with the movement, just dancing around with the bullets, not letting any hit him. But Laika kind of isolated here. Bloodhound! Oh. Resh though, looking angry, sees a solo. Solo, knowing that Laika is scanned and is alone, tries to back off as much as possible and reunites with the rest of Fnatic.
Yeah, I think Fnatic's actually going to reswing that after that Bloodhound ultimate is actually going to run out. So that's going to make the fight really, really difficult for the side of Resh. If Resh doesn't get that first action on towards their way, and the Beast of the Hunt does run out as soon as the fight does possibly end. But Fnatic is just looking to loot, looking to just keep their building to themselves.
And now we pan into the map view to see where exactly is the circle leading us. But oh, it isn't really pulling towards Fragment north side. Instead, we might be having a game ending right out into the open, which would have benefited teams such as Realize, who is running with a Rampart, or teams running a Newcastle. And that's definitely going to spice up things a little, I think.
Yeah, would have benefited the team of Riddle Order, who rotated there early, but unfortunately, they just got absolutely beamed from every single direction, as that's not a good spot to play super early in the game. So I think that is going to be property of NSD as soon as they turn the corner in this mountain. But Volvorex...
I think this is the second time around that I've seen them rotate this exact spot.
They need to figure it out, man.
But oh, they're getting landed on.
Oh, shots. There we go.
Good shots from Omi-chan. But F-chan, meanwhile, struggling to get inside. Sees the Valkyrie. Sprays the car SMG. Not enough. Valkyrie flying out in the open, trying his best to survive. And it's Meltage from Dosukoi Impact.
Yeah, Meltage trying to survive. Might be able to punch the Crypto out of danger and into safety.
I think their Valkyrie and Meltage doing that silly flyby actually helped buy them time, and they might even be able to reset. I mean, they already got DSK Tamanaha back into action.
Yeah, and I think Dosukoi kind of inadvertently helped the teams who are actually holding the top side of these hills, so Reject doesn't really have to worry about their backside anymore as they're kind of busy fighting each other. At the same time, there is another squad looking over this hill, so gonna have to be careful whether or not that they're gonna cross on in all the way. But NSD, I think they realize that there's a team coming in from right behind, and NSD having to back off. Nefudal, 1 HP on this blue armor. Does have the wingman though, could be the difference maker.
Longbow shots though, out in the open, kind of scary. Thankfully, they do have a Bangalore and they do have smokes. Sumiyoshi, meanwhile, on the drone, gathering information for his team. And an armor swap seems to have occurred. Meanwhile, Dosukoi Impact really careful on their rotate after their initial rotate being denied by Pulverex, who does have a Newcastle.
Ooh, slowly crawling on forward. Dosukoi Impact.
Oh.
Don't want to go too far. This
Wingman though, and the Digitret. I think Nefudal is about to go crazy, but that drone is distracting him surely, and shots are being fired. Non-hits though, non-lands.
Yeah, but this wingman could be the difference maker, knowing it deals 50 apiece on this bullet. Way more on the headshot, but we're gonna pan on over to Area 310, who got themselves in a bit of trouble. Mitarashi is already out. Lemon, the one who's usually down first for the side of Area 310, is the only one left alive for this squad. Even the drone is destroyed. This is a very vulnerable Crypto out in the open, as Diaz looking for these pills, looking for these walls to be played in, but have to be careful though. There is still some teams on the top of the hill, so they're gonna be playing on the back of the pill instead.
Thankfully though, seems like most of the teams are resetting and are safe. 19 squads remaining, 56 more in the lobby. Bangalore utils, you can definitely hear so much utilities going off out in the open actually, and from afar. I think what's interesting though is despite the presence of Bangalore and Watsons and of course the Cryptos, people are still running Conduit. Teams such as Diaz seeing the possibility of prolonging their fights and recovering from it easily with a Conduit. But we'll see about that since another team is actually aiming at them, and it's Reject Winity.
Yeah, that Conduit could buy them a few precious seconds, especially in these fights. But Diaz kind of holding the pillbox, but Reject Winity starting to look over this hill. They could possibly look to try and grief that team who's kind of holding that angle at the moment. But we're going to see that that spot near the pills is actually inside of the zone. It's not going to pull left. Instead, it pulls right. My God, this is going to be ugly for the teams who do not have cover.
And it seems that Pulverex right now is attempting to rotate, but they're quite unsure about what to do exactly. 18 squads remaining, and Nefudal is just downing people with the wingman in the kill feed, but Pulverex quite unsure about what to do. And someone's playing sneaky.
Yeah, realize Washoy trying to hug each other here, trying to see if they can survive as much as possible, but the 30-30 at the top of the hill, Reject making their presence known. Good shot, but is not going to result in anything. Instead, the attention of Reject is all over the place. They want to look on towards the side of the choke point, but at the same time, they want to eliminate the teams right in front of them on this hill. But Pulverex now starting to gain some progress, getting some space to get on top of this one, but Reject Winity doing a good job of just holding it. They're not fully committing to anything just yet. Good shot on Maker to get that KP down, but Nebula Esports out in the open, gets down immediately. Northeption, instant reaction as soon as they saw that there.
NSD Gaming though with the kill leader in their team, and it has to be Access with the R99 and the 30-30. They also have Nefudal that, as I mentioned earlier, has been shooting people down with the wingman, and it's just insane how much damage we're getting from the wingman that usually teams are hesitating to use even.
Yeah, and Axis with the 30-30 does only get a 57, but the armor is already all the way up to red. Maybe Subiyoshi can opt in for some shots as well to get that blue purple.
Look at that, 1,793 damage
Oh
so
my
far,
God.
and 15 squads remaining still. Pulverex sadly eliminated off screen, and I think a lot of chaos is happening by the side of Diaz. Northeption though also eliminated. 14 squads remaining. There's chaos descending, and this is it, Sneaky. This is round 4 closing,
God, the
and
kill
the kill feed is on fire.
The kill feed is absolutely flying. Everyone's dying. Everyone's falling like flies. Papico is out, and in a span of 5 seconds or 10 teams have just been eliminated. We only have 8 left. Nefudal trying to get this last kill with the wingman. He does. Reject Winity, who has been holding this choke point this entire time, has been finally taken down, and here comes Techwing. Q in from Anaya. Anaya's actually the one going down. Techwing, they can still fight their way out of this situation. And Anaya, the only one down for the squad. They are still too strong, but they opted to just move somewhere else. Diaz getting this entire spot, but it's still so far from the zone, but at least they can maybe walk it in. But they do have someone still playing the pillboxes, so they have some control.
So out in the open, this zone is just insane. Fnatic still in the equation, 5 squads remaining, and this is your top 5.
Yep, Fnatic playing the backside of this rock. Not spotted by the teams at the top of the hill, so this is 2 different scenarios happening. So Dosukoi Impact looking to see if they can get the late crawl in as well from the right side. They're not too far from the circle, however. If they start to move up, they're going to be out in the open, possibly shot by the team who's currently holding these pillboxes. Diaz in a perfect spot in this zone. Round 5 closing though, they might have to move forward a bit.
So far, among the 5 teams in the lobby, left remaining, Fnatic is the only one inside the zone. They do have a Watson, they do have a Catalyst, and they even have a Bangalore.
You have a swap as well. So much cover in this bridge. Sunny already in the dirt, turned into a death box, but Fnatic maybe trying to clear the bottom side in this one. They don't want to share with Soleil Gaming. Instead, they want to be greedy. Archery down to 1 HP. Peace is the only one left alive, and he's going to go rat mode instead, looking for a spot in this rock. Maybe use the smokes to hide himself from the rest of Fnatic, but Fnatic doing a great job, but instead he goes in, opts in for the peak. Satuki gets a kill on Synap. This is actually an entirely different team. Diaz is eliminated. Fnatic absolutely shredding whoever is coming into their sights. Oh my word, Fnatic holding the backside like gods at the moment. Dosukoi Impact going to be right up next on the menu, and we do have our top 3.
Oh, but the fight isn't over yet. It seems that Fnatic wants to end this early, but Yuka F gets punished.
Oh, yo, Anaya, who was once down, now back up again. Can the Revenant represent with the first win for the character? Ace gets the kill with the 30-30. But Satuki, the only one left alive. Not much health on the side of Fnatic. And that is gonna be the dub going their way. What a swing. And finally, a win for Revenant.
Yeah, a win for Revenant indeed, Sneaky. We have Techwing, Anaya, Liable, and No Money winning game number 5, our second game at World's Edge.
And hello, and welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series APAC North official English broadcast. My name is Sneaky Frog. With me is Rex Lily, and we take a look at the scoreboard. 55 points for Fnatic. Absolute lead over anyone else. Soleil Gaming up next. Riddle Order maybe placing 19th was not the best thing for their score, ending up at third and getting edged out of that second placing. Not gonna be good news for them unless they can get something going here in Game 6.
Well, this is the last game of the match set of the match day, so we might be looking at perhaps Fnatic continuing in to dominate up until the next set, which they will also still be playing. Or we might see Riddle Order closing it out, making sure that they have the win, that they have the advantage, and just going next.
Yeah, I think I might be thinking that Fnatic could be playing survival here in this game, considering possibly they only need placement points to kind of seal off first place to get that juicy 25 points. But yeah, I mean, Fnatic still could be in danger if Soleil Gaming does have a good game, have a high kill count game. 55 is not that far if you do consider the kills as well going into this one. Riddle Order as well could be a team that can catch up really quickly to first place if they have a good game, and Fnatic somehow gets eliminated early. A lot of factors can make or break some of the placings on the teams here.
And you know what I like about the fact that Fnatic is leading right now is they only had one win so far, but all other games after that they were consistently placing pretty well, actually. Even in the last game where TechWing was able to win, finally a win for the Revenant Anaya. Very loyal to the character. I don't think Anaya has actually swapped, or hasn't really swapped that much, but we might be seeing even more changes as we head into game number 6.
Don't have to swap if it does work. And Anaya, it worked out in their favor. And there we go. I think we're gonna go into the World's Edge map in just a bit for the final game of A versus C. And here we go.
Quite interesting to see even more Valkyries, same old Bangalores. Almost everyone is running a Bangalore except for one team that is opting for a Valkyrie composition instead. Anaya, the winner of last game, still on the Revenant, no money, and no money on the Crypto, as well as their turn on the Bangalore. And now we are headed to World's Edge.
Yeah, and that Crypto has been so effective at just clearing out all the information for Anaya to jump into any of these fights, try and see if they can, slip in, try and see if they can sneak past a team or maybe catch team off guard, like Fnatic in that final circle. But we're gonna wait and see if they survive going into round number 5, as we do have the drops incoming here for most of the teams.
Interesting to say the least that we might be potentially seeing
Ooh, bottom left maybe.
a bottom left pulling zone, or perhaps something new.
I think we should go over here.
We did complain about not having south zone, so maybe the game potentially hurt us.
My brain is saying tree for some reason. But sometimes I don't trust my brain. But I'll keep it at that. My brain is saying tree, but it could be anywhere towards the south side. Even could be pulling in towards staging. And there it is. It seems like it's the opposite. It's the opposite of my guess. Instead, it is going to be around thermal and staging going into this second circle. So teams who do have that Watson going to have to pop those consoles and see that there is a spot that they can play early, because this zone, not going to lie, it doesn't have a lot of cover. It doesn't have a lot of buildings.
Is it just me, Sneaky, or is there like 3 different squads at Skyhook at the moment? One at East, one at S, one at West, and another one at Trials.
Damn, Satuchi Sparks finally deciding to play the zone that they called in the drop. So they are going to be right next to another team who is also looting Skyhook at this very moment. So they have to be careful about that just in case they do get bumped from the side. But I think they're going to be fine here in Trials. I don't think the other team is looking to see if they can go over the hill and, try to go for the int, but instead they are opting in for the loot.
I think sadly their new POI wasn't really working the way they wanted it to, so they just risked playing from their original POI from the scrims and from what they have dictated to the rest of Pro League of APAC North and saying that, hey, it's not really working out for us. We want Trials back. And indeed, they do have Trials back. But I'm not sure if Trials can actually fully support a team given the loot situation in that area. But thankfully, it seems that as we pan into the map view, Lava Fisher has long rotated out of the zone. So maybe Satoshi Sparks are looking pretty good at the moment.
Yep. And we're already seeing some action. Rare early round action going into this one. Yukio getting Mitarashi, and Mitarashi being that catalyst already out early. I think they're just going to go out, try to see if they can recoup that banner with that crypto drone. But yeah, I mean, Realize Washoy making their presence known early here.
Oh, Washila, that's pretty dangerous. And it seems that Realize Washoy is just going all ham on all of the targets that they can see, aiming to get that easy damage. And I think they were also pretty lucky to get a purple off drop. So they only need to farm 2 more to get to blues and to get a bunch of purples.
Yeah, but Realize has to be careful though, as Riddle Order is also in the same spot. Area 310 doesn't want to opt in for the fight anymore. Instead is going to look for the res on towards Mitarashi, knowing how important that catalyst is going in towards that late game. But yeah, I think everyone's just going to stay on top of everything. Reject Winity playing the backside houses of Thermal instead.
And you know what I like about the lobbies of APAC North, in this lobby specifically? You can tell exactly where the teams are occupying and the space that they want to defend just from the utilities that they put up, like the Watson fences, the Bangalore smokes, as well as the crypto EMPs going out from afar. You can just already tell that, oh, there's a squad here. Oh, this place is occupied. Oh, we can't go there. They just... Do you see that drone? It's right above us.
And Kokolobi Gaming is the one, I think, that actually flew into Thermal here, looking to gain some space on this spot as well. So basically, there's actually 5 squads in the general area. Riddle is still here. However, armors are not too good in towards their side compared to Reject, who does have the double purple plus the blue. And we're going to see a whole lot of Valk action happening at this very moment as Northeption getting a building.
Yeah, on their way to rotate into Thermal Station, but it seems that Pulverex might be potentially gatekeeping them. Watson fence against every other Watson fence.
Yeah, but Fnatic, I think they're going to try to hold this hill. This entire choke is going to be the way that the teams from the side of Thermal Station do get in, but Pulverex occupying this spot as well.
Ooh, Hammer Drill getting a bit shredded. Armor swap happening at the moment.
Wow, this is looking up the hill. They have so much space here to work with.
As you pan over to the map view, you can see that a lot of the teams have already taken their respective places in Thermal Station, each team respecting each other. 20 squads still in the lobby, but you can also see teams taking their time to rotate, maybe getting a bunch of things crafted, such as Nebula Esports, that we can see who is still by Landslide. We also have X-Ties by the side of Harvester, and Papico taking their time at Lava Siphon.
Everyone's still pretty much outside of the green circle at the moment as the round 1 does close. And I think a lot of teams are going to realize as soon as this next zone comes that Thermal Station is not going to be a safe bet. But we're going to see just some rotations coming in once again, a bit late from the side of the Diaz, as they're just going, or they're just getting to the tree just now. As teams on towards the north side, they could actually spot each other out. Satoshi Sparks maybe could be able to disrupt the rotation here going in towards the north side for the side of Dosukoi Impact.
At the moment, though, Diaz just rotating, but I'm pretty sure there's a team already holding the spot at the other side, potentially gatekeeping them, and it's none other than Techwing with Libel, no money, and Anaya. No money already getting red this early into the game, and Anaya able to take advantage of this terrain off the site, but ooh, survey beacon. Anaya gets scanned, prepares the sentinel, and that catches the conduit off guard.
Yeah. Gets a quick 70, but I don't think this is going to be too much of a fight from the side of Diaz. They're just going to
Oh, nice crack.
try, but they does get the crack. Anaya now 540 on that armor. Would have wished Ace was actually swapping armor with this man. He could have gotten a blue by now.
Ace vent his frustrations in the ground, trying to punch boost his way into a better armor, but instead he finds a target with a 30-30 repeater. Shots though sadly not connecting, but it doesn't stop him.
He just needs one shot on that 30-30, a fully powered one as well. But
one more.
One more. Maybe the people top of the building.
There you have it. Lovelace with the blue, and now we have Techwing looking pretty good,
Yep.
to say the least, compared to some of these other squads. We can see at the map view, still sadly running whites.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of trouble here, though, for the side of Realize Washoe, especially because they're the ones who were occupying the top of the building, and now they're going to realize that they're going to have to crawl down very, very soon. But look at the amount of teams also playing this general area, so they could run into Riddle, they could run into Reject, they could run into every other team that is right below them as well. And look at the amount. There's at least 7 squads in the thermal station side of the map.
And it seems that Realize Washoe is just punishing everybody with the Sheila. Crypto on the Sheila. Rampart on the Sheila. Bangalore on the Sheila. All of them on the Sheila.
3 players on that Sheila. Going to be very effective.
I think they're just having fun at the moment, to say the least.
Kind of hard to stop them here. But Realize very, very soon they're going to have to get off that position. But at the moment, it's just farm mode here with the Sheilas. Trying to see if they can get those armors up.
Oh. Trying their best to see if they can get some poke damage. After all, they're running too wide. It's not looking too good for them. But somebody's playing an aim trainer. Shot sadly not connecting as much as you'd like it to be.
Dang. Missed an entire clip here for the Bangalore, who only needs 20 in order to get that final point for that blue armor.
But unlimited ammo regardless on the Sheila, on the minigun, so it doesn't really matter in the general sense of things. All you're actually wasting is possibly the opportunities to get that armor, to get better damage, but when you have 3 Sheilas.
Yeah. It's kind of impossible to lose here if you are Realize Washoe.
Meanwhile, Reignite taking ownership of the space underneath Realize Washoe.
I wonder what we'll find.
And they don't seem too keen into poking their heads out after knowing that there's 3 Sheilas right above them.
Yeah, but I think they are aware that they are playing up against Realize Washoe up top, so Skynades could be a possibility if Realize is not careful about the spot that they're playing. But just a bit of a flyby for the side of X-Ties going over the mountain into Thermal, but is there any cover to play with? It's a bit hard.
Oh, but isn't there already a squad in this general vicinity?
Yep, could be someone looking over the corner here very, very soon. That's actually HAO that can kind of end the squad.
Oh, name!
Damn, 4 nades.
Oh, and now comes the weapon. X-Tie is not looking too good. Jenny has been deployed, but it's a bit too late. You do with the rest. Crypto EMP doing really well, actually, to help salvage his teams after they got naded by surprise by no other than Diaz.
Yep, they do have the generator to get those armors right back up, but here comes Diaz going in for the swing, but his Resh actually going down. Synap and Maker gonna have to make this up, possibly with a kill, but X-Ties, they're not really gonna commit to that just yet. Instead, they're just gonna go for the full reset, maybe try and see if they can swing Resh here to get the kill, especially knowing that this team is actually low. Oh, but there's another spot on the underside. Good spray on the bolt. Synap trying, but failing. X-Ties getting the kill.
Oh, actually, it's X-Ties with the flank, but so far, another fight is happening over here with How going against area treats and Lemon getting cracked, popping a shield battery right now, running the R9 piece.
Yeah, and I was wondering why they were so distracted in the fight going in towards the low ground, and instead it's actually area 310 opting in for the fight while the other team is fighting on the underside. And oh my word, Area 310, they got the building. Could be a good position going into round 3 closing, but the round 4 closing could be bad news for them. But I don't think it leads that way unless it is that half lava, half building zone. Very rare circle, but Area 310 still just holding the building. Everyone on the other side of the map, though, starting to opt in for the fight. Kokolobi Gaming doing a bit of poke damage with the 30-30. X-Ties is out. Realize Washoy is out. And Realize Washoy, I just said they're going to have a hard time rotating because they're stuck on top of that building. Techwing is out. Satuchi is out. Everyone is absolutely dying, dropping like flies in this lobby.
And there you have it, the kill feed has finally caught fire, and we are looking at more and more teams getting eliminated, going back into the lobby, and waiting for their next match day. 13 squads remaining still, and honestly, they still have a lot of space to play with. Kokolobi Gaming looking pretty safe and chill right now. Every team that has a house, that has a building to themselves, has already barricaded it and defended it and fenced it even. But the teams that are stuck playing out in the open with their really late rotates and poor positioning, not looking too good for them.
Yep.
Such is the case for Fnatic, where all 3 team members are sadly sharing this really small choke point.
Yep, there is still Pulverex right in front of them, and Pulverex still deciding whether or not to clear their behind or to go forward, but it kind of depends on the course of action here of Fnatic. Are they going to be the ones flying out in this situation, or are they going to fight Pulverex instead for this spot?
And looking at Pulverex is none other than NSD Gaming too, so they need to be really careful about this. If they choose to gatekeep and fight Fnatic, right at this choke point, they risk getting thirded, they risk getting eliminated pretty early on, in my opinion.
Yep. And Pulverex, yep, just opting out for the fight rather from Fnatic's side. But this is actually good for Fnatic. That's going to clear their front, and they can just hold this top spot the entire time. They're not the stranger to playing outside of zone going into the next few circles here. They're just going to walk it in. NSD Gaming going to be their main problem instead with the bow check already available.
Oh, and it seems that NSD Gaming is looking to aim at them. Bocheck though, arrows not landing, but they land right in front of them. Oh, not looking too good over here. And another team lands as well. It's Northeption. What is happening?
Oh, Northeption in the middle of everything. Crazy. Low HP Taida could be up next. Gets absolutely shot. Even a wild Kraber shot from FT Yan from the right side. And Pulverex rotating out of that spot might have been the rightest decision you've made in this game. NSD Gaming already down 1 member, and they're in a very vulnerable spot. The team on the low gun can finally move up. Northeption is going to be eliminated, but an opportunity for the team to fight back, and it is actually Fnatic finally moving in. The MP not going to be broken. Everyone's going to be down in armor.
Big nade though from the side of Raika, downing Sumiyoshi, Satuki, downing a lot of people, deploying the generator at the moment. Laika trying his best to recover, peeking the angles and making sure that the enemy team is nowhere nearby. Riddle Order though spots the generator, eliminating a bunch of nades and chooses to focus their attention elsewhere.
Yeah, Melstera dropping that Rolling Thunder right behind him, but however, he was not aware of the presence of that generator, so it just ate every single missile that they could ask for. But Pulverex is actually eliminated from Fnatic. That delayed fight at the top of the hill instead. And now won by the Fnatic squad. Another 3 points down to secure them first place possibly. This could be a fight going into whoever gets second, whoever gets that next point in the leaderboard. Riddle Order just trying to play the backside of these containers. Don't want to go too far forward as Reject Quinity does have the building. They have the best spot at the moment.
And now you can hear the Valkyrie ults happening outside of Thermal Station, outside of these buildings, as Kokolobi Gaming gets in to the fight. But do they know that there's a squad here? Are they keen on pushing this, really?
Oh, not just there.
Oh,
but
the
there's
Jenny.
on the roof. Oh, the look over here, Lily. Not like this. Kokolobi Gaming in a very, very bad spot, but they're somehow surviving. No one wants to swing from either team here inside and on the roof.
Reignite choosing to stay here all comfy despite the termites, despite everything that has been happening. Instead, they're choosing to grieve them. Coco Lobby Gaming eliminated Nebula, gone as well. 6 squads remaining.
Kokolobi Gaming not watching their backside there. Unfortunate. But here comes HAO looking to capitalize on the rest of the kills. Very nice shots, but they have to climb right back up. The nades are going to start to fly. Arcstar right behind them, and that might be Fnatic making their presence. No, it's actually Reject. Karampi with a very nice arc. But Reignite still staying on the inside. Reject going to eliminate HAO, and there is still 2 teams on this building. Area 310 successfully getting Mitarashi back online.
Oh, Reject's engine going down sadly. 4 squads remaining, and 3 of the squads are actually at this small island with the other squad left remaining resetting pretty far out.
Wow, a very clutch Rising Q as well to block off the door in order to get time to get that res off. And Reignite looking to loot the scraps of Kokolobi Gaming, who are just death boxes on the outside.
I mean, look at that. We have Area 310 staying at the opposite side of the island. And I'm not sure if any of these teams actually know that they're just kind of avoiding all of the chaos by staying there.
Yeah, Reignite still on the inside. Reject Winity sharing the building, but I don't think they want to share too long. Riddle Order with some nice shots coming in from the backside.
Unfortunately spotted, so now that gives away their position and possibly their end game plan. Riddle ordered.
Oh, the lava.
The lava!
Oh, no, the floor is lava there, Lily. Mitarashi is the first one down. And that's the catalyst. And they're still burning. They're not up just yet. Lemon only on red health. No armor to be found. Reject Winity trying to get some swaps on the underside. Oh my word, just one building still. But the fight between the first and the second floor is just so intense. Riddle Order waiting for the right time to strike going into this final round closing. Everyone's waiting. Who's gonna get it?
Again, this is your final game of World's Edge and your final game for match day number 2. Any of these 4 teams could potentially be the winner.
Yeah. Melstera doesn't want to spend all of these smokes just yet. He needs to block the team on the roof and their vision. He doesn't want to get swung. He doesn't want to get poked, but they still have the most cover out of anyone in this final circle. And here comes Area 310, or whatever is left of them, and there you go. Lemon is eliminated in the top 4. Reject Winity with a very good Horizon Q. This could save the game.
What is this position, Sneaky? Area 310 eliminated, and now Rolling Thunder has been deployed. This is your top 3. Reject Winity with this game-saving
Oh, they broke the Jenny.
one spot. This is just insane. And Riddle, however strong they were, are just getting spam-nated.
Wow, what a heads-up play from that Horizon to queue up to the high ground. Reject Winity cleaning up the rest of every single player in this server. And what a well-played last-second strat from high ground to high ground here from Reject Winity as they get the last win for A versus C.
Very insane, very well played from all of these teams today. And now, Sneaky, any words from our fight, from that fight actually, by the side of Turbo Station? I think that Horizon Q, that positional advantage just won the game for them.
For sure. I mean, it was so sad for the side of Riddle Order because they were so due for a really good game in these 6 games, and the position that they had was perfect going into that last zone, but they didn't factor in that one spot that you can stand on top of, where Reject Winity was there, queued up with the Horizon, landing right on top of that perfect positioning from their side. And after breaking that generator, I was just like, oh, right, this might be an L for Riddle Order because they're just gonna get flung Arc Stars from the top side. And just like that, they fall, unfortunately.
So now for the match day results, we have Fnatic, of course, leading, keeping their lead despite not necessarily winning game number 6, finishing at 64 points for this match day. Coming in second is none other than Riddle Order with 54 points, not too far behind Fnatic. Third is Techwing with a finish of 40 points, tied with Soleil Gaming also at 40 points, and coming in 5th is How with 36 points.
Yep, and Riddle Order getting that second place back, which is very important for them, especially even in second place going into these group stage. The points are aplenty compared to third and fourth. So congratulations to Riddle Order for getting that second place back, and TechWing getting a good third place. And yeah, Soleil unfortunately is just gonna have to settle for fourth despite having the same points. I think maybe TechWing got a lot more kills, so they just hopped on over to that third place.
Not too bad though, in my opinion, Sneaky, because after what we saw, very dynamic games, very different ring pulls. I think the game actually listened to us when we kept mentioning that the pulls, the zones were pulling north, and we saw a bunch of southern zones. We also saw some pretty interesting plays from the side of TechWing with the Revenant pick, as well as Riddle Order getting their footing back after we declared that Naltsera and Yukio were the kill leaders at around game number 4, and I think they were able to safely recover that.
For sure, for sure. I mean, an absolute recovery here from the side of Riddle Order, despite not getting the win for the last game. Second place is second place for this team, so Riddle Order going to be shooting right back up into these leaderboards, and they're definitely going to enjoy their time because they're going to have a head start compared to the other teams that we have at the moment, still trying to play catch-up, like Satuchi Sparks, like Nebula Esports, like Reignite, Mo's, NSD. And actually, Mo's, I expected them to be playing a lot better because their first week performance is actually one of the best I've seen.
Yeah, their first week performance was insane, but I think it might have something to do with the fact that the comp picks in this lobby might have been a bit different, not really working towards their favor. And we also have, of course, 10 different teams that they have to fight compared to the very first match day. Speaking of teams, speaking of fights, speaking of match days, we'll be taking an hour break to prepare for match day number 2, where we will be watching Group B going against Group C.
The Pro League is comprised of 2 regular season splits. The Split 1 regular season features 4 regions made up of 30 teams, seeded into 3 groups of 10 teams each. Pro League teams will begin by competing in a triple round-robin format, where each group plays a match series against every other group 3 times. After these matches have been completed, the top 20 teams according to the regular season standings will compete in the regional finals. At the conclusion of the regional finals, 40 teams, including teams from all 6 ALGS regions, will have qualified for the Split 1 playoffs.
And hello, and welcome back to the ALGS APAC North Global Series second set of the day. Another 6 games of banging Apex Legends. Now we have Group B versus C. A versus C just concluded earlier, and we got more Apex for you guys.
This will be our second time around watching Group C participate for the day, and we have a bunch of really strong teams, namely Fnatic, that was just dominating the group stage from earlier. So we'll see, perhaps they will replicate their same strong performance. And now we are headed straight into the action, into Storm Point for 6 games, beginning with this wonderful, lovely tropical map.
Yep, Fnatic looking to gain another 25 points in order to further their lead in the group stage. And definitely that can happen. Their performance going into the first set was really something to behold. I mean, even though they only got 1 win, the amount of kills that they got on some of these scenarios really just pushed their number up in the leaderboard.
Yeah, that is true indeed, Sneaky. It's just kind of insane how much power they were able to display from earlier. So now we are looking into the drop spots of the teams. And potentially, are we seeing any cons here?
Yep, I think there is going to be 2 contests here in World's Edge, which is Play Outside versus NSD Gaming in Lava Siphon, and Reignite and Soleil on that Lava Fisher. I assume, though, because this is coming from, once again, the scrims. But it seems like Lily, once again, peace prevails.
Peace prevails indeed. Stormpoint looking really neat at the moment. Not a lot of action, not a lot of chaos. And I think that is just to be expected from how we've seen the Pro League teams like to play and like to win their games.
Yeah.
It's
but-
almost as if everybody has been dodging that up until round 4 closing, round 5 closing, and that's when actually the real chaos starts. A lot of teams just getting eliminated, the kill feed catching fire, and a lot of unfortunate things happening.
For sure.
But that is exactly why you would see a lot of APAC North Pro League teams rotating really early on and avoiding playing by the edge.
For sure, for sure. The one detail that I like to think about from that last set, though, is by the time that game 5 or 6 rolled around, the teams actually started contesting now. I mean, they started to fight for the POIs, less peaceful. I think when it comes to the early game, maybe they want to kind of just live as much as possible, try to farm the placement points at first, maybe. But, yeah, at the moment, no one's opting in for a fight, so everyone has their rotations as a priority. And it seems like we're going slightly south to the right of the map this time.
Interestingly enough, we have Nebula Esports rotating and having a Gibby by their side.
You do not see that a lot. That is for sure. I'm actually thinking, did Nebula actually have a Gibby the last time that they rolled up? I do not think so, but I could be very, very wrong. To be fair, Nebula Esports in that last series that we had didn't really had too much in the way of top 10 finishes. I think they got at most a top 6 finish on one of the World's Edge games, but other than that, hopefully we do see more top 5 appearances from the side of Nebula, because you don't see a lot of Gibby, that's for sure.
I see an enemy.
Indeed, you don't really see a lot of Gibby, so it makes it really interesting how teams such as Nebula Esports are going to play him. They did get inside the inner circle pretty early on, given that they do have a Watson that allows them to see ring information. And looking like a lot of other teams also have their own tridents.
Already see a lot of teams rotating into zone already. So, already seeing some action. Oh, and towards the side of Meltage and the boys. And let us see, will this be a full commit from the side of Dosukai Impact, or is this going to be a back off? I hear a nade, and someone just got cracked, and someone just got absolutely shredded. And O2 Esports, they lose their Horizon. They only have a Bloodhound. They only have a Conduit, a 2v3 to start things off. Not the best way to go into the first game. First elimination of the entire server. You know, my word, O2 Esports are really just trying to back off as much as possible here. But I think, oh, never mind. They actually just got murked by the side of Dosukoi. That's actually Play Outside, who is kind of hovering over that spot, trying to see if they can get some accessory damage, maybe some accessory KP, but I don't think anywhere is to be found. But Meteor is going to be up next. A whole lot of teams actually falling at the start of the game. An unprecedented thing here in APAC North.
Ooh, sniper versus sniper. It looks like we're seeing a bunch of long-range battles happening over here. Nebula is Esports trying to get a position inside zone really early on, considering their comp, but it seems to be not working towards their favor. More and more teams rotating, using the evac towers, but oh, what a lucky shot! But sadly, that kill was given instead to Reignite.
Yep, Reignite. And unfortunately, one of the members of Play Outside, who was trying to just get out using that balloon, does lose his life in the process. But yeah, rest of the squad still trying to find their way into the zone. It seems like most of them have, but there is still Army Fnatic still on the outside, still having to worry about what they have to do. And actually, Fnatic is playing really deep in the zone, so I don't think they're going to be planning on entering until round 2 is over.
Yeah, at the moment, so many things can happen. Still 18 squads left with round 1 closing. Actually, this is already aggressive from the side of APAC North, but looks like we might be encountering another devastated coast zone. And the last time that this happened in match day number 1 for APAC North, it was pretty impressive to say the least. Very fun to watch, actually.
Yeah, that was actually play outside, winning that specific circle rather, with area 310 kind of holding the top side, but despite holding the god spot, you know, they still didn't get the win in the end. And the entire time, play outside was just playing on the underside of that, of that really high point building. And the thing is with that is you can't really look below you because, you know, you're kind of exposing yourself to the rest of the server. So they were just playing safe that entire time, but we're going to see play outside. Speaking of the devil, they're just going to be working their way into the bottom side of this crane possibly soon, as they only have made it to the cannon so far. But Irie taking a few shots of damage, no armor to be found, but I think it's not going to be a full commit from that side just yet.
Man, they are definitely playing outside at the moment, given that they don't have any building, since other teams has already beat them to their respective positions. Meanwhile, we take a look at the map, and oh my goodness, so many teams already in the inner zone. You can see chaos descending at the moment with teams grabbing their own building. Sometimes some of them are even sharing, but I don't think that's necessarily a good idea when you share a building, when you coexist with someone else. But some of these teams kind of forced to do it. No space, no chance to apply pressure to anyone else. Sunny, unfortunately, getting beamed from afar and now has to recharge her shields.
Yep. And I'm a bit worried for the side of Solelo Gaming because, just like I said last time, that someone played on this top spot, they actually only got second place despite such a good position. But it kind of depends on how they execute, especially on that drop down going into that last circle. How will they operate with that amount of pressure on their underside? But speaking of the rest of the squads here, though, still trying to look for a way in to this round 2 circle.
Such as Fennel with the pretty late rotate, actually. Most of our viewers probably would consider this an early rotate, but if you're playing pro league, this is already considered pretty late, since as you can see in our map view, a lot of the teams already by the side of Devastated Coast.
Yep, Devastated Coast already occupied by almost the entire server. I think it is only Fnatic who is really opting in to play on the outside, but it is Fnatic, man. You go up against that team, you have a 70% chance of losing the fight. So, gonna be a difficult one if anyone runs into Fnatic very early on, but you know, rest of the squads are just fencing up. Classic Watson action here, all over the place.
Lots of fences, lots of Bangalore smokes, and curiously, a Gibby in the lobby. Going to be quite confusing once the Rolling Thunder start mixing in with the Gibby ultimate, but I'm sure the teams here know better to know which to avoid, which to tank, and generally just how to dodge ultimates. That way, maybe perhaps some of them are able to utilize their utilities well.
But Papico, though, already spotting someone in the distance. Oh, good shot here from Axel, or Axis.
Great poke cage going on. Sumiyoshi, meanwhile, just casually droning around, gathering information and seeing where possibly would the ring would pull. Maybe the teams moving around could potentially give them the information, because this is a problem when you are early into the zone, when you are not necessarily moving around and you just have to bunker out. You can't really go outside and scan a ring console. You know, you have to trust your predictions. You have to know your circles. But NSD Gaming, they do have ownership over the ring beacon, but it seems that they are rotating or maybe extending the space that they are keen on protecting.
Yep.
Sumiyoshi, though, very vulnerable, even with an open door still. But none of the teams are keen on necessarily full sending them.
Yeah, I think Axis is just trying to pop, or at least trying to drop some of these spikes to at least serve as an early warning system, just in case that any team does want to roll up right behind them. So that's going to be a good thing if you do have a Catalyst on your squad. But NSD Gaming just trying to scout out the general area, making sure that they know everything and anything that is happening that is in the surrounding area. But I think there is still some action going on the outside of the ring at this very moment. So, gonna have to be a very, very spicy hold from most of the teams here.
Yeah, let's go over there.
And yeah, seeing NSD looking on over, pulling through.
Papi could though with a really late rotate.
Yeah, and Fnatic, that's what I was talking about, man. SBI Esports running into them here in Pylon, into their rotation, and unfortunately, that is going to result in the death of 2 members, and now it is only going to be GSN KRU, the last member left alive for the side of SBI. So, yeah, like I said, didn't learn their lesson, man. You run into Fnatic, you're basically asking for it, but at the same time, why not, man? Just go for it. Go for a really brave fight. If you take out Fnatic, that is going to be such a huge weight off the shoulders on so many teams here, but still, teams are just holding their respective sides of their map as well. But Fnatic wanting to hold this respawn beacon.
They already have a red as well, so I'm pretty keen on thinking that they are not in any pressure whatsoever to try and get into early fights, early positions, and do a bit of pokage, because this is exactly how the very first match from the earlier set played out, with most of the teams not really playing that aggressively. But as the games went on, as the lobby started being more familiar with each other, it just suddenly started becoming more and more aggressive.
Yep, for sure. As we do see some of the teams start to fly in, going in towards Devastated Coast, but most of the buildings already occupied. NES, Nebula Esports starting to get some damage poured onto the Reignite squad. Only 1 member left alive, if I'm not mistaken. No, they actually got Shunmi right back up after that res to the Takin. With that conduit, it's going to be a bit difficult considering no red health here for Shunmi.
But Matsutosh, all hope still not over. There is a respawn beacon right inside zone, but with 18 squads remaining and a lot of them pouring in, I'm unsure if they are even able to do a complete reset for their team. So potentially Reignite might be stuck playing as a duo for the rest of the game.
For sure. They don't have crypto as well, so they can't go for the further respawn beacon here. Especially there's a lot of teams surrounding this squad at this very moment as Dusukoi Impact says goodbye to the lobby. But also, Reignite starting to feel some pressure on towards the backside, with Crazy Raccoon starting to see their poke as well. And I think it's just a classic Crazy Raccoon strat. They just hold the best spot in the zone and see how they can play from there. But Enter Force 36 as we do pan on over to them. Aimbot getting out of a... That's a good start.
Oh, bullet dancing. Not gonna hold though if you're getting nade spam just the way this team is currently.
Oh!
Whoa!
No, Enter Force 36. They've definitely entered the fray. Resh is going to go down and is going to get finished off. And Illy's not even going to overcommit for it. He just wanted the 1 kill. But it's actually the 2-man peek coming in from the backside. E36 looking for some revenge for their fallen comrade. But I think they're just going to be out. Oh, and yeah, not much you can do. You just have to take the L if you are the other squad. Enter Force 36 with the swing of a lifetime on that 1 player. At the same time, just sneaking right behind enemy lines and, yeah, just surprising that squad.
I think that is just simply fair play. Teams not looking at their backside are bound to get backstabbed. Vortex Wolf, though, eliminated off-screen. 16 squads remaining. And SBI Esports, they still have their Bangalore up and running and potentially a Rattage angle from them. Pulver X, though, really good position by the edge of the zone. They are keen on gatekeeping this squad. And it seems to be Tai.
Yep, Tai just gonna be waiting on the underside of the railings here. They do have the respawn beacon just in case that anything funny happens to this squad and suddenly one person becomes a death box. But ooh, lots of downs going in on the kill feed. I think the fights are now starting to pour in as the round 4 closing is about to end. And here comes the generator coming in from Tai. The RE45 spray is perfect from Infamous, getting Ubi-chan, but Pulverex, can they survive the situation? Tai trying to see if they can get the finish. CK Yuta, this would be a finish of a lifetime, but the shield from the Newcastle denying them the kill. Instead, Pulverex is eliminated before them. Despite that, the side of Soleil Gaming looking from the skies with the 30-30s.
We have enemies.
That is just insane, Sneaky. We've seen so many teams trying to get into the zone, thinking they have the advantage, and then suddenly they're just gone from the game, no longer in Storm Point. Meanwhile, Crazy Raccoon over here running double purples, flatline in hand, with E36 actually not too far behind.
Yeah, towards.
Oh, big nade!
Oh, the nade that just cracked absolutely and everyone in the Kinotrope Gaming squad. But Crazy Raccoon also gets eliminated. Fennel with a nice third party slipping in an Arcstar through the window, stunning every single player of the Crazy Raccoon squad. And here comes the third party. Diaz wanting to get involved as well, but I think they're just looking for the rotation going into the rock. Fnatic also a bit wounded.
I think a lot of these teams were suddenly being wounded, but now they are keen on resetting and fighting. Soleil Gaming just right beside Fennel at the moment, and I'm not so sure if these two teams actually know that they are existing within meters from each other.
I like the call here from the side of Soleil Gaming. They went down from the high ground, and I think it was lesson learned from the Area 310 skirmish that occurred in this map in the earlier games that we had. But Soleil Gaming now holding one of the better buildings here. It's actually just right on the edge of zone. Maybe they can walk it in by the time that the final round does come in. But 6 squads left. Everyone is just eliminating everyone. Fnatic with the classic strat, trying to see if they can play backfill a bit here going in towards the round 5 closing. But Diaz has an idea, but they don't want to get shot as well, so they just opt in to smoke it.
But ooh, big EMP coming in from the side of Devastated Coast. Fennel, though, seems to be unaffected. So are most teams. Enter Force 36. They still have Vorus, still alive. Fnatic, though, eliminated. 5 squads remaining.
Yeah, just a bad situation there from Fnatic, staying on the outside, already spotted by 2 squads. But here comes Diaz, trying to see if they can capitalize on a very low X-Ties, and that they do. Gets the kill. But Soleil Gaming, once again, just farming with the 30-30 on the side, griefing as much as possible. 4 squads left, but they have to be careful on their backside, but they do have it fenced up.
Soleil Gaming trying their best to clear, swinging with each other, not wanting to separate from their team member. However, unbeknownst to them, there is a solo, and that solo is keen on staying hidden.
Doesn't want to show himself just yet. Maybe a top 3, a top 2 finish is a long shot, but still a very, very doable situation for the side of Enter Force 36. Fennel, though, still kind of stuck on this rock, but they're pretty close to this final round circle. They won't have to walk for a while, so the other teams might have to move up before them.
Diaz, though, meanwhile, looking to be the healthiest among all of these teams, running triple red and doing extremely well, in my opinion, in the side of their positioning. But if you look at that, all 3 teams have various sides of the zone, with Vorus just slightly sharing their space. I mean, his space with Soleil Gaming.
Yep, Vor's kind of spotted on the top side now, starting to get shot from the squads that are outside of said building. Fennel starting to rain the bullets in. Soleil Gaming just trying to stay inside as much as possible. They don't want to risk it just yet. They're waiting for the certain timing. Round 1 closing. 1 minute and 15 left. Enter Force 36. Wars trying to just walk it in. He's praying that the other teams fight first, but now he's going to be forced to swing. Going back up the roof. Maybe go right side. It might be safe there, but it might be not as well. Wars trying to pop some meds here to try and survive. Maybe get the 3rd place, but here comes Fennel. Momon on low HP. Kurihara. Whoa! Gets naded from the sky.
And it seems that Diaz has seen their prey, sadly, and the Force 36 eliminated. And there you have it. 3 full squads. This is your top 3.
This is a good play coming in from Diaz. Catwalling the backside, so they have a bit of space to play. Going into the last 30 seconds of this final circle. 3 squads, 8 people climbing on the roof.
What is happening?
Valk trying to climb up, just trying to live as much as possible for his squad. Diaz, they have a shot, they have the digis, the damage is real. Soleil Gaming is down, and unfortunately, the turnaround from Fennel instead is gonna get them the dub of game number 1.
Apex Champions.
And hello, and welcome back to the ALGS APAC North official English broadcast. And my name is Nick Frog. With me is Rex Lily, of course, taking a look back at game number 1 of Stormpoint. Fennel, of course, coming out with the win. And Diaz coming in at a close second. Fnatic coming in at third, despite being eliminated somewhat early in this game.
But it just goes to show how strong some of these teams actually are and how persevering they can be as we head into our second game of Stormpoint, where we will be witnessing, I think, pretty much the same comps unless something major changes and affects the way these players are playing.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be too much changes in terms of the comp here. It's just going to be, you know, the standard Bangalore, probably standard Cat or the Watson, probably a Horizon on one of the teams who do want to play a bit more aggressive. But, you know, rest of the squad really just doing their thing. I think probably the most out of pocket, most out of sync comp for the rest of the server is probably that Meteor comp. They still have that. They still have that Gibby. They still have a Rampart on their team, which is pretty interesting. But I think Stormpoint really does bode well for Rampart specifically if you do want to just, you know, hold up on a building and then try and survive.
Interestingly, though, it's not Rampart, nor Gibby, nor Valkyrie that's being chosen by a lot of these players. It's Conduit. And we saw her utils being deployed quite interestingly at the very last few fights for game number 1. We saw it taking so much space, and the teams and the players avoiding it as if it's lava.
And just the usual respectful drops, I assume, but there is a bit of spiciness going on the top right of the map, and Fennel gonna have a little action incoming here very, very soon, as there is also a squad on towards their side as well, so they have to be careful. But I think the other squad is probably just, you know, looting the south side of Lightning Rod instead, and probably is gonna get out with that Trident. Maybe Ty's gonna try to go for an early rotate.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing, Sneaky? It's a mid-map zone.
Ooh, kind of hanging in towards Stormcatcher, actually. Okay, it's a zone that me personally, have not seen too much in this one, or in this game, so it's going to be nice to see something different here. But Ty, looking like they want to fight the team that is right behind them, maybe farm them a bit with the triple take that ZK Yuta has.
It seems like they are taking advantage of the crafter that is at their POI that sadly Thunderwatch doesn't have.
Yep, trying to just hurt the side of Fennel, last game's winner, by just a bit, but I think Ty's already got their objective, which is this Trident, and they are just going to be blasting out of this and going into the zone itself.
We should cruise over there.
The team's going to be left a bit behind since they don't have the access to the Trident anymore, but at least we know that Ty is going to be there early. Despite having the Valk, they actually went for it.
Let's check that quadrant.
I think they're just aiming for a super duper turbo fast rotate. And speaking of the super
Company out there.
rotate over here, we see Fnatic coming in from the wall side with Yuka F just bouncing around
Over there.
and aiming to get away from the fight as fast as possible. Tatuki meanwhile playing with the Prowlers, getting armors up. Volt SMG is actually one of the most used weapons that we've seen, Sneaky.
Yeah, but Fnatic still has to be careful. Ty is also in the general area now that they have rotated from the top side with the help of the Trident. Got there very quickly, so the wall
We should maneuver
could
to
be a
that
very
area.
intense fight between Fnatic and Ty here, but we're already seeing the kill feed being lit up as we see Meteor take down a Chaoson, but the rest of Vortex Wolf is still pretty much alive. Sammy and Kuma just trying to get away as fast as possible, but it's just a hard time for them.
Interesting comp here from the side of Meteor, running a Gibby, Rampart, and Bangalore. I can definitely see the... Oh, Flying Ruined, almost down here, 1 HP. And it's not even Vortex Wolf.
Yeah, and a whole nother team actually flying in, going in towards the cannon, looking for just a quick rotation, but Meteor is still kind of focusing this low ground. And
Yeah.
the nades, these are gonna hurt.
Seems that Roki has other ideas. Meanwhile, Kureton gets one down. Actually, no, eliminates the entirety of Vortex Wolf. 19 squads remaining.
Yeah, this is just a good hold from the side of Meteor. They got all the angles from the underside, eliminating that threat early. But Meteor also spotting that there is someone coming in from the east side.
And it seems that most of these teams are keen on defending their positions, especially Meteor. But with the risk of your POI being the one where the ring would likely pull, is the risk of more and more of these teams aiming to disturb your peace and get your building for themselves.
Yep. Or these shots being fired on all across the map, actually. And Meteor trying to see if they can get some accessory damage on the teams lying in. But O2 Esports gonna be eliminated. All right, that's a good fight coming in.
Ooh.
Landed on me.
Seems that they were unable to recover aimbot in time. Enter Force 36, trying to see what is going on. But unbeknownst to them, so many teams are already in the vicinity. And it seems that it's only about to get worse from here onwards. Meanwhile, Tai trying to build their fortress over here. Jenny exposed, 0 to no cover. But I don't think anyone has an exact vantage point on this. So maybe the Jenny is safe. Infamous for being a Watson player, is going to make sure that the space is well protected. And possibly Iron is way ahead of the pack already. Scouting for enemies, maybe trying to get some loot. And that seems to be Vortex Wolf's that boxes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, X-Ties is holding the stair side. Don't want to go too far forward as E36 is still on the other side of the staircase. And look at the amount of teams already occupying the inside. And yeah, not much movement coming in from the other teams. But in Stormcatcher, the teams at the bottom, they do have some cover that they can play with. However, the real goal is at that topper. E36 is not actually standing there anymore. They're now on the bottom side. Someone fought them off of it. And it is the Meteor. But Tai is looking to see if they can regain high ground here, since they already recovered from that last fight.
And it seems that despite everything, most of these teams are actually keen on not really pushing anyone. You've seen them just moving and traversing building to building. And I think that is part of their game plan, just letting the lobby tempo play itself and adjusting accordingly.
Yeah. And Meteor has the one of the best spots here right on top of Storm, and they can just set up these walls from the rampart, do as much damage as possible on teams who are occupying the underside while you do have the advantage.
Oh, that is a very dangerous crafter pull from Nemu over there. Risking to use the crafter to upgrade your Evo shield while multiple teams in the lobby are looking around. Kuritan though, Bang Smoke's not doing anything since a Jenny is located just at that side. Great 30-30 shots though. Big poke cage going on, 70 at the side of Tai. And Infamous wanting to hit back but is unable to land a single G7 scout shot.
Yeah, but I think Infamous is also willing to play these types of fights because they still have the generator online. They can just regen those armors right back up. At the same time, Meteor is kind of filled with meds though, so I think they're going to be fine for now, just holding the top of Storm. But there is other teams also starting to look at this spot, and maybe they want to take Roof as well.
Well, there are other teams such as Kinotrope Gaming around the vicinity just scouting for information and predicting which teams they should be fighting. But what really interests me is the fact that Meteor remains uncontested at the very height of Stormcatcher.
Yep, Kinotrope looking for some redemption after that after that first week performance was not the best showing from them, especially compared to what we saw here in scrims. So maybe they have a game plan going into Storm Point. But yeah, buildings already occupied. Meteor is up top. Tai is at the bottom. Right and left buildings occupied by Rig and Rig and Fennel respectively. But Papico's making their way up the hill though.
Papico just defending this part of the map. I think they are keen on gatekeeping the squads that are late rotating. And one of such squads is actually the one that we just witnessed land earlier on. But nobody showing presence, nobody showing aggression, and as such, they don't really need to react to everything. After all, Stormpoint, pretty big map. Lots of terrain too. Look at the verticality, the vertical height difference between each and every single one of those trees, hilltops, and even the structure, the very structure of Stormcatcher, which is pretty high up.
Yeah, but Papico is going to have a slight hard time actually trying to slide down, as there is a squad kind of watching. But Fennel, still, Kurihara just playing right outside of zone, but still keeping his body inside so he doesn't get hit by anything. Not the zone at least, but Tai still kind of holding the slow ground. Not much movement from any of the teams here.
Even Diaz is aiming to ambush a squad potentially, but they are outside of the zone. With round 2 closing in, I think they are aiming for a pretty late entrance. Dosukoi though, not doing too good. Meltage popping a medkit just right in time, but is tanking all of that ring damage. Medkit getting dropped by some of his teammates. Dosukoi impact now moving and rotating.
Our strategy. How about moving there?
I like how the lobby is pretty much divided between, oh, let's get into zone fast, and then, oh, let's tank some ring damage. I think it's a very interesting difference between a set of players and the way that they want to play their game.
For sure, for sure. Fnatic still kind of holding command here. Doesn't want to let go of it just yet. So, they're just going to chill for now. NSD Gaming, they do have a spot near the circle itself, and is going to try to just play this left side wall, but it's going to be a bit difficult considering there's also teams coming in from the bottom side of the hill.
Papico still keen on gatekeeping, and I'm not so sure if they know that Diaz is being a bit sneaky at a corner, and perhaps they are about to get ambushed any moment now, but the ambush instead is coming up all the way from uphill.
Have to watch ahead there, just in case. Enter Force 36 still hasn't gotten aimbot back in action, and especially you do want that catalyst, especially for that cat wall going into this late game. Could be a very important factor for this team to win some of these fights. But still, 18 squads left. Everyone very patient about it, waiting for the right time to strike, and no one wants to strike first.
That is true, Sneaky. Nobody wants to strike first, and nobody wants to risk their games. But again, eventually, you do have to move. That is exactly why we have the ring, and why it keeps on shrinking, keeps on getting smaller, forcing the teams to actually fight instead of camping and holding their ground. But look at play outside right now, and their northernmost rotate, and I think they are about to meet another team, perhaps Fnatic or someone else.
Tango spotted.
Fnatic could be very, very close in this area, but pretty far for the side of POS in order to get something in the zone. At least they get half a building, maybe.
Oh, instead Fnatic is aiming for a northernmost landing, a northernmost rotate. Pings are coming off to dictate where Satuki and the rest are supposed to land. Meteor finally having a bit of competition for height, and Laika is just simply observing how many teams are setting up already. I mean, we know we have Meteor by Stormcatcher, and we have Tai by the Jenny by that side. So I'm curious to see what else are the other teams cooking.
Let's check out that
Bit of battery action going on from the side of Soleil Gaming. Crazy Raccoon. All right, that's a good start. 30-30 shots are now starting to fly here for Justna.
Great crack over there from the side of Justna. The secret facility looking really nice. Some of the latest additions to Stormpoint, with Crazy Raccoon for now calling it their shelter, calling it their home.
bogey here. We got company.
Go too far forward. There's still plenty of circles that they can still work with in that door, but you don't want to rotate too late at the same time. Everyone's going to be staring at you by the time you get out of that door, so looking for the right time to go for the rotate, possibly when the team right in front of them is fighting, so they're all distracted.
Diaz finally rotating in after camping that really small corner in Stormpoint for a very long time. And it seems that they were pretty successful in their rotate, but unfortunately for them, these pillars and the height differences are all they have as cover.
Yeah, they also have to worry about Tai too on the right side of the cannon, so they can also try and see if they can look over the spot. Here, someone has a bow check, and that could really do a lot of damage as people are now starting to fall in the background. NSD trying to fight back. Soleil also in action. So many teams already trying to fist fight here.
So many teams are attempting to fight for position towards the inner zone, and it seems that suddenly the space is not being respected just as much as when it was in round 1 and 2.
There we go, play outside. Looks like they want to go for another first place finish here in Storm Point. And their points.
They are indeed playing outside with the 30-30, but unbeknownst to them, the team is already pushing. Sanpopo sadly gets backstabbed, and nobody from play outside seems to be aware that they are getting pushed from the front and from the back.
E36 rolling up as a duo, catching Tanpopo off guard, and now it's an equal game between play outside and E36, since it is now both of them on the 2v2. But I think that's mission accomplished for their side, but they want to go for the bigger fight, but E36 might be paying for it.
But Fnatic is over here, and they're ready to cause some chaos. Enter Force 36 and SBI Esports eliminated, and 14 squads remaining. Not a lot of squads. The kill feed isn't necessarily on fire still, but we're bound to see more chaos as more teams desperately try to get into zone, such as the case with play outside. Only Irikana and Watage left alive.
Yeah. Play outside now opting in for the tunnel instead, as NSD is actually eliminated in the background. So many kills are flying all across the board.
Ooh, what's happening over here? Kuriara! Good shots! Reignite! Now, Callus Wall being deployed to act as cover for the reset for Pinota.
Yep, he needs to pick up that purple as well. He does have half armor in this situation, but Fennel could be stuck in a very bad position if they get caught out in the open. But at the moment, they're the only ones actually actively inside of the dotted ring. So they're going to have a hell of a time trying to farm whoever's outside.
Ooh, a reset and play outside. Here's it. Chaos descends. Is this risk worth it? Irie trying his best to stay alive. Unfortunately, the risk isn't good enough. Synap and Resh still moving on, still playing. Play outside eliminated. 9 squads remaining.
Yeah, unfortunate for the side of Kenotrope, honestly. Almost getting this entire squad, but it seems like the Dias boys fighting too good. Second for a reason. Pulverex having their spot within the zone as well. Round 5 is about to close in 45 seconds, so some of these teams are going to start them to... You're going to start to see some of them move in these situations, especially these top left team. But Diaz is already on the first move, but it seems like they're just getting pelted by bullets.
This is what's dangerous about being the first to move. Among all of the edge teams, everyone is just keen on targeting you. Meanwhile, one of the powerhouses, Crazy Raccoon, sadly eliminated at 9th place. 8 squads remaining, and Meteor Kuriton spots somebody and downs them. Shows no mercy with the Vault SMG.
The high ground. They can just hold this.
Mozam? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? It's a Mozambique with a golden bolt. Kuriton keen on finishing this squad. Roki, the first to the team, and tries to PK. There you have it. Diaz eliminated, but Nemu goes down as well. However, Kuriton, the current kill leader of the game, 6 squads. Oh my goodness. Only Kuriton is left.
Yeah, Kuriton's already collected so many points in terms of the KP. However, gonna be a bit of a struggle trying to see if he can just get back into safety. It seems like no is a question. 5 squads left, 15 bodies left alive. Plenty of Apex still to be played.
Soleil Gaming, really good spot over there from them, but R99 shots not gonna connect. Predictive aiming not really working towards pieces some favor. And this is exactly why the Catalyst Wall is so important for rotates. You can have the best senses, I guess, the best intuition, and it'll still be really hard to predict how these teams would be moving. After all, the Catalyst Wall does completely block your vision.
For sure. Catwall does have that stun effect as well if you go through it, so...
Oh, Sisu! Oh my goodness! X-Dice just got deleted just like that! 4 squads remaining.
They tried to enter the domain of Pulverex here. Unfortunately, they pay the price. They tried to go low ground. There's also a squad right there. What a push that was supposed to be, but then Seems like both of the teams in the building is just ready. Don't want to give up this map control that they have just yet. And I think Soleil Gaming, they kind of have a safe spot here, considering they have 2 players to play with. So maybe they can go for a late swing, but it seems like the fences are going to be penetrated from the backside. Peace gonna get hammer drill, but Sunny gets one in return. Great spray on the R9. Pulverex is eliminated. We only have 3 here, Lily.
And there you have it, Kinotrope Gaming just spying on everybody as Mia K recovers from an earlier engagement. But what about Soleil? They're still there. And what about Fennel as well? Looking really healthy. They have defended this spot for a very long time, and it seems that they don't even need to move.
Yeah, and Fennel starting to lean towards the left side, but Soleil, Sunny survives with 1 HP with 1 Arc Star here done, buddy. But the rest of the squad is going to get cleaned up here by Kinotrope Gaming, looking to see if they can get some juicy KP.
And look at that, Fennel finally third-partying the final fight, and it feels like this is a game destined and begotten and given to them, actually. Hinata, Kurihara, and Momon all looking pretty healthy, and it feels like they don't even need to sweat it.
Yep, and Fennel, they can just chill on the backside here.
Oh, Sunny. Sunny. I hope the sun is praising you, but sadly, you flew too close to it. One Tappy, Arufa, and Miyake going against Hinata, Kurihara, and Momon.
It all goes down to this in Game 2. Kinotrope looking to go a bit forward. Good tags here coming in from one Tappy. Now they're going to attempt to get high ground. HP is not too good for Arufa here. Does not have that much red leeway. But here comes the rest.
Oh,
Catwall's going to go through. Momon's going to get that kill on Miyake. Oh, that's the second one for them. And Fennel, I've never seen an easier win for them, honestly. And a dub is a dub for the boys over at Fennel.
Such chaos, but beautiful execution from the side of Fennel, taking it smart rather than playing aggressively for the final fight. And that is it for Game 2 of Storm Point for Group B versus C.
And hello, and welcome back to the Apac North English broadcast for the Apex Legends Global Series. My name is Sneaky Frog. With me, Rexu, Lily, and we just had our second game, and it has been quite the intense start from both sides, circles from opposite sides of the map, and it's just a gift that keeps on giving for the squads, and I think we're just probably going to go straight into game number 3 of Stormpoint.
Indeed, Sneaky. We are headed into game number 3, and as you know it, guys, this is our final game, actually, at Stormpoint.
Yep.
Four more games to go for today, and this will be your last opportunity to see Apac North playing at the lovely, beautiful map, the biggest in the game so far, Stormpoint.
Yeah, last chance for redemption for some of the teams here. At least in Stormpoint, gonna try and see if they can do some heavy damage. Maybe we're actually gonna see the contests this time, just like how we saw in game number 2. That maybe, the teams who did not drop towards their contest were just building confidence from game number 1, and now it seems like they are a lot more confident.
A lot more confident and a lot more aggressive, but also some teams just don't really change. I think the tempo difference is really starting to show. B versus C, definitely a lot slower than what we saw earlier at A versus C, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. We saw more teams playing their positions really well, but we also saw teams just straight out not executing their game plan good enough to the point that they had to sacrifice quite a lot, and unfortunately, you can see that in the scoreboard with the early eliminations, with the late rotates that are ending up ruining their game plan entirely. But there's still World's Edge, and there's still this final game of Stormpoint, so all hope is not lost. Meanwhile, another mid map ring. Pretty interesting to say the least.
Smack dab in the center. So, teams from the top and the south don't really have to walk that far, so I think they can take their sweet time looting and try and see if they can gain position after you do get said loot. But the team's already starting to file in, going in towards the spot, maybe near Cascade Falls. I mean, XTS is already there, so they're probably going to keep that spot for a while. Reignite also has the tunnel in the middle of everyone, so up to them whether or not if you can remove them from that spot, but kind of hard.
Play outside though, landing right smack at the middle with Wataga looting the other side. And compared to what I saw from other regions, usually they steal a trident and fast rotate that way, but instead Play Outside is opting to just walk it out. Not too bad actually, considering that some of these teams just turbo fast rotate. I mean, look at that right in front of Irie. You can see some dive trails far out. Just goes to show how fast you should be looting if you want to play in Pro League.
Yeah, kind of wish they had a trident at this very moment just to get the rotate in faster, but unfortunately, you do not. But yeah, rest of the squad's probably just going to play respectfully, just like we said at the beginning. I think at most there is going to be a fight in between Vortex Wolf versus Ty in Command Center, but maybe they're just going to see each other and just going to back on out.
Pretty early to say what other things is bound to happen. We have Meteor, for example, with late rotate. Actually, with the super early rotate, but instead they are choosing to go back to where they came from after seeing that another squad has already taken the position of where they want to rotate. Meanwhile, Ty taking over Meteor Stormcatcher.
Yep. And Zakuta probably just got damaged from the prior PvEing that they did to get these better weaponry, to get these better armors, to get these better attachments.
Oh, Kuma. Not looking too good, Paul. Need to be careful. All of these teams are looking right at you. This is the difference between a usual ring that pulls towards one of the edges of the map and a ring that pulls towards the middle. I think the middle one is just way more chaotic, considering that it does pull towards the middle of the map. Most of the teams don't really have to traverse very long distances to get to the POIs that they would want to hold for the endgame.
For sure, for sure.
Just a thought.
But Meteor is still on the top side of the hill. O2 looking for somebody in.
What is happening over here?
I think that's only one team. That could only be one team, and that team has Gibby.
Go there.
And yeah, the shooting didn't do too much, honestly. I think they just got out. The bubble really helped them just cross there for free. Oh, play outside. All of a sudden gets surprised by Enter Force 36. And Vors takes down Tanpopo. Not even a res, not even an attempt. They just run right back.
What an ambush from the side of Enter Force 36. Even I was too hyper-fixated on the Trident, trying to look for it. But I think that Trident actually served as a distraction for play outside, allowing Enter Force 36 to ambush them just like that and get 1 KP.
Cerebral gameplay coming in from Enter Force 36. And that's the first blood for the entire Game 3. I think they're probably going to get them right back up with the respawn beacons, considering there's still a lot within this zone.
And I think this might actually be the Gibby team from earlier, Nebula Esports, but I could be mistaken, seeing as there are so many Gibbys actually in the lobby. Miraculously, might be Gibby's return, or it could just be an APAC North thing. Oh, great flatline shots from Hunto. That's reignite right over there, with Pulverex also looking at pretty much the same direction.
Very, very nice shot from Y, but I don't think they're going to go too far forward. The Gibby ult is already thrown out at the top of that building, but I think the squad that they were just chasing already catwalled out. But Pulverex playing the dugout here near the river, but I think Nebula Esports, they kind of smelled this.
Now it's all up to them to capitalize on that knock, but seems like they're not too keen on doing anything at the moment. Meanwhile, reignite, there you go. Relocating, not looking too good, but they are able to immediately get the respawn. Now we're going to be avoiding observing the respawn player after what happened from yesterday's events. But we have more interesting things to watch, such as X-Ties over here getting pushed, having to retreat to their building, with Maker being the only one left for the side of Diaz.
Yep. 4 squads still outside of the zone, so there is going to be 16 in the general area. Gonna have to be careful which fights that you have to pick and choose, and that's why crypto is so important, because you can point out whether or not there's a team on the hill or not, and you can go for this fight.
Rat has been discovered, but I'm not so sure if X-Ties knows that there's another team. Okay, now they know completely that there is Soleil Gaming also taking refuge right over here. Sunny though and the rest of her team have to battle against, I think that would be the solo Maker from Diaz.
Maker is that conduit, so does have that temp shield temporarily, but
Synap and Resh nearing death as we speak, about to go to sleep. Meanwhile, Reignite actually eliminated the first squad to go away from this lobby. 19 squads remaining. And that's it for Synap.
so many deaths. However, squads are not falling all the way just yet. The rats are all over the place. And Sizu is going to try and see if he can look for any rats that are near his building.
There you go. Action happening right over here. Soleil trying to 3v2. Or is it actually another different squad? At this point in time, I'm not actually so sure.
There we go. Easy finish here. Resh is going to go down.
Oh, it must be Makers. Makers still somewhere, maybe hiding in the corner. O2 Esports eliminated off screen. 18 spots remaining.
O2 Esports, another not good placing from their side, so they're not going to shoot up the leaderboard anytime soon. But now we do see the circle. It does pull more towards Launchpad now, so gonna have to wait and see which team's already opted in for that spot early, and it seems like Crazy Raccoon already has an idea.
But we do have a fight over here at the edge of the circle between Dosukoi, Impact, and Play outside. Quite true to their name, they are really keen on staying inside the zone, but instead are picking fights over here, just like what any typical edge team would be doing. Watage, Tanpopo, aiming to claim height. Now they have control, but unfortunately for them, they are fighting a squad with a Valkyrie in it.
Yep. Meltiage can get out of this one anytime that he wants. As soon as he has that ultimate, I think they're just going to pop it insta and try to fly away from this situation because Cascade's already occupied by half zone. And it just keeps on getting smaller, so no EMP for the Crypto, but he is getting a lot of information for the people up on the roof.
Seems like both of these teams are keen on tanking all of that ring damage in order to finally finish this fight. None of them want to rotate out first. It seems that Play Outside is just pressuring the team that is inside, which is Dosukoi Impact. Dosukoi Impact, though, they do have a lot of syringes, and it seems that they are prepared for the possibility of this scenario. But Meltage running a little low, only 2 syringes left, and I'm guessing that they didn't really plan for this. After all, they do have a Valkyrie, and normally with a Valkyrie, you aim for those really fast rotates, and that doesn't seem to be what's happening right now, Sneaky.
Yeah, especially you have a Crypto and the man that cannot move an inch if he does have that drone out, but Master.
They're just healing it off right at the moment. And it seems that medkits are being expanded. Curious to see how this fight would result, because at the end of it, maybe none of the death boxes of the team that loses this fight have any health items that can actually help the surviving team move on and win the game.
Ooh, but the Smoke is going to get information here. Purple and blue on towards the armor on the inside players. But Play Outside, literally playing outside here. They're just outnetting the other team. They really don't want Dosukoi Impact to go through with this game at all.
Look at that, Meltage popping a Phoenix kit. Kits are being popped. Teams are desperate for heals. And finally, is this the start of the fight? Play Outside, Watage, checking the angle. Oh!
The ring.
Tama na! Down, Stan Popo misses the ring timing, and Play Outside is in trouble. Watage making a run for his life, tanking everything, aiming to get his heals up, but he only has 2 syringes left and 1 medkit. It's clearly not enough. Nebula Esports, meanwhile, eliminated off screen, 17 squads remaining, and so is Dosukoi Impact.
It's already at a round 3 circle, however, there is still a team outside of the zone, so Play Outside needs to move now or else risk just going down. But Watage, I think he's already accepted his fate, and this could be Play Outside going out at 16th. Watage just accepting his fate, dropping the armor and stuff, but 15 squads left. What can you do? You're so far in the microwave that basically can't get out.
That is just crazy, Sneaky. Dosukoi Impact and Play Outside just unintentionally, perhaps, wasting each other's time and resources to the point that nothing really happened to the fight. Dosukoi Impact was the first to go down, but look at that. Pulverex, meanwhile, not inside the microwave. NSD Gaming eliminated, 14 squads remaining. F-Chan, Hammer Drill, and Omi-chan aiming for a very fast rotate, but they are out in the open, and they don't really have resources that can help them traverse, aside from, of course, the fact that they have a new castle. But this doesn't seem to be going their way. 2 blues, 1 reds.
Yeah, I think maybe the Bangalore has to go first. Newcastle can ult over and then maybe just go to the late boss if you are that last player. But looking like mighty troublesome right now for just teams to get into the map in general.
Interesting POV that we have over here. Meteor finally rotating into the zone after staying at their initial rotate spot for a very long time, and it seems that they have decided to play by the rocks. Nemu and Roki, though, gonna be in a bit of trouble. Interesting loadout from the side of Nemu, running a Mastiff and a Sentinel, as well as Kuroton. I think I remember Kurotan being a kill leader from from game number 2. Roki! What happened? Oh, Roki! Sadly isolated, and it's Sai, Iron, Infamous, and Utah. Now they're aiming to play by the corner.
Fettel is eliminated as well. 12 squads left going into this round 4 circle, the least we've had all day.
Yeah, definitely. This is surprisingly aggressive from the side of Apac North. Oh my goodness, SBI Esports trying their best to survive. Farming though, farming with the wingman.
Oh my word, the wingman is absolutely shredding that thing with the Digidread. Is an absolute monster of a weapon, and it just keeps on singing. Satuki's gonna go down. Fnatic also caught in the crossfire in between these two teams, and it seems like UKF, the only one left alive. Can he clutch it up? Can he clutch it up with a triple take? No, he cannot. SBI Esports take him down on the low ground. However, it's not yet done. There's a team on the high ground once again, now right behind them. Good wall jump over the whole enemy, but enter Force 36. Here comes the 5th party, and the party after that. And it is Meteor. It's actually a duo.
Meteor though, trying their best to recover some scraps perhaps, trying to fight back, and Aimbot cheekily holding height, but can't see anything through the smokes because, he doesn't need to because he gets pushed instead by Kurotan. Enter Force 36, eliminated, 9 squads remaining, and Kurotan, the earlier kill leader from game number 2, actually a scary fragger to say the least.
Yeah, just becomes extra scary. He did pick up that wingman, Snap.
That's a giant wingman if I have seen one. It's a Kramer, and that can be Miltus! Snap!
At least they forced a bubble. That's something you can be proud about. 140 finally for Snap here. But I don't think they're doing a good job of staving this team off. They still want to go far forward. They need to throw some nades, or at least try and delay their rotation going into the zone as much as possible. Like, it's not going to hit for Snap, and Snap might be dead, sliding down the hill. And not like this. Maker is also in the zone, but he's taking so much damage, and Diaz is eliminated. 8 squads left, and Meteor survives another day, but it might be their last day actually. Kurotan is getting pushed from behind.
Oh, ring damage! No way! 17 squads remaining. The microwave just hurts a lot. The heat, you can feel it in the air. The Watson, everyone, the Bangalore piece might have been rotating towards the wrong direction compared to their teammate.
Down ultimate. Smokes are somewhat useless this time, so Little Gaming is eliminated in the background by X-Dice, but Papigo popping that ult early. That means probably wants to fight, or maybe to see through the smokes, but depends.
6 squads remaining, and still so much more space. This is probably the least dense lobby that we have seen so far for today. What's interesting is the teams aren't necessarily playing hyper aggressively. It's just a matter of getting caught in the chokes that led to what we are seeing at the moment. Pulbrix not looking too good with only Hammer Drill left alive. X-Dice camping the bottom port of Launchpad. And Crazy Raccoon doing actually pretty well.
6 squads left, not much time to go for it. Round number 5, and it is closing in just a bit, and it is closing on the very tip of this pier. Pulverex is finally eliminated as Hammerjill is finally taken down. Crazy Raccoon, at least they secured themselves a top 5 finish. Maybe now it's their turn to shoot up the scoreboard.
At the moment, it feels like Crazy Raccoon has probably a good spot, and I'm not so sure because of the fact that they are still by the edge and are behaving and fighting like one. Nice shots over there from Dogma, but they has to temporarily back away from the fight. X-Dice eliminated, 4 squads remaining.
Yeah, you don't want to go too far forward here. Crazy Raccoon with a very nice position. However, they do not, or rather Kinotrope does not have the EMP, so they're kind of vulnerable here from the left side. One Tappy's going to go down, and he does go down all the way, but here comes the rest of Kinotrope taking absolute damage from the circle. Autopa needs to go forward. He gets stuck on the death box. Not like this!
Not like this! The ring has taken so many players. At the moment, this has to be the deadliest ring that we have seen so far. It wasn't enough to take the lives of 2 teams. It wants more! This is your top 2. We have Papico and we have Crazy Raccoon.
There you go. Good recovery as well from the side of Kenotrope. Not the best performance on the last week's games, and now they got themselves it's on the 3rd place, but now history only goes for the winners, guys. And Crazy Raccoon, they're really trying to win, trying to see if they can dodge the Bangalore ult, but they do get hit by it, but they get hit, or the other team gets hit by the Bangalore ult as well, so it's just a Bangalore ult trade for the side of Papico and Crazy Raccoon. However, Crazy Raccoon has the better position. They have the high ground.
And they also have the time on their side. Look at that shot. Both SMG going crazy. Just one more and they have the win. Crazy Raccoon is the champion for game number 3.
We have our Apex champions.
Hello, and welcome back to the ALGS APAC North English broadcast. My name is Sneaky Frog. With me is Rexu Lily, and we are going to take a look right back in our scoreboard. Fennel locking out first place with 43 points. Crazy Raccoon on 30, tied with Soleil for second as well on 30 points. Kinotrope on 28, Diaz 27, Papico on 27 as well. Yeah, I mean, just way better performance coming in from Kinotrope here, but Crazy Raccoon starting to turn up in some of these games.
And as you can see, Fnatic, who was leading the earlier group, kinda struggling a bit to keep up with the top dogs of this current Group V versus C. And now we are heading into our very first match of World's Edge. Maybe we will see some team composition changes. Perhaps some players, some teams about to pop off since they will be given new POIs, and it is indeed a different map.
Yep. And this is going to be a very, very interesting one as now we enter into World's Edge. From my information, at least, World's Edge, it might have Sigma Test play outside, NSD Gaming on Lava Siphon, Reignite, and Soleil here in Lava Fisher. So could happen, could not happen, depending on
depending on what the teams feel like. Because after all, we've seen the teams heavily respecting the decisions of everyone else. Very keen on not ruining anyone's starting conditions. We even saw 3 teams all sharing Skyhook, not pushing anybody, which is pretty interesting to say the least. But that was from the earlier match set, match day number 2. So maybe things will pan out differently for match day number 3. We did see a lot of aggression, a lot of ring tanking from earlier.
Yep.
Reposition there.
We are already seeing a contest here in Lava Siphon, just as expected. And here we go. NSD Gaming versus Play Outside, who is playing the second floor at the current moment. G7 Scout and a Mastiff here for Arikana. Ooh, an R301 upgrade as well. This is so good, but NSD Gaming, you can see who already has that purple, but don't leave Nefudal behind. Oh no!
Oh no!
Nefudal, there is one chance for Play Outside to get an advantage here, and it's to somehow get Nefudal, but I don't think they're paying attention.
They're looking at somewhere else. Unfortunate. The chance was there, but it was missed. And now NSD Gaming versus Play Outside, even Steven, with NSD Gaming actually having a bit of an advantage since they did take the purple armor off the ground and took it with them.
Yeah, but they didn't really bother play outside too much, so probably this is going to be a Climatizer-esque POI where you just share one side of the POI, the other team shares the other. And yeah, this is going to be peace in the POI for now. But we are going to see not many other teams actually fighting it out at the beginning of the game. I think the closest that we do have is those Skyhook teams. But other than that, not much in terms of fights.
Definitely, Sneaky. I think most of the teams are simply looting, rotating, and aiming to get into the zone as fast as possible. And it looks like we have a zone pulling towards the side of launch site where Fennel is just simply looting. And I think they are aware. After all, they do have a catalyst for their team, and they do have advanced ring information.
Yeah, Fennel currently very comfortably in the lead. So I think they can just play this type of style. Even though, I mean, they have double blues. It's so easy to upgrade with the guns that they have, as Momon already has a 30-30 and a Volt. So I think this white is going to turn into a blue very, very quickly, unless
Crazy Raccoon falling from the sky, taking ownership of this building, and it seems like Fennel hasn't fully looted their POI.
only half of it. Crazy Raccoon, though, they're going to try to go for something here. Good 50 tag from Momon. But how is Crazy Raccoon going to get up here if they want to contest Fennel?
Maybe this is another case of staying in this building for the next few rounds as they wait for the lobby to fill this POI. Because that is usually what happened in the past few games of World's Edge, and as well as Storm Points. Very slow tempo lobbies, but since the tempo is so slow, the moment you make a really risky and aggressive decision, it just snowballs and leads you into getting eliminated way earlier compared to pretty much everyone else.
For sure, for sure. Here we go. Bit of a preview on towards the circle. We are going to go in towards a hard south, but going to go back into the fight. It seems like Tai has found someone to fight with, and it is going to be NSD, fresh from their first fight. But I think they're just going to back off here. Axe is already on very low HP, but Ty's already down a member, so I think they're just trying to med up and try and see if they can finish off the rest of the squad.
Unfortunately, that was their Valkyrie, Yuta, going down, leaving the options of their rotates very slim, very minimal.
Yeah, they don't have a crypto too, so they can't just grab their banner out in the open without having to risk their lives just to try to do so. So, very unfortunate loss for them at the beginning of the game, of all things. As now we are entering into our round closing. Enter for 36. Spotting a team at the top of the hill.
And in my opinion, I believe launch site zones are one of the ones easiest to call. So you can definitely see more and more teams aiming to get there as fast as possible. Enter Force 36, after discovering that they are potentially gate-kept from their side, from that side, are instead choosing to rotate the other way around through the tunnels.
Ooh, but play outside.
Play outside there.
Going dome.
All the way from, if I'm not mistaken, all the way from Lava Siphon
Yep. Made their travels
towards Dome.
pretty long here, but maybe they have a plan. Maybe they've seen this circle before, and
But are
maybe
they
just touches
aware
it.
that there's another team here?
Oh yeah, play outside also in the general area. So I think it could be just an isolated fight between Pulverex and play outside. And I have a feeling they're gonna fight heavily for the spot.
It seems that both... Oh, they are unaware. Great initial beams from Hammer Drill. Knocks Watage, and now it's a 3 versus 2 situation. Great shot with a Volt SMG. Sadly, the Capitalist passive blocking the door. But instead, Hammer Drill is keen on getting inside no matter what it takes. But for now, they back off. 1 KP is enough to grief the team. And Watage actually gets... inside? No, he's attempting to run away, but there is no running away against this team.
Yeah, and I have a heavy feeling Pulverex is still gonna go for the 3-man push and try to see if they can clear play outside. They don't want another squad playing in Dome.
Hammer
But
Drill is
Pulverex
just
is here?
so scary, so aggressive compared to like. It feels like he doesn't match. He doesn't want to match the tempo of the rest of this lobby. I mean, look at that. So many decisions being factored in. He's definitely trying to find the squad, trying to fully clear them, maybe get more KP. But oh, it's a different squad. It's a completely different squad. It's Diaz.
Diaz and Pulverex have entered the dome and is going to try to see if they can finish off the rest of the other squad. But it seems like no is the answer. But NES is also starting to let that Nemesis sing as we do see a fight coming in from the outside. Meteor trying to clear the backside of Dome through that zone. But yeah, I think they're just going to probably try and see and go for another fight. Maybe they want to fight Pulverex here, but I wouldn't recommend it because Pulverex is kind of stacked up at the moment.
So many teams at the vicinity of Dome, despite the ring pulling hard towards launch site. Meanwhile, play outside, the first squad to go down, eliminated, 19 squads remaining. Meteor, though, they're just looting and not much of shooting happening. O2 Esports, meanwhile, we haven't really seen much of them since they usually haven't been performing that well for the past few games. But Sinak, maybe we can see some action over here from the side of O2 Esports.
Yeah, it was a lot of mid-game struggles here from the side of O2. I mean, if they can get a win on this fight, then that could be maybe a catalyst to get the win. But Black Hole, can he get the swap? Oh, the swap was so slow. Not like this, but I think he's gonna be fine. It was only a Black Hole, no nades, no nothing.
I think it might actually be 2U's Black Hole. Unfortunate. But for now, O2 moves on. 18 squads remaining. Nebula Esports, meanwhile, just nearby, trying to not make their presence known. They don't want anybody knowing that they are rotating, and it feels like this is unique to how Apac North Pro League is playing. More strategic, more, I wouldn't say passive, but it's more stealthy, definitely. More careful in the way that they want to rotate.
Yeah, I think they prioritize the rotations more than the kills, but it kind of depends on the situation. I've seen some of the APAC North teams really fight for their spot as much as possible, even clear their backside. So lots to expect here for some of the teams that are inside. Fnatic, though, as we do pan on over to them, UKF attempting to test some of the angles on the backside choke of Tree, but
oh, nice wall bounce. Movement. After all, that is what UKF is mostly known for in this English speaking side of the world. And it seems that they are going toe-to-toe against the rest of the launch side teams.
Yeah, Fnatic has to be careful, though. There is a team rotating right behind them. So just gotta keep a heads up on them at all times, or else. I mean, Fnatic, you already know that they're not scared to fight. They're not scared to suggest that we should just wipe off this team off of the face of the earth. But still, launch site occupied by so many players. Lava Siphon, they're still teaming with players here. And as we do slowly file on into the round 2 closing, everyone still trying to get their right spots in this situation.
As such, we have Kinotrope Gaming sadly not really performing as expected compared to what many of their fans are aiming for. But maybe, just maybe, this is finally their comeback and they would be able to push a win from this side. After all, pretty good comp for aggression. They do have a Horizon, they have a Bangalore, and they have a Bloodhound.
Perfect for their side as the round 2 closing has just finished, and now we go into round 3. Circle just gets smaller, more focused in towards the launch site. And it seems like Fennel's already occupied the control room in the middle. Meteor playing that low ground, trying to play that delay game, but the other squads still not rotated in. Fnatic is outside, NSD is outside. I mean, O2 is also outside. Reignite is also outside of the zone at the very moment, so I think we're gonna see some of them finally moving in. And I think O2 Esports might be up first, but you have to be careful because as soon as you try to get into the zone, there is Kinotrope waiting at the end of it.
Nebula Esports, though, at a pretty bad disadvantage. They no longer have their Bangalore. But there you go. Banner has been grabbed, and the respawn beacon is simply nearby.
But will they risk it though? Maybe there is a crafter somewhere they can farm a beacon on, but kind of depends.
Yeah, it depends on a lot of things. And with how things are looking up, more and more teams rotating into launch site, perhaps chaos is bound to happen in a few moments. Fnatic though, landing. Oh, Sadiki! Dodging, dancing, all of those bullets, trying his best to stay alive, but sadly, not enough. Pulverex F-Gen gets him.
There we go. Suzuki takes one to the face with 30-30. Fnatic trying to play survival games here, but Suzuki, they might have to leave him behind because he's too out in the open, but the Conduit is really trying to go far back. And UKF, oh my god, I thought he would kill this man, but apparently not. There is still people on the high ground willing to beat this one.
Okay, so much punging happening, and there you have it, UKF leeching off some random generator from someone else. And I'm assuming that's a generator from the side of Pulverex, but oh! The Jenny eats the nade!
Yeah, they should have gotten the clue about the fences going in towards the other side. They do have that Watson online. Fnatic just playing the underside of the POI at this very moment. They're playing it extra safe. But yeah, I think this is the one. Oh, it's the one that ends near the east building.
It didn't fully completely south, and that might spell a problem for some of these teams. And there you go. Slowly, we're seeing the kill feed catch on fire. As we've remembered, Enter Force 36 was playing from this area, and sadly, they are eliminated. 17 squads remaining. Kinetrope Gaming attempting to hold so much space, but the moment they are pushed, this will spell disaster for the rest of their team. But Miyake and One Savvy very confident on their positioning, aiming to push and take more space away from this squad. Miyake finally getting a purple, and Arufa not too far behind. Meanwhile, Tsuyu and O2 Esports trying to run away, I'm guessing, from Kinetrope.
Hurry, get there.
Oh, Meteor eliminated. 16 squads remaining.
Yep. They fall to Fnatic as well, so Fnatic starting to gain more points in this game. O2 Esports starting to enter the control room here, but can they get the right amount of control going into this push? Nades are going to start to fly, but O2 Esports is trying to survive, and they're actually contesting Fennel here, who has been here this entire time, and they're going to try to yoink this spot from them, but it's not going to work. Not against Mobon, not against Minotaur, as Tsuyu first is going to go down. And Fennel, they can just back off. They've already done what they needed.
There you have it. 16 squads remaining. As you can see in the kill feed, so many people are getting knocked by 30-30 repeaters. Not even people from the same team. It's a bunch of different ones. But oh, someone landed right in front of Pinota. SBI Esports eliminated off screen. 15 squads remaining. Oh, Fennel. Kurihara not looking too good. Fennel eliminated. Kinetrope Gaming actually fogging, actually pushing. 12 squads left, and so far One Tappy has 4 eliminations on his stat.
Yeah, and you can really see the redemption here for the side of Kinetrope. On pretty hard angles, but they got it anyways. 11 squads left, and there is still this rat that is Hunto on that conduit.
Oh, trying his best to survive, not looking too good. Crazy Raccoon eliminated. 10 squads remaining, half of the lobby gone. Kinetrope Gaming, they're just so aggressive at the moment compared to how the rest of this lobby wants to play. Arufa just looting out in the open. He doesn't really care because everyone else is busy.
Yeah, and perfect opportunity to get some meds extra for that final fight especially. But as we do pan on over, PBX holding the right side. Fnatic's really holding the backside of right. So they're once again waiting for that one play that all hell could break loose in just a single moment. And that's where they capitalize with the third party.
Gotcha.
Look at that scan from Kinetropes. 1 tappy, 6 hostiles have been discovered, and they are maintaining such a good spot. They also have height compared to some of these teams that are choosing to play from the lower ground. Oh, team has been discovered, and 1 tappy is going crazy with the Nemesis. But shots, not enough. No crack so far. Instead, 1 tappy is the one getting cracked.
I think it's gonna be fine.
Big nade. Ooh, 7 hostiles detected.
That was definitely a juicer scan. So now they have so much information of what is in front of them here. But information doesn't even matter for their side. Diaz, Rash is gonna go down. Maker, the last one left alive, gets burned by the thermite, and that's a dead conduit if I've ever seen one.
No! Maker survives, defying all odds, defying expectations, and another termite was thrown right in front of his face. But all 3 instead decides to push him. Pulverex going crazy, playing quite aggressively despite their composition.
Yeah, and this is what I want to see coming in from Pulverex, especially that bite, that aggression that we have been looking for in some of the lobbies, especially coming in from them, having to catch up in the leaderboards at this very first game of World's Edge. But the Sukhoi impact already out of the question thanks to Soleil Gaming. They're going to get a red as well. Oh, this is so good for their side.
And you know what I like about the fact that we are playing an end zone from the very edge of launch site? It's just crazy how many teams are seeking shelter from the cover that you didn't even expect to be viable. I mean, look at that. Vortex Wolf pushing Res right in front of the enemy spaces. Knock knock, who's there? And it's a Prowler. Sammy is back into action. However, it's not enough. And Vortex Wolf is eliminated. Kinetropes Gaming with the aggression. 6 squads remaining.
Yeah, Miyake was like, yeah, I got my own weapon. I got my own secret weapon in my pocket as well. But Suzuki, the spray, that's going to be great. Archery's going to go down, but can he go for 2 more? Cancels 2 of his shots, 30-30. 1 to the dome.
You're crazy, but you are also 1 HP. It's Satuki against Peace, almost dying, almost not alive actually. But there you go. It seems like it's a rest for rest, but no, Kinetropes Gaming is just dominating.
Sheesh. Fnatic is eliminated. At least it's a top 6 finish for them, but still, Soleil Gaming looking to hold on to at least top 3 in this game. But Pulverex doing such a stellar job of just disrupting every single fight here, as well as Kinetrope, to try and just make it a lot easier for your team to win. However, there is now 2 squads exactly like that in this lobby, and it's possible that these 2 are going to be the last 2 left alive. But
it feels like finally Kinetropes Gaming found their foundation and are able to capitalize on it. Arufa playing a bit too aggressively, but it's okay. He is still alive and well. 1 tappy, the current kill leader of the lobby, going crazy with the Nemesis. So many cracks, so many damage. And not to mention, he hasn't even bothered to use his Prowler. It's all just the Nemesis. Papico, meanwhile, still alive, attempting to break the Newcastle shield walls. Kanata, though, going down as well.
Anemone? For the reload, seems like it's not going to happen. And now we only have 2 squads left. And oh my god!
That was just a free win. Congratulations to Kinetropes Gaming for winning game number 4. They didn't even need to give up height.
It just ended, guys.
It just simply ended. They just stood there
What
at
in the
height.
Apax out?
What in the Apax out. And that is it for game number 4. Our first game at World's Edge for match day number 3.
hello, and welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series for APAC North Split 1. And we are here for game number 5 of World's Edge. It's been quite the day, quite a lot of games. I think we are on our, my math is not math, 11th game as of today. Felt it's going to be very, very soon, but teams still trying to play catch-up in the leaderboard at this very moment. But last game, pretty confusing, not gonna lie. The way that it ended was a bit too quick than we were expecting here.
Yeah, a bit too chaotic, to say the least. I agree with you, Sneaky. Totally not something we usually expect, but that's the fun of Apex Legends. Things can be dynamic, things can be different. And maybe this game is not any dissimilar from everything else we've seen. Perhaps it'll be equally chaotic or it'll be equally peaceful.
For sure, for sure. Still a lot of teams trying to play catch up to try and get into the top 10 and at least get some points on the board. But rest assured that some of these teams are very, very comfortable at the top of the leaderboard. But we're gonna go foray on through to our drops once again. We are, so far we have only seen a singular contest here, which is going to be the NSD Gaming Squad going up against XI, if I'm not mistaken. So we are just going to see who's going to get there first, and it seems like Axis, seeing 2 people in the second floor, is not going to go inside just yet. It is actually play outside, excuse my mistake, but Lobo with the 30-30 triple take can do some massive damage, especially he has purple too.
Play outside, seeing as they have the armor advantage, and they too spot another purple, aiming to grab all advantages that they possibly can away from NSD Gaming. NSD, no, not looking too good for their side. They have triple whites, and that is about it.
Yeah, and according to their body language, it seems like they do want to play outside, despite the armor disadvantage that they have, and they can see the purple in the corner of the room. So it's purple, purple, blue versus triple white. Not the best start here for the side of NSD, and NSD needs to decide. They've already gotten on top, so we're just gonna go on the side. You don't want to really challenge the squad. I think they already are aware that the purple has gone in the way of BOS.
So for now, peaceful times, Lava Siphon being shared, play outside, getting the advantage for game number 5, and peaceful times, I guess, awaits us. Meanwhile, let's pan into the map to see where the zone is pulling.
Ooh, I mean, we're back up north. That is gonna be good news for most of the teams who are kind of hanging around Monument, especially maybe Meteor and Reignite, who has stayed in survey camp for the past few games, but still could go anywhere.
Definitely, we could be looking at a survey camp zone, or perhaps a zone pulling towards Epicenter, maybe even Fragment and Monument. And just like most of these teams, it has been really chaotic. Some teams playing consistently at the top, whilst others not really doing that well. We've seen Kinotrope Gaming just catching fire for the past match, and they have been doing extremely well so far in trying to maintain that consistency. But with 60 players still in the lobby at the moment, we have yet to see any of these squads popping off for now.
Yeah, but we see E36 trying to see if they can move up to this plate, but the problem is Vortex Wolf is already on the choke before they could even breathe on the building that they're sitting on. So are they expecting that E36 maybe is going to go the long way around because they don't want to, you know, get on an uphill fight, especially knowing that Vortex, they do have the 30-30s. Those are going to shred you even if you try to just to get up the mountain.
Vortex Wolf going against Enter Force 36, but it's just Pokage.
Yep.
Nothing too juicy, nothing too meticulous. All simple Pokage, just part of the game, part of comp. Meanwhile, Pulverex, Hammer Drill with a charge rifle, spots the team rotating into Monument.
Extended supply bin.
Could this be a fight? I think Pulverex is looking to do so. So So little movement from their side. There is also Soleil Gaming in the same general area, but NSD Gaming finally, the triggers do start on both sides. Blue, white, blue versus purple, purple, blue. The health advantage doesn't matter because Nefudal does get the kill on Ariakana. But Wakage gonna go through, maybe a bit too hard. Oh, that not like this.
That freaking armor advantage, not really that useful. But here comes the third party, and it's Fennel, Kuriara, Pinota, and Momon, all looking pretty good, pretty healthy compared to the squad that they're chasing, which is NSD Gaming, Nefudal. Running really low on the red health department, and Axis, I think, might have been getting caught up, but thankfully Axis is running Conduit, can passively heal while running away. Not so sure though about Nefudal. Double time definitely saving him from perishing.
Yeah, and I don't think Fennel is gonna go for the hard chase here. They're just gonna leave the rest of the squad alone, and I think they're just gonna steal the loot, which was hard work there for the side of NSD, considering they won such a disadvantageous battle. But I think they forgot about Fennel and the fact that they play Southside here. And I think they just wanted to see if there's anyone still in Lava Siphon and maybe they can get some damage in. And the early death for a squad, unfortunate for that one. But, I mean, fortunately for FL, they just get one more point on the board.
So I guess that is usually how they want to plan their contests. Fight later, loot first. But depending on how it actually pans out, it might lead to the victory of one team, which can snowball later on into the game. Or it might lead into an unfortunate third party, just like what happened earlier with third party Fennel just cashing in, grabbing off the loot, and scaring away the very wounded NSD.
Still, just a whole lot of rotations going on, not much in the way of fights. People still trying to figure out what circle we are having at this very moment, so some of these Watsons are going to hit those consoles. But we are going to move on through into O2 Esports. You can hear the Rolling Thunder in the background already. They're a bit desperate to kind of equalize the fight, and it seems like Sinak already has one foot out of the door, wants to get out of this situation immediately. They don't want to challenge this yet, and yeah, just a bit of a scare for the side of the X-Ties.
Very scary indeed. Nobody wants to be eliminated at 19 squads left when you are playing the second to the last game of the day. It's going to take quite a while for any of these teams to recover. After all, the next match is a week from now. If I'm not mistaken, you guys should definitely check out the broadcast schedule. I should definitely check that out. But O2 Esports currently just scouting around, making sure that nobody is backstabbing them or flanking them, but not really good to hold this place, in my opinion, because there's very little cover. And as you can see, very little cover and so many angles that other teams can potentially attack you. Utilities being deployed in order to cover for Kotaman, and I guess that is it for this fight. Very long range, and Maker running an EVA 8 and a Vault SMG doesn't really give him a lot of long range capability, actually.
Yeah, I think they were more worried about this rotation going into the zone, as they were still kind of far. I think we're gonna have another one of those open field zones going into next to the mountain of Fragment, as there's already some teams already there. Crazy Raccoon, Tai, and Soleil is already there. PVX is also found themselves in near the Fragment side. So whole lot of teams already rotating early, but there's still a whole lot of teams kind of outside, and which is surprising because I would have expected them to get here quickly, but I think they realize that space is limited there. Might as well try to play edge of it.
And it feels like, oh, Kotaman, unfortunately, getting knocked, but thankfully, over here, Sinak does have a golden knockdown shield, allowing a quick reset for his team.
Yeah, but the problem is, do they care about the gold res? Because look who's flying in on towards the side of O2 Esports. And it is Fnatic. Fnatic already looking to get to the finish despite, you know, getting that golden res. You already know Fnatic trying to go for the full kill immediately. They don't want to get third party, but the third party is still super far. But the margins are super thin here. I don't think they want to fight. There is a team right behind them already trying to roll up, and if DSK does notice that there is a squad fighting on towards the left side, they can actually gatekeep both teams.
But it feels like some of these teams are equally distracted, just like their opponents, O2 Esports, trying to figure out what the enemy team is doing. And it seems like one of them is rotating, and the other team, Fnatic, is holding their ground. Longbow getting shot, but shots not connecting. Sadly, Tsuyu one shot away from a purple, which would definitely benefit him. But sadly, Conduit, the jammers are being deployed, and Tsuyu instead gets cracked. In the process, has to pop a shield battery, and Sinek goes down. Fnatic is in it for the push.
Yeah, a bit of help from the other squad on the other side of the mountain. Yuka F gets the kill, but can they get the finish on this squad? Satsuki is going to get Tsuyu first, and what a clean wipe from the side of Fnatic. O2 Esports is gone. 16 squads left, but they have to be careful, Lily. There is a team at the top of this hill. They're going to have to decide whether or not they have to go the risky route or the safe route.
But I think at the moment, Fnatic is looking to be in the clear for now, because after what happened in the earlier games, I think most of these teams aren't too keen into wasting their time tanking all of that ring damage. But if you just wipe a squad, surely you have so much resources on your side. You can afford to maybe take your time, let the other teams fight it out, let the other teams figure out what you're doing. And Dosukoi Impact, the closest team to Fnatic, is still pretty far away.
Yeah, Dosukoi Impact actually helped them in that fight with a bit of the longbow shots coming in from 788, hitting the member at the top of the spire. But unfortunately for them, they might turn into enemies real quick, but no. Dosukoi is looking for another play entirely, so Fnatic might have just saved themselves a lot of trouble going into these fights.
Great freaking longbow shots over here from the side of Tamana. Dosukoi Impact aiming to get as much damage as they can. Tamana, the first in the team to get a purple, will definitely help them in their rotation towards the zone. After all, they are not inside it. And, oh, but it feels like instead of focusing at the side of Fragment, Tana Master is possibly concerned over Fnatic, who is just right beside them.
Yep, Fnatic still pretty deep in the zone, but they do have the Bangalore to block some of these sidelines off.
And it feels like instead of choosing to rotate through the balloon, Fnatic is instead using the tunnel as a gateway towards Fragment.
Yeah, and Dosukoi Impact none the wiser here. They really think that Fnatic is still on the other side. So Fnatic might be able to actually roll on to the right if they do want to go for Dosukoi here. But Dosukoi, they're like, yeah, we're done with this play. We are just going to hold out. But are we going to find anything? That is the question.
And it feels like Dosukoi Impact has already chosen a building that they would preferably want to land in. But, oh, shots from all over the place.
They're fine.
They are fine. They are chilling. Meanwhile, somewhere else over in the map, Pulverex is eliminated.
Pulverex getting absolutely railed at this very moment. But then Enter Force 36.
Also not doing too well. Aimbot, the last guy, is still alive, going against Fennel with two members still shooting and kicking. Kurihara though and Pinora in a bit of trouble. They can't really see where the last surviving member is. Kurihara might even go down, but no.
Okay. Maybe. He has the knockdown though. Playing the rock. R9 spray.
Good
Done.
shots over there from the side of Fennel. Kurihara able to win that fight
but
against
it's on the
Enter
hill.
Force 36. And the nearest squad is here to third party.
Cleaning up the scraps. Might as well bring a broom.
That is a pretty good wingman shot from the side of me, okay? Didn't even need a digi. Didn't have to. They were right in front of me, okay?
Yeah.
12 squads remaining and round 4.
Damn, Keenestrope is farming. I think I kind of feel the momentum shifting towards Keenestrope's side. If they can get a good spot in the zone, especially considering that no one is actually blocking their way going into the circle, they're going to have such a good position going into this one.
Definitely sneaky. I agree with you. Vortex Wolf, though, meanwhile, trying to get some pokage this late into the game. If you're still running blues, well, the rest of the lobby already has reds and purples. It's looking not too good for your situation, especially with a ring that is this open.
Yep.
But it doesn't seem to be unique to them. Tai is also still running triple blues. Not looking too good for the teams that are holding buildings.
there's 3 squads in the south, 3 squads in the northeast and the northwest at this very moment, with only Ty, who's currently occupying a building with a Crazy Raccoon. So teams are all over the place at this very moment. So NSD Gaming still trying to find their way in. They're still somewhat far from the circle, but Reignite already in trouble. Chun-Li's already out of the question for their side. Soleil Gaming getting some shots going. Crazy Raccoon as well, looking to try and see if they can eliminate the people right below them, because they don't want to share this building at all. But Soleil Gaming making this very difficult, and they're just going to put down the Conduit ultimate potentially, but I don't think it's necessary yet.
Sunny just testing it out. Oh. Audio has been heard, and there seems to be a guy or a team right behind them. And Crazy Raccoon already knows about this.
Yeah, good Conduit ultimate, honestly. That surrounds the
Very
backside
dense.
of Soleil Gaming. That means they can just focus on the backside fight instead of having to focus on Crazy Raccoon potentially jumping down. But I don't know which Reignite also suffering in this building, as the rest of the squads are now starting to fight. NSD Gaming, who was outside of the zone at one point, cannot find their way in. Reignite barely touching the wall, but Dosukoi Impact, they can smell that there is a team right around the corner. Master practicing some self-restraint, but does reveal his location right next to them. But look at that kill feed. Everyone is dying. Kinotrope killing absolutely everyone. Nebula Esports is down. Poppy goes out. Crazy Raccoon trying to take advantage as Vortex Wolf is also going to go down in the process. Crazy Raccoon not yet done with this skirmish. Wanting to go back into the building. Triple climb up. Back into their spot like nothing happened.
Pretty genius outplay from Crazy Raccoon. They just are taking advantage of the fact that they probably know Monument or Fragment more than any of these teams. Soleil Gaming though, props to them for surviving this long, but oh, random Horizon Black Hole out of nowhere is the Conduit. Few enough though, shields getting healed, archery kind of getting nade spammed at the moment, and you can't really see anything.
It's all smokes and mirrors here in the first floor. Peace was isolated at one point, but does get back on the other side of the cat wall. 8 squads left, round 5 closing and is in just a bit. Tai is the only team that has a complete building that is still in the zone. And looking at Soleil, they don't want to be in that building. It's basically a doom strat at this point. So what spot are they gonna play? There's only the bridge. Reignite's eliminated finally. Dosukoi Impact looking for more.
Dosukoi is on fire. Kinotrope Gaming sadly eliminated 6 squads remaining. Tai still comfy, comfortable, and running triple purples inside their building. X-Dice though, not looking too good. All they have is a fence line and a crypto drone. Their crypto still running blues as well.
And that's a sad outing for the side of Kinotrope. They had so much kills in their pockets. If they got the win, that would have been a huge step, would have shot them up in the leaderboards here. But here comes Fnatic, looking to see if they can seal off first place once again. Not just in the first set, but in the second as well. Soleil Gaming getting absolutely stunned. Archery is confused on what is happening on the other side of the bridge. Dosukoi Impact, though, they're just chilling inside the house with Tai in the second floor, but most of the fights is going to come from Fnatic's side. They love starting these, so they're going to have no problem ending these as well. Yuka F become the kill leader, and he's going to look for more. Archery is going to go down as well, so that's basically 5 KP going in the way of Fnatic. They are stacking these kills.
Meanwhile, what's happening over here below Tai? There's chaos right below them, and they are keen on getting involved. But so far, no line of vision, no line of sight, no Digitret either.
Yeah, and I think Tai has a better position because compared to the first floor team, they can just jump out on the left side and they can't really be bothered from the side of Dosukoi, as they don't really have any direct access to that way unless you go through the back door. But back door is also occupied.
I think Iron missed the person that was rotating right below them.
Oh no. Could be some sense of doom, but
Oh, there you go. He finally peeks them, but instead of one person, 2 people swing Iron, but he is able to recover quite fast, expending some shield cells in the process.
Circle is closing now, though. Almost all of them are in the same building or surrounding the same building. Only one squad that's playing on the other side, and it's going to be Fnatic. Fnatic licking their lips. They can see the win already in their eyes. All they have to do is wait. All they have to do is witness all the fights. Great smoke coming in here for UKF to block off, to isolate all these fights back in their way. They just have to shoot the underside of the bridge, and that is going to be their game. But patience, you have to be patient here, UKF. You cannot execute this one immediately. You have to back it up. You have to be patient in this one. You can't walk up just yet. If you do, Crazy Raccoon and the others are probably going to spot you and is going to beam from across the board. But 5 squads left, and I think this might be the beginning of the end for the squads that are out exiting the building. So Dosukoi Impact's already out. X-Tize could be right up next. The Wingman shots are going to be there. Nice shots from the Wingman. X-Tize is dead. Crazy Raccoon is dead, and it's only going to be Ty with the mano-a-mano situation. But they're on the low ground. Fnatic on the high ground. They split the map in half with the catwall. But Ty instead deciding to play underground. UKF, oh no! Gonna be on 1 HP, but Iron instead gets baited in. Oh, Fnatic, what a fight coming in from them. Bit of bait action going on. UKF already got the bat off, but it doesn't matter. Fnatic collect a win in World's Edge in Game 5.
We have our Apex champion.
And hello and welcome back to the ALGS official English broadcast of the APAC North Split 1. Last game of the day, and what a series we have had so far. So many stories that we can follow, especially the redemption of Kinotrope from last place to first place in our leaderboards at this very moment. An amazing comeback that we expected.
But for now, we are headed into our very last final match of the day, of the weekend. This is your last chance, APAC North. Maybe we will see anyone willing to bring down Kinotrope with their amazing points so far, incredible lead compared to the rest of the teams, or will we see them dominating yet again?
Yeah, and it's just due for Kinotrope, honestly. Just like I said at the start of the broadcast, they've just been so unlucky in their first week. The circle pulls were a disaster for them in Storm Point and in World's Edge at the same time, and the situations they got themselves in weren't really the best. But now, Kinotrope safely in the first place at 71 points. The closest is Fnatic at 57. I mean, all they have to do is exist, and they can seal first place.
That is true, Sneaky. I agree with that. But for now, anything can happen. We are already seeing teams dropping towards Skyhook, as well as another contest, a Lava Siphon between NSD Gaming and, of course, Play Outside.
I think we should go there.
Yep, it's been, not gonna lie, it's been 50-50 in this POI, NSD Gaming. At times they do win, or the other team just leaves. Play Outside has yet to get a definite win over NSD Gaming so far in the game.
And they're just risking it, meleeing everybody.
Oh my god, the wind-up from that Bangalore. I felt that punch all the way to Manila, but Axis down to 1 HP. What can you do? The swap is so far. You have a Mozambique, my friend. And all you can do is cry because NSD Gaming gonna be out in 20th. Play Outside with some revenge after that last fight.
The first squad to be eliminated from the very last match of the day, NSD Gaming. And there you go. That was so sad. I think the very last member of NSD Gaming that was left alive, the Horizon, saw that purple, but the Gondola just took it way away from him, and
Unfortunate.
it was just unfortunate. But that is what you get for doing a contest where you drop at pretty much the same spot as the opposing team. It's just all up to RNG.
Not gonna lie, I mean, I can kind of understand that from the viewpoint of NSD because it's already the last game of the day, last chance to really make an impression, and you know, dominating that team in their POI would be kind of like a message sent to them, like, okay, we own this POI, you guys need to get off of it. But seems like Play Outside got it figured out, and they even got the console, and they're gonna get that early circle information.
And it seems like we are getting another Southern Circle, this time around pulling towards stacks. We already are seeing teams keen on rotating, but Tanpopo still wants to make sure that everything is all settled, looting the majority of Lava Siphon, but unbeknownst to him, Crazy Raccoon is already in the area.
Yep, and of course, Crazy Raccoon, last time that they were here, they were actually third-partying the fight between POS and NSD, and it seems like they even got POS in the process, and NSD just ran away as fast as possible. But Play Outside, now they're prepped for this fight this time. Blue, purple, and a gold armor on their side, but I think they'd rather go for the rotation. I think they're done looting already here, Lily.
After all, the ring seems to be ending at the Stack side, and Stacks is a POI, as you all know, has a lot of buildings in it.
Get early.
Yeah, you have to get early there, and if you're late, you're just going to get gatekept away. But seems like Junghee is instead aiming to get beacon ring console information. Dogma, nice shots with the 30-30 repeater.
Damn, a 91 from that far with a 2x. Absolute beamer.
And
but
it's Pulverex, but none of them actually wants to fight. They all want to rotate. They see that when you head into stacks pretty late, it's going to be game over for you very, very fast, very, very early.
yeah, because there's limited buildings. We have like choices of 5, and I think at most maybe 17 or only 15 squads can actually occupy all of them. So some of these squads are going to be left on the outside. But I think Fnatic's going to be one of them because, you know, they don't play buildings. They play to fight. They play to fist fight you no matter what happens. So they're going to be A-OK, probably just hanging around the other dome. So, yeah, we're already seeing some teams already camping up, setting up their traps, setting up their jennies, and here for the long ride.
But look at that. Diaz spotting some rotators, but
The
unfortunately not landing 30-30 shots. Gets a 42 though on blue armor. Resh trying to make a play with Synap following just right beside him, but ooh, cover, ooh, line of sight. The 30-30's range is just insane.
Especially with the 3x. I mean, he even has a purple attachment on it. I think that is the stock, so he is going to have a good time just shooting and absolutely making everyone's lives a living hell who is outside of the stacks buildings. But we are going to take a look at the map already. Obviously, Dosukoi is going to take their sweet time here in Epicenter to try and see if they can loot as much as possible. Survey camp's already vacated, so they're going to try and see if they can get some extra guns from there. But Fnatic already making their way from Landslide into Harvester, so this is a bit fast coming in from them. So I think they're trying to see if they can be one step ahead of the other teams also playing Edge.
But as you all know, and as we have been discussing over and over, if you are late into stacks, it's going to be really hard for you because your team won't be having a building to play on, and more often than not, will be stuck by the fence line or by the walls, which is usually what happens.
Either playing tunnel or even the side of the wall, but Crazy Raccoon decided to go a bit
Aggression!
crazy. Synap is already down. Crazy Raccoon looking to dip their toes into the fight against Diaz here. And the Bangalore already gone, Lily. This is not good news.
But oh, right behind you, Resh! Right behind you, and now it's all up to Maker to make a play. But can he actually, as a conduit with no utils and no teammates?
Yeah, Synap takes the dirt at that first contact against Crazy Raccoon, and O2 Esports, they have the Bloodhound. They know exactly where the bodies are, and no time for the Bloodhound to go all the way downstairs into first floor to get rezzed by that conduit. And he is just going to lose his life. Stats is already getting a bit spicy, and it's only round 1 closing.
Initially, it was between Crazy Raccoon and the other team, but seems like O2 Esports wanted to get involved into the fight, and there you have it. Synap with a Vault SMG, unfortunately only getting 1 crack on the horizon, and Crazy Raccoon immediately goes back to lower ground in order to recover.
Man, the Crazy Raccoon really wants this entire building to themselves, and you can't blame them. They want to be a bit selfish when it comes to this, and Diaz finally eliminated as Maker is spotted out in the open. And 18 squads left. 2 out already before the round 2 circle even is closing. And Stacks, I mean, since the fight, or since the Apac North style is get a POI and don't share it, everyone doesn't want to share it.
But speaking of sharing, though, Stacks is not the only POI getting shared at the moment, since we have Ty as well as Vortex Wolf at the side of Big Mod.
Yeah, but Vortex Wolf has the slight edge. That roof of Big Mod has a lot of options, especially when going back into cover, but the bottom team already has defenses up, so I think they're going to be there for a while, and Vortex Wolf, they're just going to let them live.
Vortex Wolf also doesn't have a lot of HP on their side, so does Ty, so it's a very risky ballsy play if any of them decides to push each other. And aside from that, though, I do think Ty has the advantage at the moment. They do have really good SMGs, but so does Vortex Wolf. And the main difference maker here being Ty is running a bunch of assault rifles, with Vortex Wolf instead having a 30-30, having another 30-30, and finally a longbow, which doesn't really do that well in close range fights.
Man, but the purple 30-30 picked up, complete detachment and everything, though. That is such a satisfying sight to see if you are a player just standing and looking for any damage in and across the map. But we do take into the POV of Ties, who is just trying to see if they can get some information in that big mod, just to kind of be one step ahead of the two teams inside. Maybe they can take advantage and get up to the 5 or 4 KP.
But so far, so good. Peaceful times ahead. 18 squads still in the lobby. And we pan into some of the teams that are still by the edge, such as SBI Esports, looking really healthy, but...
Oh no, could be the Fnatic Classic here, Lily. It's the Fnatic Classic, the gatekeeping once again.
SBI, though, still looking pretty healthy compared to Fnatic, with Laika having to burn a battery for that one.
Like a stuck.
Oh, more shots, more damage getting taken. Satsuki with the wingman, though.
Yeah,
China.
I think he needs to shoot some shots here because his friend is still under, but I think he's going to be fine. SBI doesn't walk too far forward here.
And SBI seems to be distracted by the evac tower getting popped right behind them. Surely, definitely, that is not Fnatic, but another squad coming from the northern side of the map.
Yeah, that's Dosukoi, I think, doing a bit of a flyby going into Lava Station, which is already looted, so there's nothing to be found there other than some accessory ammo. But SBI still on towards the bridge side. I think more realistically, the fight is going to be in between SBI and the Dosukoi squad, but Fnatic is already halfway out of the door. They're just here to watch the fight happen.
A lot of things can still happen with UKF, Laika, and Saruki, a very strong team, cheered on by many people as well. But the other teams in the lobby are also equally as deadly.
For sure.
Let's reposition there.
SBI, though, have to watch out. Fnatic, they are looking for this kill, but they don't want to go too far forward, though, because Dosukoi is still in the area. But I think Dosukoi is actually looking to exit Lava Siphon and is going to look to rotate into the dotted circle instead. So Fnatic has a free pass into a 3v3 here against SBI.
Oh, Mikey, after peeking and seeing 3 people all at the same time, decided to back off and reposition. Didn't want to repeat it, because if you repeat that same angle, you know exactly what will happen. You're just gonna get shot at by all 3 of them, and you possibly won't stand a chance. But so far, so good, since Fnatic choosing to rotate instead. They are aware that the ring pull is headed towards Stacks, and there is no point staying and spending more time playing with other players over here at the edge of Lava Siphon.
I'm a bit worried about Fnatic's position, not gonna lie. I think the way that they're gonna enter circles, so many teams are gonna see them come in here and Pulverex. I think it has to be them fighting Pulverex just to get into this spot, but there is also the option of fighting Papico here in order to get the entry. But problem is, look at who is in Geyser at the moment. There is someone creeping around. Nebula Esports it is.
Nebula Esports, though, hasn't really shown much presence since Fnatic doesn't seem to be pinging, nor is concerned about them. But I think the two squads are about to meet. You can see the shadows on each other, and Fnatic, UKF sees them, shoots a 30-30 shot, doesn't land anything, and comes back. Trying to reposition, goes to height, but oh, decisions.
Yeah, that is just a hard fight, because after that fight, you still have to deal with the team in the choke point, and Papigo is just watching over this hill, and they have the option of going back up. But I think they're more focused about the south zone pulling at the moment, and unfortunately for the team that is still in the choke point, Nebula Esports is going to be the ones pushing them. Actually, Fnatic, they can do maybe a re-hit in towards this fight and maybe try and go for a third party.
But it feels like at the moment it's more of a standstill, and they are instead choosing to rotate away instead of fighting any of these teams. But that might actually work towards their disadvantage. Saruki getting shredded right up in the air, but thankfully lands safely. But I'm not too sure about holding this position. It's very out in the open, not enough cover, not enough space for all three of them.
They have to shoot left here. Their left side is wide open, and they have to protect it as much as possible. But it seems like Fnatic has enough cover all around them, so they can just stay here the entire time. But look at that damage coming in from Satuki. One of the main reasons why he is one of the highest kill players in this set. That wingman is absolutely beaming so far, but they need to beam Pulverex, who is currently kind of blocking the way going into the white circle itself.
Oh, Pulverex, though, already missing one member. We probably won't see much of them anytime soon since they are very busy resetting. Fnatic trying to see where Pulverex went, deciding on what to do next. Hemlock in hand, Volt SMG on the other, and another 30-30 for the side of Fnatic. Pulverex, though, able to reset, but I'm not so sure what their game plan is.
Yeah, but thanks to the distraction that was served from another team, Pulverex didn't notice that Fnatic has already crossed towards the left side, and now they're going to try to fight for space. Catwall is going to be popped, and let's see, can they get the clean 3v3 going, just like the usual Fnatic. Down goes the ultimates from the conduits, and it's doing so much damage to the down player, and he's almost down. Good shot on the wingman, gets the 50 tag, but Satuki down, no armor. UKF spots that there's a low player going into low ground, and they're a bit separate in this situation, and everyone is starting to fall on towards the side of Papico, unfortunately.
And it feels like Satuki is just now aiming for the turrets on the kills, getting that delicious KP for the team of Fnatic. 17 squads remaining. No one eliminated from that very extended fight, very extended poke cage. But Pulverex on fire at the moment. They need to get into the zone soon. They don't want to rotate at the same time as Fnatic. SBI Esports eliminated. Papico also eliminated. 15 squads remaining. And I feel like usually most teams die out at around round 4 closing. The kill feed slowly catching on fire, and we are seeing more and more teams struggle to get in the kill feed. Even more sneaky. Meteor was eliminated. 14 squads remaining, and aimbot spots a solo right below Enter Force 36.
Yep, 3 teams died while Pulverex was fighting this team, just trying to gain that space on the inside. Ty is also down, but Nebula Esports going down under instead. They got the first down, and that is going to be Irigana. But they need to get 2 more from the side of way outside. But the spikes, the catwall, everything being thrown at them. Hunto is only seeing black and white at this point. Nebula Esports having to stay underside, but I think they've done they actually successfully staved off that team from playing that under. But I'm not so sure if they have it just yet.
This is a very hard ring pull. After all, it is stacks. There's so much cover that you can play with. But at the same time, if you don't have a Watson, if you don't have the resources to defend your building, you're just going to get nade spam. You're just going to get poked at over and over by teams that have more resources than you do. But the alternative is possible, such as what is Nebula Esports is doing at the moment. Playing by the tunnel side, playing below. Meanwhile, Fnatic actually eliminated 12 squads remaining.
Not like this. It actually is Reignite, taking out the teams outside of the current zone. 20 seconds left. Round 5 closing is just in 15 seconds. All hell is about to break loose in these final few moments of World's Edge. And now the best position being held here by Nebula Esports. They pushed out play outside and they even got them killed thanks to O2 Esports looking over the horizon here. But Fennel coming in from the backside, looking to see if they can start their own fight. But Reignite, I think they can hear every step from this team.
Reignite, just trying to play it slow, waiting for the other teams to do something for them. After all, they don't really have that entry capability that other comps provide. They have a Valkyrie, they have a Crypto, they have a Bangalore. Very flexible, but not a lot of entry capability unless your Valkyrie is able to stun somebody with the with the rockets.
Yeah, also not too good on terms of space denial here. All you have is no smokes, but those smokes are going to be so important, especially when it comes to this late game. But the round 5 closing is about to start, and this might be the beginning of the end. We might not even reach the final round even, but teams are still slowly deciding whether or not to go somewhere. This zone actually looks somewhat familiar if we do a throwback with TSM still having sniped down the punch moment, but it looks so different now because Stacks is the thing. Kinotrope looking to see if they can gain another win so they can seal first place already. Some kills in the bag.
So far, none of these teams, none of these players have more than 2 kills. None of them is a current kill leader. Pretty unfortunate because I believe that title was being held by someone from Fnatic, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, Satuki was actually, I think it was Satuki was actually holding that title, but him dying early, someone else could actually take it, possibly from the other side, but here it goes.
You can feel the pressure. 20 seconds left. 15 actually.
Oh, the time is ticking. You can feel the teams are ready and roaring for the timing. The final round circle next to a building, so another team can actually stay inside on towards that left side. So I think there's actually 3 squads who can still kind of live in this situation, and the others have to fight. They have to fight desperately just for any space that they can gain. And oh my word, who's gonna fire first? Who is gonna go down first? And look at the amount of X-rays on our screen here, Lily. The amount of people just crawling in stacks here. Oh my word, the population is at an absolute high.
This is an actual city, Sneaky. This is Apex land. You can see so many people just sharing these buildings, coexisting, but each and every single one of them would kill you when given the chance. Such as that, Arufa. Such as that, and now Arufa has to spend a shield battery in order to recover. Kinotrope Gaming going against actually Crazy Raccoon. Fennel eliminated, 10 squads remaining, half of the lobby is now gone.
Yep, and Enter Force 36 tried to slip by Nebula Esports here, but Nebula Esports have a different idea. They do have the Bloodhound. So many players scanned, 10 plus hostiles even. And man, everyone is playing oh so careful. The buildings, the condo is still up, but who's going to be the landlord in this final situation? Zone hurting this squad a bit. Nebula Esports holding a really good spot, but the rest of the squads are going to start to file outside. Someone's trying to get the finish on the right side here. The Soul Conduit is going to be up next, and Nebula Esports, who held the best position actually out of everyone here, suddenly goes down, but the fences are going to go clutch. Reignite are going to eat some electric fences here. And just like that, they might be eliminated. X-Tai is getting absolutely exploded in the low ground. Dosukai Impact going to be eliminated. X-Tai is trying to survive. Yudu, 1 HP. Oh my word. Everyone is everywhere at the same time. Pulverex is trying to survive. They do have the Newcastle ult in order to block some of the players from entering. Here comes the fight. Arcstars are going to be inside of the shield. 3 squads left. Reignite, Crazy Raccoon down 4th. X down. Everyone's going down. It's all going to hell. Pulverex trying to survive. The sprays are going to go through. Kinotrope is out. And there we go. Pulverex throughout all the chaos. Throughout everything. The Newcastle. The ult was worth it. Oh my word, what an intense last game here in Stacks.
We have our Apex champions.
There it is, guys. The last game today. It's been quite an intense one, not gonna lie, 12 games, more than me and Lily actually expected or usually do, but it's been a fun one. All 12 games so interesting from the side of Apac North, and I can't wait to do more next week. And we're just waiting for the scores to do a little bit of calculating behind the scenes, and we are going to know who sealed off first place, who sealed off second, who sealed off third, and I think we do have it on our screen right now, and it is going to be Kenotrope sealing it off at 88 points. They actually got second place in that last zone, so I think they collected a whole lot of points. Actually, third. 10 kills. Oh my god, they farmed a lot in that last game.
Indeed, but at the end of the day, Pulverex still victorious. Everyone was just dying. I saw the kill feed. It was beyond fire.
Wow. I mean, so many teams that are outside of the top 10 possibly could have shot up into top 5 here, but instead Pulverex, who didn't really have the best start in the day, got themselves a 5th place finish by the end of the day. So I guess that's pretty good for their standards. Crazy Raccoon going all the way up to 4th. Kind of the same thing with them as well, not having the best of starts. But when it comes to these late games, Crazy Raccoon is always a team that you have to watch out for being a threat.
But that's not to discount the wins that we've seen from the side of Fennel, from the side of Fnatic, from the side of Soleil Gaming, and even Papico, X-Tice, and Diaz all trying to make their way into the top 10 for match day number 3. And so far, so good. Anything can happen. And a lot of these teams are actually doing so well.
Yeah.
Like, not necessarily popping off game-winning, dropping a 20 bomb, but you've seen how dense the end zones are and just how complicated the games can be. The death boxes were all stacking on top of each other at the end of game number 6.
Yeah, I mean, casting like this, I mean, it's competitive from rank 1 to 20. I mean, you can see, despite SPI Esports only having 9 points on the board, there is some situations where they could have actually gotten more. And unfortunately, some of them situations, they got third-partied, another squad came in. So I think Kenotrope's bad luck just went in the way of SBI today, unfortunately.
But that's about it for match day number 3. It started pretty slow, actually. We were talking about how the tempo seems to be slower compared to Group A versus C. Group B versus C actually moving in really, really slow. But then it suddenly started speeding up. It's as if something was awakened in the side of Kenotrope Gaming, and they just decided to play aggressively, very smart, but at the same time, not risking too much and not griefing their game plan.
Yeah, Kenotrope had a goal today, and that is to win. That they did. Redemption arc here for the side of Kenotrope, and successfully they do collect that 25 points in the group stage. And yeah, I mean, we can say that they're back in contention here to gain those top 10 spots for that playoffs.
And that is it for match day number 3 and for the weekend for APAC North. Again, we will be broadcasting again the next set of matches. Match day number 4 and 5 next week on Sunday yet again. And we will be starting at the following schedules. Anything you look forward to, Sneaky, for the next week? I mean, you've seen the teams. It went from slow to fast, back to slow. And then it became fast again. It's as if APAC North isn't even keen on defining anything. They just play what they want to play. They love Watson. They love Bangalore. That insane pick rate on Bangalore, though.
Yep, they got their own style. I mean, they're not just exclusive to the meta of NAEU. They got their own thing going on here in APAC North, and it seems like it's working out. So really looking forward, especially to this first matchup, the A versus B again, because that's one of the more peaceful sets that we can have in this game. So hopefully, you know, this time maybe A versus B would be a little bit more spicy.
And, you know, interesting enough, Fnatic was topping our earlier match there, right? And now they're coming in second for their second set of the day. Fnatic just on fire. Crazy performance. Ridiculously strong at the moment, it feels like.
Yeah, they are absolutely farming. I mean, the scrims don't lie about Fnatic here. They are going to be consistently placing top 1 or top 3 in most of these games, and the consistency from the best team for the longest time has been this. I mean, UKF really performing out of his mind. But I think I really do want to highlight Suzuki here being an absolute beamer on that wingman and leading the kills at one time in the entire server. Just amazing performance and amazing fights coming in here from Fnatic.
That is true. So for now, we will be looking forward to more from Fnatic, more from Kinotrope Gaming, more from Fennel, more from Crazy Raccoon. In our next broadcast for the next weekend, I will see you guys on Sunday, and me and Sneaky won't be going anywhere anytime soon. Stormpoint and World's Edge awaits APAC North Pro League. This is your official English broadcast, and we will see you guys again February 4, Sunday. If I'm not mistaken, am I mathing right? February 4, Sunday, 11 a.m. Singapore time for match day number 4. And for match day number 5, we'll be seeing you starting at 3 p.m. Singapore time. We'll see you guys again next week, and this is goodbye. It is I again, Rex Lily, and
Sneaky Frog.
this is the APAC South Hub official broadcast for the ALGS APAC North Pro League split number 1. See you guys again next time.